In courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past?
Hello, good morning. Sorry, just finishing up doing something. Good morning, everyone. Hello. I'm actually on screen today. No, I'm very proud of myself. That we are well enough to be back to the crazy screen world. I am still tiny. I'm still gonna be like this size. So yeah. So court actually the feed came through halfway through the introduction thing, the video introduction thing. That's a great. So that was great point. So today, day 6 of this trial. So I have a confession to to say. I wasn't able yet to watch the rest of the stream of yesterday, so I'm going in today blind. I don't know what happened last night after I went to sleep and the stream carry on with the nightbot. Uh, I don't know because I haven't had the time today yet to watch it. I came home after work. I had such a throbbing headache. I had to take a little nap before I was doing something else, and then I was doing some investigations. I had something to eat, and when I realized it was time to start the stream, so we'll see what happens. I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be fine, and I'll catch what happened yesterday and everything. Before we start, make sure you like the stream, share it with people that you know or like to people to come and spend some time with us. But there is a lot going on so today as well. So there is another trial starting right in Florida, of all the places. Of another baby that sadly died because he was left in a car because the grandmother forgot about it. I'm like, I mean, how many more? How many more is it gonna need of situations like this happen? Of sadly babies losing their lives because people forget them in a car, and it's just I just can't understand. But guess this one, right? The grandmother forgot the baby in the car, but it's not the first time that she does this. So I think was a year prior or something to this situation happening. She she was babysitting the same daughter's son was a 16-month old, and she fell asleep, and the baby wandered to the streets and went to a pond and drowned, and then sadly he did not make it. Fast forward, like, not even a full year calendar year went by just before Christmas 22. Again, grandmother was babysitting and everything before this judge comes once again. The grandmother forgets the baby in the car for a few hours while she was playing piano and having chats with her friends. And I absolutely can't understand fandom. How can people forget just the whole babies in the car and the whole kids in the car? But
and just a reminder, if you got a cell phone,
sorry,
sure
I was just looking at the bow tie of the judge, a little bit distracted. But well, we'll see what happens in today's trial.
All right. I guess the First thing we need to address is defense motion regarding Mr. Otto. And I know there was also a motion limiting filed by the plaintiffs. I guess it was sort of really renewing the issue and are asking for the ability to voir dire Mr. Otto regarding the records before they got admitted into evidence. I'll give you 5 minutes each on arguing about Mr. Otto image being used or disseminated in any way in this trial.
Okay.
Mr. Axelrod.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. And I have not had a chance to look at plaintiff's motion that I know that was just filed. I'll just talk about Mr. Otto in his face for a couple minutes. Mr. Otto, as you will hear, is a volunteer for Civil Fleet, has been doing this since 2021. Civil Fleet wasn't just an organization that was started for purposes of evacuating people in Afghanistan. Indeed, Mr. Otto travels all over the world doing humanitarian work. He was just recently in Syria a couple weeks ago. And because of that, he has taken very good care to make sure that his face is not captured. Because in his line of work, in going into these conflict zones, if they know what you look like, you may not be able to get in, or it could become an issue for you if you're there. Indeed, if you look at the declaration that we filed, one of the people in Civil Fleet, I mean, this is a very real fear. One of the people in Civil Fleet had a fatwa issued against them. Now, I'm not going to get into what a fatwa is, but this is what Mr. Otto has recounted in his declaration. So this really will have a substantial effect on Mr. Otto if his video, if his image is shown. It will preclude him from doing the work that he has donated his time to do. It could also really be a real safety issue for him. It's not a hypothetical, as you know, because of the fatwa issue. Your Honor, you have discretion to impose limitations on. It's your discretion to prohibit media coverage of a particular trial participant. And here, we are not asking for you to close the courtroom. We're not asking for you to stop the cameras. We're not asking you to stop the video. What we're doing is asking for actually a very limited use of your discretion. And that would simply to be allow the cameras to show the rest of the courtroom, allow the audio to go forward, and simply rule that the media in the court and the live stream should not capture Mr. Otto's face. Indeed, the media that's here quickly consented that would be fine with them. You have the discretion. Florida Supreme Court has held that such instances of judges using their discretion to prohibit electronic media coverage of particular participants is used in protecting the safety of a testifying witness. And then in that Florida Supreme Court case, which we cite, they give a list of the different instances in which that discretion could be used. It's not exhaustive, but this clearly fits into one of those situations that we're really just asking for a reasonable accommodation, such that a witness who gives his time to these humanitarian causes has flown voluntarily from Berlin to come and testify here can do so without risking his safety or what he really enjoys doing, which is helping people. So, Your Honor, for all those reasons, we ask you to use your discretion to impose a very, very limited and temporally limited and visually limited impairment of the cameras just for this one witness. If you look at what we've done in this case, we don't show Mr. Young's PPI, and we do that for a good reason. Your Honor understands there's limited things we do to protect certain things, and that's all we're doing is asking for a very reasonable, small accommodation for this witness for very good reasons.
In his declaration, in paragraph 18, where it talks about that other volunteer for Civil Fleet, do we know anything beyond just a generalized statement here of the circumstances that resulted in the Taliban issuing a fatwa regarding her?
1 second, Your Honor.
Or the reasons behind it?
So, Mr. Bailey has told me through Mr. Otto that there was a video shown of her with her face that the Taliban found of her and understood that she was doing evacuations, and that precluded her from continuing to do that work.
And that's substantially different than, or in this case, Mr. Otto's name being out there?
Mr. Otto.
I mean, if he's traveling and he's got papers and documents and it says Ralph Otto, I mean, other than being able to say, okay, this is the Ralph Otto that I have, as opposed to generic Ralph Otto, I mean, how's it going to be substantially different?
Your Honor, I think it's substantially different. I mean, Mr. Otto, in his declaration, and you can go look on Google, you cannot find a picture of this man. He's taken.
I'll tell you in a minute if when he comes in here, if it is, because there is a picture of a Ralph Otto from Germany that's on the internet.
There are many. It is not him. He's quite distinctive looking. And he's taken great care to protect this picture because, at least in his mind, there is a difference between having your name out there and having your picture out there. Yeah, I mean, if you showed me the image, I could tell you whether that's him or not. But in his mind, there is a difference. Ralph Otto, I Googled as well. It seems like Ralph Otto is a fairly, at least somewhat common German name. So Mr. Otto does not worry about his name. And we're not asking the court to rule that his name can't be out there. Obviously, we've made it very public. But we are asking that his image, and we think that there is a difference.
Why, halfway through a trial, do we have this motion filed? Because we back up. Y'all disclosed him in February on your witness list. They didn't depose him. We had this whole motion teed up in November, right before Thanksgiving, on their motion to exclude the civil fleet records, because it was premised on that declaration that he signed back in August. And at that hearing, you said, no, we're going to bring him live. So, I mean, over a month and a half ago, y'all knew he was coming live. You supposedly had talked to him and made arrangements that he was going to come flying in here. Last week in November goes by, December goes by, we've had multiple hearings. We had hearings the week of New Year's before we started trial. Now we're halfway through trial and this thing gets filed on, what was it, Sunday night at some point in time. Why is this, and supposedly he signs the affidavit, he's already said he's here in Panama City. Why does he get on a plane and fly over here and then sits down with y'all and says, oh, I don't want my picture shown? I mean, why in this timely? I precluded them from deposing him because they waited and sat on their hands and they didn't file my court order. I mean, this is a similar sort of order or motion that should have been addressed before the pretrial conference back in November.
Your Honor, we're dealing with a witness who is not familiar with the U.S. court system, and to be fair, didn't understand that the proceedings here would be live streamed and shown until we explained it to him when we met with him this weekend. That's the simple answer. And of course, I don't think it's that irrational. In federal courts, we don't live stream. Here we do. And so that's the difference.
I mean, they could have come in and taken a picture, even if we weren't live streaming.
What's that?
Media could have come in and taken a picture.
Well,
You had a sketch artist.
Yeah.
I mean, the Palm Beach case was dealing, I think, with sketch artists too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I understand. But he was not aware that his image could be captured by coming and testifying in a public place. And in federal courts, you can't take pictures in any court. That's the difference. I agree. We brought this to the court on Sunday. There's no doubt about that. We brought it as soon as we learned that this was an issue. And I don't see any prejudice to plaintiffs. And of course, just to go back and beat this horse, the media who's here have consented to the relief.
Anything else, Mr. Axelrod?
No, Your Honor.
Response?
1 minute.
No.
So to start with, plaintiff certainly does not wish any ill will on Mr. Otto. And I think that at least our position has been very consistent throughout these proceedings that Mr. Young has taken the risk also of performing evacuations in Afghanistan and even the risks of retaliation very seriously. But the same danger existed for Mr. Young, who spoke not only about his role in evacuating 22 women and an infant from Afghanistan, but also was live streamed while he testified to a number of personal, very sensitive, and even humiliating topics. And we didn't fight that because we know that Florida is a jurisdiction where the law protects the public's right to know, and where it's actually the default to allow cameras into state courtrooms where witnesses are testifying. We see that discussion in the Florida Supreme Court case that we cited, and actually both sides cited in their papers, petition of post-Newsweek stations, and we see it also codified in the Florida Rule of Judicial Administration that governs this issue, 2.450. Our argument today is based on those standards and the fact that we do not see authorities suggesting that a deviation is warranted here. We don't have a victim of a crime. We don't even have a confidential informant. What we have is someone who has appeared voluntarily, and he's done so actually at significant effort. It appears that he wants to be here. He had that choice. He certainly still has that choice. He isn't obligated. He isn't under subpoena or any other form of compulsory process to walk through that door. And if he feels it jeopardizes his work in Afghanistan, then he's able to decide what's more important to him, that work or testifying here today on behalf of CNN. However, if he does choose to testify here today, he should not be permitted to avoid the transparency that Florida law calls for and the public's right to know, on the basis that he might at some point travel back to Afghanistan, at which point, as the court has pointed out, he will have to show a passport that has his name, which is already out in public, as CNN also acknowledges. And as far as the media goes, and those individuals who are here today indicating that they don't have any objection, we appreciate the point, but it doesn't bear upon the public's right to know in this case, or upon the fact that this is an open proceeding.
What's the harm in precluding it, though? I mean, if you look at a lot of these cases, it's the media fighting with the court system over their ability to broadcast or what have you. Here, the media supposedly, and I guess I can pull them while you're sitting here, but I mean, supposedly the media consents to this. What's the harm in allowing him to testify? His name's being used. As obviously his testimony will be streamed, but just his image will be obscured.
So I think the harm would be, as I pointed out, to the public's right to know about this case. The public has taken an interest in this case, and many media sources have taken an interest in this case. If CNN had filed their motion earlier, then I think there may have been an opportunity for media outlets to come and to get their position on the record. And in fact, oftentimes in cases that involve, someone's desire to preclude a witness from being shown or recorded, there's actually a requirement that an evidentiary hearing be held. Obviously, we don't have time for that here. So I think that it's a step too far to assume that no one in the media has any interest or cares. And I don't know that that's what the court is suggesting, but it's certainly.
Well, what's the harm to Mr. Young? And the fairness of his trial, what's the harm to Mr. Young?
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know that there is harm to Mr. Young, but I also don't know that that's actually the standard.
Well, I mean, part of what's the consideration is to allow the where is it? I'm not finding the precise language right now, but I mean, the whole issue on openness of trials is to allow a fair administration of justice. In this case, obviously that pertains to the parties' rights, that the trial be fair. So what's the issue and what's the unfairness to Mr. Young? I mean, the people that decide the case are going to be the 6 people or 7 people sitting in here as the jurors in this case. how is there an impairment to Mr. Young's right to a fair trial in this case if we just obscure his image, Mr. Otto's image?
I agree with the court that the impairment is not necessarily to Mr. Young. I think that it would be, as I said earlier, just to the public's right to know with respect to the actual, I think, legal standard. However, there would need to be a good cause showing, which I don't believe we have here.
All right. Anything else? Anything else?
That's it. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Axelrod, any rebuttal?
Just simply, Your Honor, a key witness in a trial should not be forced to choose between giving very important information or deciding not to do their good works going forward. We're not asking for a closed courtroom. We're asking for just not to show his face. The media, the press can hear his voice. They can hear his testimony. They can report on what his name is. They can report on what he says. This is a very minor imposition. We're asking for a very good reason, and that's so that Mr. Otto can be free from potential harm and also can continue to do his work in war-torn places all over the world. Thank you.
Let me ask you another question, Mr. Axelrod. In the Palm Beach newspaper's case, it was a criminal case. There were two prisoners or convicts or occupants of the local correctional facility that were being called to testify in the case, and the state had asked for their images and no drawings, no pictures of those individuals. Same fear that, if they come in and testify on behalf of the state, they go back to jail and there may be harm to those individuals. The court didn't have an evidentiary hearing, made a ruling based on a motion and affidavits that detailed this potential fear of harm if they come in and testify once they return to the inmate population. In that case, the court granted the motion and it got reversed on appeal. How's that any different than what we have here today?
Your Honor, I think there's a big difference. And one is just the posture of that case, right? There you have a case where you have a state actor, the state of Florida, who I assume, like most states, uses people as confidential informants or cooperating witnesses quite often in cases. And I assume, but I'm not all that familiar with that case, that by suggesting that those people be protected, you could create a rule that would become an exception for Florida criminal cases. It's very different when you have a state actor involved that's asking for an exception, because that exception could swallow the rule. Here, we are not a state actor. We've been sued. We didn't choose to come into this forum. The state of Florida obviously chose to file that case and knew who their witnesses were. We are reactive because we are the defendant in this case. We don't get to choose our witnesses. We got sued. We then go find our witnesses. So I think that is a pretty significant distinction. I don't think that this is a case where you're going to have your decision is going to become a large exception to the rule. It's going to be very limited on its facts, because the facts of this are very unique. So I can understand why, in that case, the appellate court would reverse, because that could be a very big change to Florida criminal cases, and one that could be argued in almost any criminal case where a cooperating witness is testifying. I don't see a distinction in any of those cases. This is very different.
Anything else, Mr. Axelrod?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and I won't make it affirmatively stated, but for any media that is here in the courtroom, is there any objection to the defense's motion?
Mr. Axelrod stated that he talked to the entire poll report. He did not talk to Jerry Reininger or take off. Mention space. He may have talked to the cameraman and pulled the photographer, but he did not talk to us.
All right.
Yeah, we talked to the camera people.
Okay. All right.
We've been also able to show the rest of the witnesses that have testified in this very important story to the public interest about one of the largest cable news organizations in the country. So it should be able that we should be able to show like all the witnesses that they're putting up, as well as all the witnesses of the plaintiff system putting up as well.
All right. All right, two things. I had a trial order that said motions need to be filed, heard before the pretrial conference. But also, that order also had discovery cutoffs and things of that nature. As it pertains to Mr. Otto, I held the plaintiffs to that, said, no, you can't depose Mr. Otto. You had plenty of opportunity to do it. Somewhere between August and November, defense had decided we're not going to just rely on a declaration and try to get the civil fleet records in. We're going to call them live to come testify. Whether there were communications with a voluntary witness that was coming from Germany to come testify or not, I don't know what those conversations were, but it sounds like nothing was expressed to Mr. Otto. But I don't see a reason why I need to bend the rules at this point in time unlike other circumstances where the Supreme Court says that I have to bend my rules and change my orders for other consideration. I think Mr. Sanborn would tell you that when I put things in an order, I tend to like to adhere to those things in an order unless someone like the Supreme Court says in case law that I need to bend those deadlines or other things that I put in an order. I don't see this as one of those circumstances, and I see it as something that should have been addressed long before trial. Y'all put in, there was nothing raised in the pretrial stipulation that the parties put together regarding there being an issue of Mr. Otto's attendance at trial. That would have been a problem that we would need to address if there was a concern about his image being utilized in this case. Secondarily, I mean, that's just from my standpoint of when I put something in an order, I generally mean, unless the Supreme Court says otherwise, I generally mean what I put in the order and I would adhere to it. So it's an untimely motion being filed in this case. Secondarily and more substantively, I think the Palm Beach newspaper case, and just for the record, the site on that's 378 Southern 2nd, 862, has a couple of interesting aspects of it. I detailed the facts of that just a moment ago, and what the holding of the trial court and the appellate court was in that case. But a couple other notes. One thing is we think it's appropriate for the court to require notice to the media of the hearing on the state's motion to curtail electronic and still photography. We made the representation that we talked to the media here, but it doesn't sound like we talked to all the media, and we don't have all the media's consent with appropriate notice for a hearing. So procedurally, there's an issue as it relates to that case. Secondarily, the court noted on appeal that the motion and affidavit simply set forth subjective fears of the two witnesses involved without any objective facts on which the court can make a determination regarding the substantive validity. They go on to say no facts were shown so that the court could determine whether the alleged fear was real or imagined. To require less would result in an automatic exclusion of the media upon any witness simply advising the court that he harbored some uncertainty about his safety should he be exposed to the media while testifying. And I know in this case, they used the example of some other volunteer in paragraph 18 of the declaration. I asked the question about, do we know any specifics of that? And there's not enough in this. I think there's probably potentially a hearsay problem as well regarding the credibility of that. But what Palm Beach newspaper suggested is having an evidentiary hearing on this case and not just relying on papers with the subjective fear of there being an issue. So I think substantively there's a problem with the motion in terms of authoritative case law on the Palm Beach newspapers versus the state case. So on that basis, I'm going to deny the request to exclude Mr. Otto's image from being utilized for purposes of this trial. Okay. As far as the motion in limine to exclude his testimony or to allow voir dire, Mr. Otto, I guess your issue on that is related to movement or them moving the civil fleet records into evidence.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. You haven't seen that?
I have not, Your Honor, but I don't know why it would be timely.
Yeah, this is sort of really a renewal, it looks like, to some extent, of their motion in limine to exclude the civil fleet records, which I had deferred ruling on back in November. And the basis of that, my deferral at that point in time was you said he's going to come live, and I said, fine, lay the foundation for getting the records in. Do you have a problem with them voir diring him? You know, you get him up on the stand. He says, yeah, these are kept in the ordinary course of business. They're made at or about the time, blah, 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 blah. You got to move the civil fleet records into evidence. Do you have an issue with them voir diring Mr. Otto regarding the veracity of those being business records? You know, if he just recites the elements based on your questions to him.
I have no problem with them doing voir dire to test the elements of whether they meet the business records definition.
Okay. Would that resolve your issue?
I think there's one further issue, which I suppose we can test during voir dire as well, which is Mr. Otto's ability to speak on behalf of the civil fleet. So if you want to defer that until after voir dire as well, I think that makes sense. We're also happy to argue sort of on the papers why that he should be able to testify as a volunteer where the organization has 5 board members, why he shouldn't be able to give civil fleet's testimony here in court today.
All right, I can do this, I guess, one of 2 ways. You can either go through and lay the foundation and almost like an expert, I tender him for voir dire as to the qualifications and then let that happen and then go back to your direct, or you can lay your foundation, you can move them into evidence. I probably would defer to give them an opportunity to question him about his ability to serve as the record custodian, et cetera. And then we can take up the admission, you know, and do it as a direct across. We'll come back to redirect. You can remove them into evidence and we can address it at that point. What would be better from a flow standpoint?
Well, I think we shouldn't be doing this in front of the jury because we'll be discussing the documents themselves. So I think there's an issue.
We do that all the time in front of a jury. You stick the documents in front of them. You say, do you know what that is? Yeah, what is it? It's the records of civil fleet. How do you know that? Well, I'm the record custodian. How are you the record? I mean, we do that in front of the jury all the time. So I don't have a problem doing it in front of the jury.
Okay.
But I'm kind of throwing out 2 proposals. One, you do it like we do an expert. He lays his foundation of his credibility, his education, training, experience, or whatever. Then you tender him and you can voir dire him as to whether he can render expert opinions in the case, you know, just based on his education, training, experience. And then we go back to direct after that voir dire, or you do your direct, you lay all the foundation, you say, I'm going to move these in, I'll say I'm reserving. Then we go to cross, you do your whole cross on him as to those records or anything else. And then we come back to redirect and you can move them back in. So I don't know which would be better from a preference standpoint.
I think it would make sense as soon as they tender the documents for there to be a voir dire.
All right. What are your thoughts?
If they want to do that's fine. But what we want to avoid is having another round of questions on the same topic when they do their substantive cross.
Yeah. No, it would be solely limited to his authority to be the record custodian, his knowledge of the records, and all the foundation for just the business records. So just to make it cleaner, why don't we do it this way? You do your direct, lay your foundation, all that. You do your cross, you ask them the questions on it, and then we'll come back and I'll redirect. All right, so I'm not going to admit them until you have the opportunity to question Mr. Otto. on cross.
That's
And,
fine.
and he shouldn't be able to talk about the documents during the direct then, correct?
The substance of them, no.
Okay.
Because if they're not admitted into evidence, we're not displaying records or anything. Why don't we do this? So we can get the jurors in here and start moving. He's not coming before our break this morning
Not
First up after that.
in the afternoon.
if he comes at all.
Yeah, if he doesn't skip out.
All right. Why don't y'all talk about it at break, or if it's going to be into the afternoon, talk about it at lunch of what may be cleaner from y'all standpoint. Because I'm telling them they're not going to get the records in until you have the opportunity to question Mr. Otto to some extent. Okay.
Understood.
So whether we do it as a voir dire, during direct, or we do it as you just do cross and then it comes back to them on redirect. I don't want to break up your questioning of them, but by the same token, if you want to use the records, it may be cleaner to do it as a voir dire, but you're going to be just limited to talking about the record custodian and whether he's competent to be able to lay the foundation as a record custodian.
Understood.
Okay.
We're really spending too much time on this because it's his testimony that we think is important. There's not really any documents.
There's a couple, yeah.
Well, and there's some production that was the subject of a motion in limine. All right. Anything else before we get the jurors in? We got all of them?
Two things are good news and one thing that we can deal with on the break in the morning, which is the good news is I think based on our conversations, we look like we might be both done late Wednesday-ish. Is that right? I think so.
I don't even know if it's going to be late Wednesday. Sketching out the schedule, assuming we get going pretty soon. I think 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, somewhere in there, maybe 3 o'clock. Tomorrow, I think we'll rest.
So I wanted to say the good news before I said that.
The bad news.
Which is, Your Honor, I have been flagging since the beginning of the trial that there is a motion to compel compliance with trial subpoenas that relates to Mr. Otto. And so if we could just have that, we alerted, I think, late last night that we intended to raise it again. We don't have to deal with it now, which we could try to deal with them for and the subpoena's been served on defense counsel, their communications with Mr. Otto. And so that's, they should be able to, if you order production, they should be able to produce them in a few minutes after that.
All right. You want to deal with that in the morning break or at lunch break? We'll do a little longer lunch break.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
One very quick issue. During the deposition designations yesterday of Adam Cohn, there was a document shown to the jury that is not in evidence. We'd just like to be sure that doesn't get shown to the jury again or during closing, and that the media not disseminate that document further.
We have no objection.
Yeah, I saw the screen flip and I had some concern. I mean, I couldn't read anything on the screen, but I had some concerns over that. Obviously I'm reading the text of the deposition on the objections that were raised. I didn't know it. Obviously I didn't see the video, so I didn't know there was can we do something about, I don't know that it came across very well anyway on any sort of video or media, but is there a way that, like we fixed my boo-boo the other day, that we can scrub the image on that from yesterday's depot designation late in the afternoon? All right, we'll try to do that. You have any problems with that,
No,
Mr. Freeman? Okay.
That, just for the record, that's the way the video was produced to us by the court reporter. So, but no objection.
All right, and obviously that whatever document was up there is not in evidence and going to go back to the jury for deliberation purposes. I agree with that, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
One final housekeeping issue. There are documents that are shown to witnesses in the videos that will, specifically 3, I think, 161, 217, and 218. These documents, obviously, Your Honor will be the final arbiter of them, but they should come into evidence through Mr. Lumley, who will be testifying live today. We thought that it would be nicer for the jury if we did about like an hour and a half or so video, then put Mr. Lumley up live and then showed the rest of the videos. But that would mean that some of the exhibits have not yet come into evidence through Mr. Lumley. They will. And so we were hoping that if the court requires it, we can call Mr. Lumley first, but we were hoping you could just contingent admit them. They will obviously, the juror won't get a subject to being admitted by Mr. Lumley, and if they are not admitted by Mr. Lumley, you can remove them.
What page in Earhart's do we have contingent admission of exhibits?
I can tell you.
I must have skipped that day of evidence class where we had contingent.
It's not a contingent admission. It's allowing them to be published in good faith. These are emails, internal emails produced by CNN that Mr. Lumley is on and other folks are on. These are part of the deposition designations you have upheld. So if you don't allow the jury to see the exhibit while the testimony is coming in, it's super odd. And in good faith, as I'm telling you, these documents will, absent some unforeseen objection that I can't think of, these documents will come into evidence. I can't cite you a page in Earhart's. I can tell you that I've had judges do before, so that's all I can say. Maybe they're acting on their own page that they put into Earhart's, but I can tell you that it's been done many times before in my experience. If not, we can call Mr. Lumley first. But
Do we have an issue of these exhibits that are in these depot designations?
I've not had a chance to look at the specific ones. I can look.
What were the numbers?
161, 217, and 218. Oh, and then there are two documents that come in through the witness who's testifying on the screen, and I think CNN has objected to those. So we can do that maybe at a break, because we can show him after the break. But these are just 3 emails, and they're just emails, right? Internal CNN email? Oh, Slack. Internal CNN Slack messages that Mr. Lumley is on.
Right, these are documents we've objected to coming to evidence. If there's a foundation laid, we might withdraw it, but for now we object to them.
All right. Why don't you call Lumley first then, and then we don't have an issue with something being shown during a video depot that isn't in the evidence.
Okay, so we have some videos that don't have them, so we'll play those, and then please have Mr. Lumley come to court right away. And then we'll just play many, many hours of video for the jury. It's okay. Oh, and then there's a stipulation, I understand.
And then, Your Honor, the parties have agreed to stipulate into evidence Plaintiff's Exhibit 119. And I'll just note for the record that the Bates stamps on that run from 666 to 667, as well as Plaintiff's Exhibit 123.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Those plaintiff's exhibits will be admitted.
All right, so we'll put up the videos that don't have these documents in them, and then hopefully by then Mr. Lumley will be here.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Sounds good. You don't have any problem with me telling the jurors that we're not going to be holding them after 5 any days this week, or unless obviously they're deliberating, but
I don't really have a problem with it, but maybe don't tell them.
don't tell them that.
Yeah,
Okay.
just in case.
That's fine. All right. Anything else before we get the jurors back in here?
That's it, I'm done.
All right. Now we're gonna, is she here? Oh, and Good morning.
Good morning.
Y'all can be seated when you get back to your chairs. All right, Mr. Freeman, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Michael Conte via video deposition.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the sworn testimony of Michael Conte given before trial will now be presented. You are to consider and weigh this testimony as you would any other evidence in the case.
Could you please state your full name and date of birth for the record?
Full name, Michael Thomas Conte, date of birth 8/17/1990.
So you understand that you're under oath here today and sworn to tell the truth?
Sure do.
You understand that this examination is being recorded?
Sure do.
And you understand that that means that at some point, this video could be shown to a judge or a jury at a trial?
That's why I dressed up nice.
And do you prepare for today's deposition with counsel?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Yesterday.
For about how
long? Most of the day.
And what is your title right now at CNN?
Producer 2.
You say producer 2?
Yeah, there is, yes.
Is that like the number 2 or?
Yes.
Okay. Has that been your title the whole time at CNN?
Yes.
And what are your roles and responsibilities as, well, let me back up. What does the 2 signify in producer 2?
It's just an internal structure thing. It's one level above producer 1.
And what are your roles and responsibilities as a producer 2?
I work for it's called the National Security Team at CNN. So primarily I'm producing pieces called packages for the people, the correspondents on that team.
And what does producing packages entail?
Means I work with the correspondents on the script. I help them gather the elements. I may deal with logistic things like booking and filming interviews, things like that, and then working with the video editor to turn that into a TV piece.
I was just going to ask the question again, which is, do you think Mr. Taylor's lead-in accurately summarized what the story is about?
I think so, yes.
Sure. Do you view the banner at the bottom as having any relationship to the graphic at the top?
The banner at the bottom is about the overall story. The graphic at the top is one part of that story.
In your view, was Zachary Young operating in a black market?
I think it depends on how you define black market.
How do you define it?
I think of it as a market where participants are, trying to hide some aspect of their involvement in the market.
Where do you draw that understanding from?
That's so general a question. I don't know if I can answer it specifically.
Does a black market mean an illegal market?
Not necessarily.
So how do you know that Zachary Young was exploiting anybody?
I don't think that we're saying in this piece that Zachary Young is exploiting people. I'm saying that I believe, as I understand it, the piece is saying that prices in the range that he was charging, we're quoting other people saying, those kinds of prices are exploitative.
What's the difference between reporting that and reporting that Zachary Young was exploiting people?
I think, did anyone actually, I don't know whether or not people were actually paying those prices. And, you know, like I said, we're quoting others who are characterizing those prices that way.
Was CNN reporting that Zachary Young was attempting to exploit people?
We are reporting that other people are saying that those prices are exploitative.
Is anyone else identified by name in this video segment as providing evacuation services?
Not that I recall.
So I paused the video here at like 3 minutes and 8 seconds. And there's a photograph on the screen. Do you understand that to be Zachary Young?
I understand that to be Zachary Young.
Do you think he has a punchable face?
Yeah.
So why do you think that?
Probably the smirk and the sunglasses.
What does it mean for somebody to have a punchable face?
To me, it means someone they look like I wouldn't want to hang out with.
Does it mean you want to hurt them?
No.
Does it mean that you think you wouldn't like them?
It means that I wouldn't want to spend time around them to find out. Unless I had to.
In terms of the way black market is being used in this piece or in this banner, do you think it has a negative connotation?
Potentially, but I can't say for certain.
What would you need to determine it?
What would I need to say whether it has that connotation to get into the brains of every single person watching this? I can't say for certain whether someone might see that as a negative necessarily.
Do you see it as a negative?
Do I see what is a negative exactly?
The black market for Afghanistan evacuations.
Potentially.
What does it depend upon?
I think it depends on the details of what's going on in that market. Like I said, to me, black market doesn't necessarily have a negative connotation in and of itself.
What about a black market in which Afghans are being exploited and charged exorbitant fees?
Could be, yeah.
So I pause it here at about 3 minutes, 36 seconds. And did you hear where the voiceover just said, you know, we tried to call Young, but he didn't pick up?
Yes.
Were you involved at all in the video, the creation of this video of Mr. Markart here?
Yes.
What was your involvement?
I produced that shoot. So I booked the photojournalist who filmed it. I made sure that he was getting the video that we needed to produce the piece.
So are you there off camera when this was being filmed?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce what we'll mark as Exhibit 2. Which is the video that was produced as CNN 000090.
And before we go, a correction. In November, we ran a story about Afghans desperate to flee the country who face paying high sums beyond the reach of average Afghans. The story included a lead-in and banner throughout the story that referenced a black market. The use of the term black market in the story was an error. The story included reporting on Zachary Young, a private operator who had been contacted by family members of Afghans trying to flee the country. We did not intend to suggest that Mr. Young participated in a black market. We regret the error, and to Mr. Young, we apologize. Tune in to CNN Sunday for a 2-hour edition of State of the Union. My colleague.
Do you agree with it?
Not necessarily.
So in what ways do you not agree with it?
I don't know necessarily if it was an error that the term black market was used.
So let's just do this. Mr. Conti, I believe you testified that you're not sure the use of the term black market was an error. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What would you need to be sure?
There's so much potential information that could change my judgment of that. I can just tell you that based on the facts of the story as I know them, I do not know if it was necessarily an error.
Does that mean based on the facts as you understand them, you don't think it was an error?
I don't necessarily know.
Is that different from, is not necessarily thinking it different from not thinking it?
I do not believe it was an error.
Thank you. I'm going to introduce what we'll mark as Exhibit 3. It's the document with the date stamp CNN 000095. And the date on it is November 1, 2021.
Yes.
So it starts where Michael Callahan sends you an email with the subject Alex package. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so Mr. Callahan wrote, can you work with Alex on this? Right?
Yes.
And so, I mean, what was he asking you to do?
Produce this piece with Alex.
And then, you know, towards the bottom of the email, there's a paragraph that starts extortion of desperate Afghans. You see that?
I do see that.
And then there's a, you know, a little summary behind that.
Yeah.
Right? And so the summary starts out with, in bold letters, extortion of desperate Afghans, correct?
Correct.
What do you understand extortion to mean?
I understand extortion to mean forcing someone to pay for something that they don't have a choice in.
Is that a bad thing to do?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cuddy. I was going to ask you, but so, well, in that case, we'll leave the exhibit marked as is, but we'll focus instead just on pages 666 to 667. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Are these Slack messages between you and somebody named Ellie Kaufman?
Yes.
And they're dated November 3rd, 2021?
They sure are.
Who is Ellie Kaufman?
She was a producer at the Pentagon.
You see on page 667, Ms. Kaufman asks, what's today's shoot?
Yes.
If we go down a little bit, it looks like you responded, today it's Alex's story about the shadow market of people extorting Afghans to get them out of the country.
Yes.
What did you mean by people extorting Afghans?
I don't recall exactly. I think I was just generally talking about the story that we were working on.
Do you know whether the script at this point identified Zachary Young?
I don't even remember if there was a script at this point.
What did you mean when you wrote shadow market?
Yeah, I don't remember specifically. Like I said, I think I was just talking about generally the market we were talking about in the story.
But on November 3rd, you wrote that the story was about the shadow market of people extorting Afghans, right?
Yes.
So at that point, that's what the story was about, correct?
Generally speaking, yes. These are colleagues discussing a story. This is not language that we are broadcasting on CNN that has been vetted and approved.
Did the story ever stop, generally speaking? Did the story ever stop being about the shadow market of people extorting Afghans, generally speaking?
I believe I answered that question already. We did not use, I do not recall us using those words in the final script of the story.
Is that still what the script was about, though, generally speaking?
I am certainly not going to say that a story that we did on CNN is about anything other than the reporting we did in that story. That's how reporting works.
So I'm going to introduce what we'll mark as Exhibit 11, and it's the document beginning CNN 000686. And it ends at 689. Are these Slack messages between you and Mr. Markart?
Yep.
And they're dated November 11th, 2021?
Yes, they are.
And then I guess on the next page, a little bit down, you say, "What a punchable face."
Mm-hmm.
And you're referring to Mr. Young there, right?
To the photo that I saw of him, I believe.
Do you think Mr. Markart agreed that Mr. Young had a punchable face?
He said, right, question mark. I don't know whether that means he agreed or was just humoring me.
Did you think Mr. Markart was emotionally invested in this story?
I think he wanted to tell a good story and do a good job telling this story.
You think you wanted to nail Zachary Young?
I don't know.
Did you want to nail Zachary Young?
No. I wanted to tell the story.
Do people at CNN frequently refer to the subjects of stories as motherfuckers?
I can't speak for all of CNN.
I'm just asking if it's something you hear a lot at work.
I hear a lot of profanity at work.
Is it usually directed at the subjects of stories?
Sometimes, not always.
Have you ever heard the subject of a story referred to as a motherfucker?
I can't recall.
What about shitbag?
I can't recall.
What about a-hole?
I can't recall.
Would you ever refer to the subject of a story as a motherfucker?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Because I can imagine scenarios where I would joke around like that, but I can't say whether or not that's ever, crossed my mind or not.
So you don't remember having ever referred to a subject of a story that way?
I can't recall. I've worked on a lot of stories.
So if a reporter is talking about nailing a motherfucker, what would you think they meant?
Oh boy, does that depend on the context.
Yeah, so you don't know whether Mr. Young's costs were competitively sensitive information. So you just like to?
Well, I don't know whether or not they were.
Okay. So if it was competitively sensitive information, wouldn't that be a reason you wouldn't want to talk about it with a CNN reporter?
It's interesting. We wouldn't know because I don't believe he told us that.
So how can you conclude that he was being shady if you don't even know whether there was a legitimate reason for keeping it confidential?
He wouldn't tell us.
Right. So, but I mean, is someone shady if they don't want to tell CNN competitively sensitive information?
He didn't, to my knowledge, tell us it was competitively sensitive information.
You obligated to?
Not obligated to say anything to us.
Is anyone who won't talk to CNN shady?
Not everyone, no.
So why was Mr. Young shady?
I didn't characterize him as shady myself. In Alex's characterization here, it's based on the fact that we were asking him questions and he was either not answering them or getting back to us with incomplete information.
Are you saying you disagree and don't think it was shady?
No.
You do think it was shady?
Certainly. Looks shady.
Just because he doesn't want to answer questions from CNN?
He answered some of our questions, not all, and for a while was refusing to answer. That pattern certainly doesn't look like he's interested in being especially transparent with our questions.
Do you think CNN has the ability to influence or inform public opinions?
I think we possibly can influence public opinion, yes.
Do you think CNN needs to be responsible about that influence?
Absolutely.
Did you expect this story to have an effect on Mr. Young once it aired?
I have no idea.
So, I mean, having watched the story today, I mean, is it reasonable to think that it would have some effect on Mr. Young?
Maybe, I don't know.
Do you ever consider the possibility it might hurt his business?
It potentially might, I don't know.
Your Honor, plaintiff's next call, Matthew Phillips. There is one housekeeping issue, which there's a document that we used Mr. Phillips to admit. The foundation is laid in the deposition. We can have a limited publication of that so you can make sure the foundation is laid, or if they object to it coming in through Mr. Phillips.
For purposes of this trial, what's the exhibit marked?
161, Your Honor. And the foundation is laid at page 124, going through 125.
Yeah, Your Honor, the issue is that plaintiffs didn't designate pages 124 to 125, the pages that they say contain the foundation for the document.
Hey, Your Honor, they're designated. They will be played. I believe they were designated, but they're definitely included in the current video.
Well, if they're in current,
I mean, I believe they were designated. Were they designated? They're designated.
What page of the depot?
It's page 124, lines 13 through 15, and 125, lines 4 through 6. Your Honor, we've got a side-by-side on the screen, if that helps.
What were those pages again? Sorry.
Yep, 124, lines 13 through 15. And then 125, lines 4 through 6.
On the list I have for Mr. Phillips was on.
Sorry.
On the list I had for Mr. Phillips' designations, those two were on there.
Okay, yeah, I see it now, Your Honor. I was witness.
Then we have no objection.
Okay, so I guess we'll play the video and then move 161 into evidence at the conclusion of his, or do you want me to do it?
I think we should do it now, just.
So there's not an issue with
Yes.
showing it on the screen? All right, do you have any objection? What is it, 161?
161, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, plaintiff's 161 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Corey?
All right, and let me read. All right, members of the jury, the sworn testimony of Matthew Phillips given before trial will now be presented. You are to consider and weigh this testimony as you would any other evidence in this case.
Good morning, Mr. Phillips. Could you please state your name and date of birth for the record?
Matthew Allen Phillips, February 16, 1979.
Do you understand that you're under oath and you've sworn to tell the truth?
Yes.
Did you prepare for this deposition with CNN's counsel?
Yes.
For how long?
A few hours.
And where are you currently employed?
In the CNN Washington Bureau.
What's your title there?
I'm an assistant managing editor.
How long have you been employed at CNN?
Since 2018.
At your current position, what are your responsibilities as an assistant management editor?
I run enterprise reporting out of the DC Bureau. I work for the news gathering side of the Bureau. So I work with a variety of reporters on a variety of stories, ranging in timelines and subject matter, including national security, justice, sometimes ranging into politics and coverage of the White House.
Do your responsibilities also include fact-checking?
They have in the past. I used to run a fact-checking operation.
What years were you running the fact-checking operation?
I would say from 2019 until 2021.
Is fact-checking important to journalism?
Yes.
Why?
Well, a basic tenet of journalism is to report accurately facts to the public.
In your opinion, should all stories be fact-checked?
In my opinion, all stories should be ensured to be accurate.
Mr. Phillips, have you seen this story before?
Yes.
Could you walk me through your involvement with this story?
My involvement in the story was very limited. I was present for a preliminary conversation weeks before it was published, in which it was essentially a pitch meeting. It then came back to my attention, as I recall, a couple hours before the television piece was set to air.
Who was present at this pitch meeting?
As I recall, it was myself, Michael Callahan, Adam Levine, and Alex Marquardt.
Who was responsible for the initial pitch?
As I recall, Alex Marquardt brought this to our attention.
Did you have any role in producing this video?
No.
Did you see any portion of this video before it aired?
No.
Did you review the script for this video?
No.
Did you review any of the graphics or banners or text or chyrons for this video?
No.
All right, Mr. Phillips, do you recognize this message?
I see that it's from me.
Do you recall pitching this story to Adam Levine and Christy Parsons?
I really have no specific memory of this. It was so long ago, but yes, I do see that this is a message from me in a chain that includes Adam and Christy.
A summary here. Did you write that yourself?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think this is language that, again, I'm trying to remember as best I can, but I'm guessing this is language that I'm taking from the original pitch that Alex wrote and likely distilling it into a pitch for consideration for the group.
So you're saying Alex wrote this pitch, right?
Well, the original pitch was Alex's writing. What I think I'm doing here is taking that and boiling it down using the same language.
So the phrase used here, do you see where it says we would interview an Afghan in the U.S. trying to get his family out, talk to others who are also trying to leave/work in the shadowy black market, and attempt to contact some of the profiteers alleging to do the extractions, examine to what extent this is extortion of fraud. Do you see that?
Yes.
The phrase shadowy black market, was that your phrase or Alex's?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
The word extortion, was that your word or Alex's?
I don't recall.
So the term black market was included in this pitch message and then was used in the video. Is that correct? Both on the Chiron and in the lead-in?
Those are accurate statements.
So you pitched a story about black markets?
No.
Oh, you used the term black market in this pitch message, right?
It is accurate that the word black market occurs in this exhibit, in this message from me.
And then a story aired where Jake Tapper said that the story was about black markets. Isn't that right?
That is also true.
So, in other words, you pitched a story about black markets, right?
We pitched a story that includes the word black market.
So how would you define the word profiteer as you used it here?
Someone doing something for money.
Are you saying that anyone who is working for money is a profiteer?
I suppose that's one way to define that.
Are you saying that your superiors at CNN are profiteers?
I wouldn't presume to say that, no.
Well, you say you wouldn't presume to say that, but you also said that a profiteer could be anyone who works for money, right?
Okay.
Well, is that what you said?
I believe it is what I said, yes.
And the employees at CNN work for money, right?
As far as I know, yes.
So your superiors at CNN, by your definition, are profiteers then, right?
If that's how you'd like to define it, sure.
Well, that wasn't my definition, that was yours, right?
I suppose that's one way to look at it, yes.
So CNN sells ads during its news coverage, right?
The CNN sells ads during its news coverage? Is that what you said? Yes.
That's how CNN, one of the ways CNN makes its money, right?
As I understand, yes.
And that news coverage has at times included the situation in Afghanistan, right?
Correct.
Mr. Phillips, do you see that the document in front of you is a series of messages between you and Alex Marquardt on November 1st, 2021?
I do.
Do you see where Alex writes at the top, hey, what's the email for the library to find people? Thanks.
I do.
And he writes, or I'm sorry, then you write, yo, not sure to be honest. And then Alex writes, not much help then, are you?
Correct.
What library was Alex referring to here?
I think he's referring to the CNN library. There's an editorial research library that can help pull news articles, public records, that sort of material for us.
And what did Alex mean by not much help then, are you?
I don't know, you'd have to ask him.
What was your understanding of what he meant by that?
I don't really remember this exchange, but looking at it, he'd asked me for an email, and I said, I'm not sure what it is. And he says, well, you're not much help, are you?
Is your understanding that he was being serious or facetious with that comment?
No, I think we're kind of bantering on this. He's being facetious.
Do you see where you write, I can help you for 10K, and then Alex writes, how much for 4-month visa?
I see those lines, yes.
Are you and Alex joking about the Young story here?
Possibly.
Did you find the situation underlying the Young story funny?
No, I didn't find the situation underlying the Young story funny.
Do you see where Alex writes below that, look at you, awesome thanks, we gonna nail this Zachary Young M-fucker?
Yes, I see those words.
Is an M-fucker a motherfucker?
I would presume so.
In your experience, do CNN employees often refer to the subjects of stories using words like motherfucker?
No.
Outside of this instance, do you recall another conversation where someone referred to the subject of a story as a motherfucker?
I can't think of a specific example off the top of my head.
Have you ever referred to the subject of a story as a motherfucker?
I don't know. Nothing that comes to mind.
Do you think that's an appropriate way to refer to the subject of a story?
Well, of course not in print. This is a private conversation that I'm having here in which we're joking with each other.
What did you understand Alex to mean when he said, we gonna nail this Zachary Young motherfucker?
I took him to mean that he's going to do his diligence as a reporter and find the facts.
Did you agree that you were gonna nail Mr. Young?
No, I didn't agree to that.
Is this typical of the way he talks about the subjects of stories?
No, nothing's typical. It's not really a typical.
With respect to other stories, has he spoken this way about the subject of another story?
Not that I'm aware of, not with me, but none that I can remember.
Is there ever a situation where saying you're going to nail someone and calling them a motherfucker could be positive?
I don't know.
Do you see where you say under that message, gonna hold you to that one cowboy?
Yes.
What do you mean by gonna hold you to that one?
Again, I don't remember this message, so it's hard to speculate on what my frame of mind was at the time. Sitting here now, I think I mean that I'm going to hold him up to the standard of doing responsible, diligent reporting.
So you meant that you were going to hold Mr. Marquardt to the standard of doing diligent and responsible reporting. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Were you going to hold Marquardt up to nailing Mr. Young?
No, I was going to hold him to a standard of doing accurate, diligent reporting to understand the facts that existed on the ground at the time.
But this sentence is in response to Mr. Marquardt saying, "We're going to nail the Zachary Young fucker." Isn't that right?
I am responding to that message. That's correct.
So are you saying you're going to hold Mr. Marquardt to nailing Mr. Young?
No, I think again, as I've testified, this is banter. We're joking, and what I imagine I was thinking at the time was that I'm going to hold him, as I've said, to a standard of doing diligent, accurate, factual reporting to understand the situation on the ground in Afghanistan at the time.
Were you encouraging Mr. Marquardt to nail Zachary Young?
That's not how who would read this sitting here now?
You used the word cowboy here. What did you mean by that?
I don't know. I sometimes use, we're joking here, I sometimes use nicknames with reporters that I'm working with in just kind of friendly banter. What's up, cowboy? That kind of thing.
So it's a friendly.
Yes.
Did you have a problem with Alex Marquardt nailing Mr. Young?
I don't know.
Is a cowboy someone who doesn't follow the rules?
No idea.
Do you call other coworkers cowboy?
Not that I can specifically recall right now.
I'd like to introduce the documents date stamp CNN 683 to 685, and could we please mark those Phillips Exhibit 8? Do you see that this is a series of messages between yourself and Tom Lumley?
I do.
Towards the bottom of the page, Tom writes, "It's not clear to me if everyone is being ripped off or if some people pay up and get out." And that's pretty crucial. So looking forward to being provided with the answer. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, I see that now.
Is it your understanding that this is the fundamental question that Tom was referring to earlier in this chain?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Tom what he was referring to there.
Well, he said it's a pretty crucial question, right?
Where does he say that?
He says, "It's not clear to me if everyone is being ripped off or if some people..."
I'm sorry. Yes, right beneath it. It's a pretty and that's pretty crucial. Yes.
Did you agree that was an important question?
Hypothetically, yes. I think I am saying that that's an important thing to try to address.
Why is that?
It's an important piece of the story to at least address.
Do you see where you write under that, right, totally unclear if anyone paid and didn't get out?
I do see that.
If CNN reports something not knowing whether or not it's true, is that a problem?
If CNN reports something as fact and does not know it to be a fact, is that a problem, hypothetically speaking?
Yes.
Yes.
In your experience, does the choice of words in a story potentially impact how the story is perceived by viewers?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
Do you think that viewers could interpret the phrase black market as meaning that Mr. Young was doing something illegal?
Could viewers interpret it as something illegal?
Yes.
I suppose that's possible.
All right. What's next witness?
Your Honor, plaintiff is called Virginia Mosley.
All right, members of the jury, the sworn testimony of Virginia Mosley given before trial will now be presented. You are to consider and weigh this testimony as you would any other evidence in this case.
Good morning, Ms. Mosley.
Good morning.
So you understand you're under oath today, yes?
I do.
Okay, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Virginia Mosley, Virginia Mosley.
Thank you. And this question always causes me some discomfort given the way my mother raised me, but can you state your date of birth for the record?
October 4th, 1961.
How did you prepare for this deposition?
I met with the CNN counsel.
And how long was that for?
Several hours.
When did you start at CNN?
It approximately 10 years ago.
Okay. And what is your current title?
I'm the executive vice president of editorial for CNN.
What is like your responsibilities if you were to describe your job responsibilities as the executive vice president of editorial?
My responsibilities include managing all of domestic and Washington news gathering, international editorial for all of our platforms, including digital.
In late 2021, around the time the story at issue aired, who did you report to?
I believe I reported to Jeff Zucker. I believe he was.
To Jeff Zucker?
Mm-hmm.
What was his title?
President of CNN.
The videographer asked me to identify it as an email. It's an email chain involving Ms. Mosley and Mr. Markard. Ms. Mosley, do you want to take a second to read this email chain?
Got it.
Do you see that the title of the subject rather of the email is Repitch Afghanistan Evacuation Price Gouging?
I do.
Okay, so first of all, the subject here is called Enterprise Update for 11 a.m. Do you see that?
I do.
And I guess what does enterprise mean?
Enterprise means things that are not breaking news. That broadly.
So it says pitches for consideration, extortion of desperate Afghans. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the very first sentence, it says there is a growing market to evacuate desperate Afghans who are willing to pay. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So this story started off as a story about Afghans with money that were willing to pay to get themselves out of Afghanistan. Is that fair?
And I don't know.
That's what the pitch says, right?
And I wasn't involved, so I don't know the details.
Do you see that the description here, it says we would interview an Afghan in the US trying to get his family out, talk to others who are also trying to leave/work the shadowy black market.
Do I see it?
Yes.
I do.
What does black market mean to you?
It means unregulated.
You earlier asked you what black market meant, and you said unregulated market. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where did you obtain that definition?
It's my understanding.
Based on what?
What I know.
Have you ever looked up the term black market in a dictionary?
I have not.
Would it surprise you to find out that there isn't a single dictionary that defined black market to include an unregulated market?
I would be surprised.
If no dictionary includes the definition of black market to be an unregulated market, would you then concede it is not a proper definition?
I would not.
Meaning you'd still maintain that it means unregulated?
I would.
Supposedly, the evacuation of Afghanistan refugees from Afghanistan, that's black market?
I don't know.
Mr. Young, the plaintiff in this case, was he operating on a black market?
I don't know.
Ms. Mosley, do you recall we looked at Exhibit 2 to your deposition? I'll pull it back up. It was CNN 355. I'm going to share it with you. You see it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sorry.
Okay. And this email you received before the video aired and before the digital piece aired, correct?
I don't know.
Oh, I mean, you're talking about a pitch for the story, so isn't it safe to say you received this before
Yes.
the story?
Yes, it is safe to say that.
Okay. And in this pitch, CNN, the pitch uses the term black market. Do you see that?
I do.
Why did you not stop people and say, how do we know whether or not this is a black market?
That's not my job. My job is I have a million other things going on, and I'm confident that there is a process in place that will, I'm not looking at those pitches for that kind of detail because I know there's a process in place that that pitch will have to go through.
And what is that process?
It will get reported out, it will get vetted out, it will get edited, it will get placed on a platform.
And why does that process of editing and putting it on a platform make you feel comfortable that it would be done properly?
I have tremendous confidence in that process.
Then why are you not comfortable telling me that Mr. Young operated on the black market?
And I don't have the context and wasn't involved.
But you've subsequently read the story and seen the video, have you not?
I have.
And so now with that context, is it appropriate to use the term black market?
Yes, because technically it can be unregulated. And Afghanistan was incredibly chaotic, and so technically, yes.
Do you believe the term black market has a negative connotation?
I believe it means chaotic and unregulated, and so that's what it means to me. I don't associate a connotation with those two things.
How would you find out whether or not the script survived Triad's review?
It wouldn't air if it didn't.
Is it usual for Triad to review things last minute like this?
No.
Okay. You were not at all involved in the decision to make that retraction?
I was not.
Have you seen the retraction video?
Yesterday.
Okay. Do you agree with the statements in the retraction video?
Again, I can't remember every word of it, but in general, I don't.
So it starts here. And before we go, correction.
So as the reason I don't agree with it is I don't have, as we talked about earlier, the negative connotation of black market. So I'm not exactly sure. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't consider black market in a negative connotation, so I wouldn't agree with the correction.
So you believe the term black market is neutral in terms of negative versus positive?
I believe it is explanatory, not it is an explanation of a situation, not a positive or negative.
And therefore, no need to correct and no need to apologize.
Correct.
Your Honor, the next video is 20 minutes, and that would take us just past 10:15.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Y'all doing all right? All right, let's roll with the next one.
All right. Plaintiff's called Jake Tapper.
All right, members of the jury, the sworn testimony of Jake Tapper given before trial will now be presented. You are to consider and weigh this testimony as you would any other evidence in this case.
Good morning, Mr. Tapper. Can I ask you to please state your name and date of birth for the record?
My full name is Jacob Paul Tapper. I was born on March 12th, 1969.
You understand that you're under oath today, Mr. Tapper?
I do.
And did you prepare for this deposition at all?
Briefly, yes.
How did you prepare?
I had a Zoom call with Chuck and another lawyer yesterday just to go over. We had a brief discussion yesterday about what I should expect at this.
Can I, so you understand where I'm going, I want to shift topics a little bit just to get a high level background on you. So did you go to college or university?
I did.
And did you graduate?
I did.
What year and where and what did you graduate in?
I graduated from Dartmouth College in Hanover, New Hampshire in 1991.
And with a degree in?
It was history modified with visual studies, is what it was called at the time. Visual studies is now called studio art.
Did you continue your education past that or did you enter the workforce?
I did one semester of graduate film school at the University of Southern California. I finished that semester and then I entered the workforce.
Was the film school specifically connected to journalism in any way or was it just film school?
No, I was interested in film production. It was just film school. It was not related to journalism.
Where are you currently employed?
CNN.
And how long what is your title at CNN?
I think it's chief Washington anchor and senior Washington correspondent. But I don't pay a tremendous amount of attention to titles. But I think that's what it is. I am the anchor of several shows on CNN. Yeah.
Mr. Chapper, can you give an overview of viewership numbers for your show, The Lead? Let's start with.
I cannot.
You have no idea how many people watch The Lead on an average basis?
I do not pay attention to ratings.
I guess maybe use the word ratings differently than I'm not really looking for. Well, what do you mean by ratings?
There is a metric called the Nielsen ratings, which is a survey of television households. And that Nielsen rating is how advertisers and shows and television networks determine how many people are watching the show at any given moment. And I do not pay attention to the Nielsen ratings. So, yeah.
I have, do you recall maybe 2 weeks or so you gave a speech at the Ford School of Public Policy?
I did that in October or November of 2023.
Touches on something there. So I'm gonna introduce into the exhibit that video as exhibit 1. We'll mark it. I'm just gonna share. Sorry, I'm trying to. There we go. All right, Mr. Tapper, I'm gonna share with you now a video recording of your presentation at the Ford School of Public Policy, and I'm starting from 2 minutes and 42 seconds. And here we go.
And I think the question is, if all you care about is clicks and newsstand sales and circulation, and you don't care at all about the truth and the facts, you end up with a settlement with Dominion election system, right? So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with wanting people to read your newspaper, wanting people to watch your show, but if all you care about is that, and you don't care about the responsibility, the grave responsibility we have to be fair and to be honest, then you are a cancer on the democracy we have, which is, I think, what you see when you have when you have what we have.
Were you able to hear that, Mr. Tapper?
I was.
Do you still agree with your previous statements?
Yes.
I want to push back on that, Mr. Tapper, because I'm just talking here about whether or not a news organization that tells willful lies is a cancer on society. Can you answer that question?
I mean, you can think whatever you want.
Ask for your testimony, Mr. Tapper.
I answered your question. I made a statement about the non-hypothetical, months-long campaign against Dominion voting, against Smartmatic, against all the people that participated in the process in 2020. It was a months-long campaign that was undermining democracy for the benefit of one particular political leader. And that comment I made, and I stand by it, but I don't have answers to extend the metaphor to every single person, organization, and situation in journalism. So I just don't even know what you want me to say here.
You and your counsel claimed you answered the question, but I don't think you did. The question was straightforward, and it was, does a media organization that tells willful lies that's not about an election, is that a cancer on society? Let me say it cleanly. Is a media organization that publishes willful lies about things other than an election a cancer on society?
You're asking me to comport with a metaphor that I used a year ago, but specifically about one specific news or purported news organization and the opinion I had about how damaging those lies were to the American democracy. And you're asking me to take that metaphor and extend it to any other time that any other media organization lied willingly. And I just don't have an opinion on it. I haven't thought about it. I haven't contemplated it. I haven't been marinating over it. So I don't have an opinion to offer.
Mr. Tapper, do advertisements air during the lead with Jake Tapper?
Yes.
Do you know what it costs to place an ad on the lead with Jake Tapper?
I have no idea of any details about the advertisements that air on the lead other than they air on the lead. When I'm in the studio, I do not see them, and I have no idea what they are.
So would a crude analogy be for this is almost like you're a movie star that's recruited to go on a movie, you do your job, and you kind of the production facility here, CNN, takes care of all the back end work and everything like that. You show up, you do your job.
No, because I am intimately involved in the editorial content of the show. So no.
Does the lead have a budget?
I assume so, but I don't know what it is.
Do you have any idea of how that budget is determined?
None.
What if you want to fly to Tokyo to interview somebody? How does that process get approved?
There'll be this, generally speaking, do you want me to give you an example of something that's not hypothetical?
Sure.
So for instance, when I went to Israel last October or November in there, the horrible attacks happened. I don't remember if CNN management asked me or I asked CNN management, but Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett were there very quickly. And I made it clear that I would like to go whenever there was an opening for another anchor to go. And I told my executive producer, and I told the executives that would be in charge of such a thing. But beyond that, I'm not involved in figuring out where the money comes from, figuring out who pays for it, figuring out who comes with me, how it works. CNN is a big news organization in terms of personnel and global reach. So when I arrive, there is a functioning newsroom in Tel Aviv, and I go and I do my job and I focus on the editorial content of my show and the reporting that we are providing for CNN and CNN International. But I am not paying any attention at all to how any of that has happened. Just like I'm not paying any attention, for example, when I went to the site of the former Nova Music Festival, the massacre that took place there. I'm also going there. I say, I want to go there. Can we go there with some survivors? And obviously we need security. That's my request. But I am not in charge of any of the how do we do it. Other people do that.
Are you ever denied a request because it would be too expensive?
I'm sure it's happened. I cannot think of an example, but I'm sure it's happened. But I also have a rough idea of what is a reasonable request. So I'm not making requests. So, hey, it'd be great to do a special on the beaches of the French Riviera. I'm not doing that. I'm pretty focused on the news. Every now and then there will be a shoot, but generally speaking, those are driven by the shows per se, more so than by me. Although it works both ways.
So fair to say you use your requests professionally and appropriately for news items, and when it comes to appropriate news items, CNN pays what it needs to get you to where you need to be to do the reporting.
If CNN approves it.
And sitting here today, can you recall a time when they didn't approve a request you made?
There have been times that I wanted to do something, and it might have been that they needed me to be in DC because of anchoring responsibilities. They don't like it when Wolf Blitzer and I are taking vacations at the same time. They like one of us to be around. So I can't recall one for financial reasons, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I know that it generally does happen that they like me to be in DC during, periods where there's a lot of news going on in DC.
You're familiar with the underlying piece that was on your show, the Marquardt segment? Do you know what I'm talking about when I refer to the Marquardt segment?
I remember, because of this lawsuit, I'm aware of it, yes.
How does, so I'm going to refer to that as the segment, okay, that piece with Alexander.
Okay.
How does a segment like that help the success of a show like The Lead?
I cover veterans issues a lot. I cover Afghanistan a lot. Relatively speaking, I should say. And I wrote a book about Afghanistan. I've been to Afghanistan. I did a special about Afghanistan. So it's a story I care deeply about. I don't know that it necessarily actually benefits CNN or The Lead to do international stories. One of the reasons why I'm at CNN is because CNN covers international news in a way that a lot of news organizations, networks like ABC, NBC, CBS don't do as much. There are charts that I've seen about how much foreign news coverage has dropped off. If in the networks, ABC, NBC, CBS, because viewers are not that interested in it, is the presumption I make. I don't know that for a fact, but I assume, because I think of the networks, having worked at ABC, I think of them as more ratings focused than CNN, which I would describe as more news focused. So I don't know that it helps. For all I know, it hurts. I don't know. As a general premise, I think it is, when I worked at ABC News, it was tough to get, unless there was, other than the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War in the early days, et cetera. Foreign news, it was tough to get those stories on air.
So then, is it fair to say that CNN distinguishes itself from amongst other news organizations by having this international news segment?
I don't know if there is any positive or negative effect of doing story, like in terms of reputation, in terms of ratings, in terms of revenue. I have no idea if there is any impact at all doing international news stories. I have no idea at all. I do them because they're important. I don't do them for the other reasons that I just talked about.
And so my question is this one of the ways CNN distinguishes itself by having an international news silo?
My point of view is that I like working at CNN as a news organization, not as a revenue making organization, but as a news organization. I personally like CNN because we have a commitment to international coverage. That's my preference for journalism. That is not, I think it helps our reputation. That is not, I think it raises money. It's none of that. It's just my personal opinion about what I like about it. I also like that we, in my view, aspire to not be liberal like MSNBC or conservative like Fox, but we try to be a news organization, that any political persuasion could watch. That's also something else I like about it.
And how does CNN accomplish that?
We have Democrats on, we have Republicans on, we have liberal commentators on, we have conservative commentators on. If there's a story about a controversial issue, I hope we aspire to cover it in a way that is fair.
Mr. Topper, do you believe there is a financial benefit to sensationalism in reporting?
It depends.
Can you elaborate, please?
I mean, you have to give me a specific example. Do I think a tabloid sensationalizing a divorce might result in more of that tabloid bought at a supermarket? Maybe. Sure. Do I think that, I mean, so that's one example, but I don't think every single example of sensationalizing, which by the way is very much a subjective term, I don't know that everyone would have necessarily a financial result one way or the other. It's really dependent upon the situation. Just trying to answer these questions as honestly as possible.
So you're not aware of a specific number?
I'm not an expert on this sort of thing. I can just tell you the commitment of this organization is to getting facts right.
Mr. Tapper, I'm going to share with you what we'll mark as exhibit, I think it's 3 to the deposition. Do you see the website? It's CNN's Facebook page.
Yes, I see it.
So I'm going to read I'm going to play the video from you, Tapper, Truth Matters, Facts Matter, on CNN's Facebook page from timestamp 124. Apologize for the confusion. I think it'll make more sense now.
A charge that there is literally none of Republicans believe this charge. A charge that there is literally no evidence to support. It is the definition of fake news. Now look, this is America, and you can believe whatever you want to believe. 18% of the public says they've seen or been in the presence of a ghost. I mean, whatever. But in a thriving democracy, truth matters and facts matter. We learned in the campaign that Donald Trump can be cavalier about facts and truth. We learned in his first 100 days that that's not going to change. Indeed, that some in the government and some of his friends in conservative media will even work to try to make his falsehoods seem true. But you know what? There's also a lot of incendiary nonsense against President Trump on the left these days that is just as fake and just as free of any evidence, both in progressive media and all over Twitter, being retweeted by otherwise sensible folks. This is a time for all journalists to be extra careful about our own reporting, to make sure that we adhere strictly to facts and cogent analysis. And this is a time for you, the public, to demand evidence from your leaders and from your media, even if you already agree with the politics of the person on your TV.
Do you recall giving those statements?
Not really. It's 4 years ago.
You know, I don't know what the exact date is. It's posted in 2017, so.
Okay. No, I don't. I mean, I know that's me.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have more, but.
Yeah. No, I was asking, that was the end of.
That's the end of it.
Why don't we take our break for the morning? Just go ahead and put your notepads in the folders and leave them on your chairs. We're going to take our morning recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule, do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify court personnel. And when you come back to the courtroom, if you use your phone or electronic device during break, make sure it's turned off before we come back. Why don't we go till be back in the jury lounge at 10:35 and we'll get you back in here. We'll be in recess till then. All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Y'all be seated. Anything, plaintiff?
Just the motion to compel compliance with trial subpoenas. And we can do it now, we can do it at lunch.
Yeah, I thought we were going to do it at lunch.
Lunch is fine.
All right. Anything else on the defense? Mr. Bailey, was that your phone?
Turning in my phone.
Oh, that was your phone, Mr. Sanborn?
Mine.
Maybe,
I thought it was Mr. Bailey the way you were looking at it. I was going to say it was convenient for
I
Mr.
tried to
Bailey.
blame it on him, but wouldn't take the bait.
Your Honor, maybe there's a $100 fine.
I can't be trusted with that. I don't want.
I was going to say, my assistant did send y'all the link to North Florida Legal Services donation website page.
Keep it in, I'll make a donation.
All right, nothing else. We'll be back at 10:35.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedman, how many more videos do you have?
2 more. Your Honor.
All right, is that going to take us till 12, or how long do we get on those? Oh, you got Mr. Lumley
Yeah,
too.
we'll do Mr. Lumley, we'll break it up tomorrow, but maybe we'll do one video, Mr. Lumley, and then a video again. There's a 30-minute, maybe we'll do, there's a 30-minute video, maybe we'll do that when we get back after the break, then we'll do Mr. Lumley, and so we get back at 10:30, they'll bring us to 11, a little shy of 12, I don't, well, they have a redirect, I'm sure, so that should bring us to lunch, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, sounds good.
All right, so morning part of the trial, we saw a lot of videos, which they haven't been too bad. They've been quite interesting, but I do miss the cross video. Yeah, so video Lumley video lunch, but when are they supposed to rest? Because I mean, if the CNN guys were talking about of resting already tomorrow afternoonish, are they not even putting a case on, or have they have already put a case on with the cross, with all the cross that they've been putting? And I want to know how they're gonna do the cross out of this. Oh, can you not hear me? Oh, um, can you hear me? Let me know if in chat if you can hear me, because now I don't think I have. Let me try. Okay, right. Can you hear me now? Ah. It was you and not me. Sorry, apologies, everybody. I was just panicking. I was gonna ask Nightbot to see if I was muted, or not. But okay, awesome, perfect. Yeah, sorry. I almost lost my train of thought. I was thinking of what was I thinking? Oh, the cross examination of all these videos. Are we gonna watch this, like the second part of this videos? When is the CNN's defense time of putting the case, or it is gonna be not no cross in a way? Because I think they did pretty well in terms of an examination, and I think maybe during that, like this, it's not Despacito, this position, I think it's different. You can say much more, and you can ask much more as well, because you apparently can't object. So I'm just wondering, what is the CNN guys gonna do? Because there's been what, 4 videos so far and no cross, so that's gonna be interesting. Of finding out to see what case even they're gonna put, because I don't think they're gonna. But on the topic of this last guy that he was talking about fake news and sensationalization and everything, and especially fake news, I think you have, in this day and age, you have to be very careful for where you get your news from, like which sources are reliable. And even when those sources are reliable, I think people should still always double check against 2 or 3 other news agents or news stations or wherever you get your news from, because even those, they can be one-sided. You can be more, like you were saying, um can be more Democrat, can be more liberal, it can be more this and more that. So it's just being very careful in this day and age, and also not believe everything. I don't believe half of the things that I see on Twitter and on TikTok or on that, because the amount of misinformation that they are on certain social media platforms, just because someone watched a 10-second part of a video and gave their own opinion on it, and now they are spinning the news completely different, it can cause a lot of damage. And I understand that probably Zachary, that's how he feels, but CNN and other news agents are completely different. That if you were, um suing the average Joe for what he said, but then again, where is the First Amendment of the free speech amendment, that there are the people are entitled to their opinions and how you want to say something. You can't, just because someone said that, for example, I was a tomato, I can't go and sue Kaywood now, can I? That doesn't make sense. And I don't think that whatever happened here, I don't think is still defamation by anything. But again, it's how this company, in this case CNN, is perceived and seen by others. um Sometimes these big companies are um not perceived very well, and CNN might be one of them, since like maybe because of past things and people's opinions. But then that's again something that the juries need to do. It's not let that involve in their decision and just go by the facts. But we all know that the jury is not perfect. They are made up of 6 7 imperfect people that sometimes do let their own personal opinions in, and into their decisions as well. So, but for me, I don't think the plaintiff proof that CNN is a news station, that CNN has made this not the story, but a piece of news that mentions Zach, that they've put blacklisted underneath his name, which can give a bad connotation, and I can understand that's point of view. But also has issued an apology for it because of that certain connotation that is associated, I can't speak, to black market, which again, we were discussing earlier on chat, was that because CNN did apologize, they in a way have taken some responsibility of something wrong that they did. So I don't think, they probably were forced to do the apology to try to avoid this whole situation, and it was too late to retract an apology because it was already out. But was in a way not good for them because they have assumed something that they did wrong. And then another one is because it's CNN and it's a big company, and the we little ones don't like the big guys, the big companies, and we try to hold them accountable, which they should. Everyone should be held accountable for their own mistakes, for their own actions, for everything. I mean, when you are an adult, you should be held responsible for your situations. Kids is completely different, depends on the things. But um yeah, apologizing, I don't think it did very well for them, because if I would see someone apologizing, and when you see, like, for example, a YouTuber or someone saying I'm sorry, it's, oh, what did you do now? we already kind of accusing them of something even before we knew that they actually did something, or it's just clickbait. But then there again, same thing with CNN. They've already apologized, so they must be guilty of something. But I don't think they are guilty of anything in terms of defamation of Zach. So they do exactly. Oh, Zach only wants his money, and definitely knows that the CNN has deep pockets. Even though that there were some financial articles on another a news website, Fox, saying that CNN was in trouble financially. So that this might be costlier for CNN, and maybe that's why they are fighting it as well, because they might be fighting not because for the fact that they did not want to take liability of it, but maybe because they don't can afford to pay whatever Zach wants. Because I think I saw um that Zach wants about 15 to 20 million in compensation. So yeah, which is ridiculous because I it's um yeah, I it's like they reported CNN reported on the information that they had at the time of this piece. They did not include Zach's information, more about Zach, because one, he didn't even reached out to the guy, to Alex guy, and then was for the fact they did not have much information, so they did not include it, because they could have put probably a lot of more information that we found out, and I'm sure they found out throughout the investigation of this thing, but they didn't um included everything that they probably knew about Zach. So there we go. I think he was more upset for the fact that his name got associated with the word black market and wasn't happy about it, and that's why kind of he's taking suing CNN over it. So it's just, yeah, and he's just upset that it probably lost more on that, because he could have used this situation to promote his business, this failing business already. Because I mean, if you are seeking so hard for new customers and new people to extract and everything, and if you are going so hard like he was, his business was already struggling. So he probably was angry because of the fact that they probably had a way there to get more business in a way, or more associates, links to do more business, whatever. And he missed it because he did not reply on time, or whatever happened, that he didn't say anything to them when they were reaching out. Because very easily he could have used that in this way, in terms of promoting himself more, because that's what he wanted, and did not had the chance. And because probably the time difference that it was, and he missed the messages from Alex or anything, I don't know, we probably will never know. It's just my wild speculation, if you want to call it, about this whole thing. So but we'll see. I mean, we are drawing close to the end, I think I want to say, of the um plaintiff's case. Hopefully today we'll go to the CNN's case, or maybe tomorrow, and they only have a few hours, because they did say yeah, that they were gonna finish about 2 p.m. In terms of the German guy, I feel like the court should just leave the guy and testify without a camera on. I mean, what is the harm? Us not seeing him for his testimony, it's not gonna be very much pointless. So yes, the plaintiff, CNN's guy, they say they're gonna rest tomorrow afternoon, but they haven't even started their case. So I don't know. Maybe I got it wrong as well. Oh, Zach is back. Um, yeah, there's a German guy, like I was saying. I don't know why the court doesn't allow him to testify in just with just the audio for us, because I mean, nothing that is actually going to impact the decision of the jury is going to happen, because the jury is going to want to see him. It's going to be their life in person. The jury is not allowed of taking photos of the witnesses anyway, so I don't know why. But I also understand the court side of thing, because I mean, yes, they could have brought this whole situation up before the trial started. They had probably a lot of timings and opportunities to do that, but they didn't. And now at the last minute, they are doing it. But we'll see what happens. I mean, court is supposed to be back any minute now. I mean, there's a lot of movement in court for sure. That's for sure. But they are a couple minutes behind a couple. It's literally a couple minutes that it was supposed to be back. Probably the judge is straightening out his bow tie. This is actually I like his bow tie today. Yeah, I like this judge is quite funny, and one of the attorneys is already gonna pay 100 quid for the fund for is it for the court, or is it then he's gonna give him back to the attorneys? That would be hilarious if you stayed with the court. Can but it was like, I'll give you $100. I don't even care anymore. Was it using the phone? The phone made a sound, something of the sort. So, and that was rather interesting. I'm keeping my eye and I'm trying to keep a year out for the trial, but haven't been able to, because I've been way too invested this. Oh, Florida Law Fund, nice. I want to be part of that law fund. Even though I'm not even in Florida or remotely close to Florida. I mean, that would be awesome, but that's really good. So that's good. Hopefully, they can pay someone now to clean the court at least once, so that dust can disappear around the books, and maybe hide those cables. I think with the 100 quid, with $100, you can do that. Give it a good clean to the courtroom, and um and then cleaning, and then hiding the cables around the court. Oh, we've got sound. We've got sound.
I apologize. It took a couple extra minutes, but I ran into one of the
Judge, you
judges
can have that
downstairs.
for an extra
The
minute.
question that cropped up in my mind over the weekend, and I'll throw this out there for y'all to contemplate for the next day or so. When we send the jury back to go deliberate on phase one, the alternate obviously is not going back there to deliberate with them. Do I cut the alternate loose at that point in time? And depending on what their determination is on phase one, obviously the same 6 would go deliberate phase two. What happens if if we end up doing that on phase one deliberations Thursday and then come back to finish up on Friday? What if something happens on Friday with one of the jurors not showing back up?
I don't think if a juror did not participate in the deliberation
On phase one.
that they could participate in phase two. It would be between the parties to
Yeah.
go forward with 5, or I'm not sure.
I think that's what I've got to do, is cut the alternate loose before phase, or when they go to deliberate phase one. But
I'm not sure about that. So
y'all talk about what you want to do about 5. If we're good with going with 5, if somebody gets in a car accident, Thursday night, Friday morning, or whatever it might be.
Hold them in the jail.
Haul them to jail. Yeah.
Hold them in the jail. I'm joking, obviously.
Yeah. So it was one of those things I had thought about over the weekend. I was like,
No, it raises an interesting issue.
yeah, I want to throw that out. And that's why I wanted to give you guys some time to think about it and talk about it.
Just make them promise they'll stay healthy and safe.
Yeah. All right. Anything we need to deal with before we get them back in here?
Yeah,
We have discussed with the defendant, and I believe plaintiff's exhibit 184 is now stipulated into evidence.
Yes, that's fine. I was looking for Mr. Bill.
I was waiting for Mr. Bailey's response too. All right, plaintiff's 184 is admitted. Anything else?
That's it, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Axelrod?
No, Your Honor. Ready for the jury.
All right, let's get them back in. And you're going to do a video first?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jurors entering.
Y'all can be seated when you get back to your chairs. All right, Mr. Friedman, plaintiff's next witness.
Plaintiff's next witness is Michael Callahan, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, the sworn testimony of Michael Callahan given before trial will now be presented. You are to consider and weigh this testimony as you would any other evidence in this case.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and date of birth for the record?
Sure. Michael Carey Callahan, March 10th, 1980.
You understand you're under oath here today and you've sworn to tell the truth?
I do.
And you understand the examination is being recorded?
Yes.
And that means that your testimony here today could eventually be played for a judge or a jury at some point down the line?
Yes.
And do you prepare for today's deposition with counsel?
I did.
And are you currently employed at CNN?
Yes.
How long have you been at CNN?
Just over 7 years.
So moving back up to CNN, what is your title at CNN?
Supervising producer.
Has that been your title the whole time you've been with CNN?
Yes.
What is your role and responsibilities as a senior producer?
I manage our coverage at CNN for the national security beat.
Have you ever seen this video before?
Yes.
And did you see it at the time that it aired?
I would imagine so.
Were you involved in the production of this story?
Production? No.
Were you involved with the story in any way?
Yes.
What was your involvement with the story?
I manage the CNN national security team, which covered the Afghanistan withdrawal and the aftermath. And this is a story that was worked on by Alex Marquardt, who's a member of the national security team.
So what do you call that part, the little script that Jake Tapper reads at the start of this?
An anchor introduction.
And what's the purpose of an anchor introduction?
Setting up what you're about to see or hear.
So does that mean this story is about, black markets and exorbitant fees?
Well, the story is about desperate Afghans who were fleeing Afghanistan at a time when the Taliban took over and they were fearing for their lives and what they were going through trying to get out.
I feel like that still hasn't answered my question, which is part of what they were facing a black market for evacuations?
They were facing an unregulated market. that I would say is a black market can be considered unregulated, and that term's yes.
Does the phrase black market have any particular connotation for you?
An unregulated market for goods or services.
Is there anything inherently nefarious about that?
I think it all depends on what's being sold or what's being sold. I mean, if you're selling organs in an unregulated market, that's pretty freaking nefarious, in my opinion.
You see there's a message from Zachary Young at the top of the screen?
Yes.
And you see there's a banner at the bottom that says, Afghans trying to flee Taliban face black markets, exorbitant fees, no guarantee of safety or success.
Yes.
Did Mr. Young tell you or tell Mr. Marquardt that he was performing evacuations for Bloomberg?
Did not tell me, no.
Did he tell Mr. Marquardt that?
You'd have to ask Alex, but I believe so.
So did anyone ask Bloomberg whether it was an exorbitant amount of money for them to pay?
I believe Alex Marquardt reached out to Bloomberg for comment.
What did you find out?
I don't think they responded, if I recall.
Do you think that was shady that Bloomberg didn't respond?
I don't know.
Is there anything suspicious about Bloomberg not wanting to talk to CNN?
I don't know.
Do you think that was evidence that Bloomberg was doing something wrong?
Again, Bloomberg wasn't the story we were doing. We were doing a story about desperate Afghans and what they were facing to flee the Taliban.
Do you think Bloomberg was being evasive because they wouldn't respond to Mr. Marquardt's questions?
Again, Bloomberg was not the story. The story is about Afghans fleeing the Taliban.
How could Mr. Young have been exploiting Afghans by accepting payments from Bloomberg?
Again, this was not a story about Mr. Young working for Bloomberg. This was a story about Afghans looking to depart Taliban control of Afghanistan.
I'm asking if Mr. Young could have been exploiting Afghans by accepting payments from a company like Bloomberg.
I don't know Bloomberg's makeup of people and how that was being paid. I don't know the deals that they were going on between them.
Did you think Mr. Young was engaged in fraud?
I don't know.
But at the time, did you suspect him of engaging in fraud?
I don't know. I never knew.
I've moved it up here to paused it at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, which is where we have the message from Zachary Young and then the banner at the bottom of the screen again. Yeah, was the implication here where I paused the video that Mr. Young was operating in a black market?
This is telling me Afghans fleeing the Taliban were facing black market fees, exorbitant fees.
And is the story reporting that Zachary Young is one of the people charging those fees?
Yes.
So does that mean the story is reporting that Zachary Young was operating in a black market?
I believe he was offering services in an unregulated market. So yes. From my understanding, the definition.
So do you recognize what this is?
It looks to be a Slack message between Alex Marquardt and myself.
And you see, one of the first messages from Mr. Marquardt, he writes, continuing to dig on that pitch I sent last night.
Yes.
And if you keep going down, do you see where you write, can we find more info on this young guy first?
Yes.
What information did you want to find out about Mr. Young?
I don't recall. It was 2 years ago. I think it was an open question. More info.
Sorry.
More info.
do you see where you wrote, have we run an, I'm just going to spell it, ACCUIRINT on him?
I see that.
How do you pronounce that?
Accurate?
What is accurate?
It's a public records search database. Best way to describe it.
Do you know whether that was ever done?
I don't recall.
Sitting here today, do you think Mr. Young is a bad actor?
I don't know.
Do you see towards the top where you wrote, before we reach out to any of the, quote, smugglers, end quote, we need to find someone who used them or was fleeced?
I see.
What did you mean by smugglers?
People helping people get across the border.
Is smuggling illegal?
Probably, I would say yes. But it depends on, I don't understand, it depends on the scenario. I don't know.
Did you think Mr. Young was a smuggler?
No.
Do you recognize what this document is?
It looks to be an early pitch.
Is it an email between yourself and Mr. Markart, Mr. Levine, and Mr. Phillips?
That's what it says.
And you see, at the bottom, the initial message, it's from Mr. Markart.
Yes.
And it's titled Extortion of Desperate Afghans.
Yes.
And then he has the pitch, and it concludes, we would try to find people who did end up paying and examine to what extent this is extortion versus fraud. Do you see that?
Yes.
So looking at Exhibit 3 and then at Exhibit 4, does it appear to you that Mr. Levine has sort of condensed Mr. Markart's pitch?
It looks to be a shorter version.
Okay. So you didn't write this pitch that Mr. Levine is sending to Ms. Kapelos?
I don't know.
Do you see, we're on Exhibit 4 here, in the pitch, do you see where it says, we would interview an Afghan in the U.S. trying to get his family out, talk to others who are also trying to leave, / work this shadowy black market, and attempt to contact some of the profiteers alleging to do the extractions?
I see.
Do you recall seeing the phrase black market in relation to this pitch prior to this?
I don't recall.
What's a profiteer?
Someone who's profiting.
Any amount of profit?
I suppose so.
Does that mean CNN as a company is profiteering?
Sure.
So when they're selling advertisements that play during, say, Afghanistan coverage, are they profiteering off the situation in Afghanistan?
I'm not involved in ad sales.
But you understand CNN sells advertising, correct?
Yes.
So when it sells ads that air during Afghanistan coverage, is CNN profiteering off of the situation in Afghanistan?
I don't know what CNN's profits are.
I'm going to mark what we'll introduce as Exhibit 5, the document beginning with the bait stamp CNN 000095. And is this an email between you and Michael Conti?
Looks to be.
Do you agree then with the description of the evacuation market as a shadowy black market?
Again, pitches are a short blurb, if you would call it, about what we're looking at. But I would describe it as a black market, yes.
What was shadowy about it?
I don't know. We don't recall the time of. I don't know because did not write that word. I don't believe, if I recall.
not have originally wrote it, but you repeated it to Mr. Conti here, correct?
I did put that there, yes. It appears so.
Does shadowy mean illegal?
I don't know.
Go ahead and mark. We'll introduce mark as Exhibit 6, which begins with the big stamp CNN 000638. Are these Slack messages between yourself and Mr. Markart?
Looks to be.
You see where you wrote Bass, greenlit, Afghan, $?
Yes.
Who is Bass?
Michael Bass.
And what was his role?
I couldn't tell you exact title, but he was a CNN executive for programming he oversaw shows.
And then you see where Mr. Markart wrote, Tammy just basically told me that dude was former CIA.
Yes.
You understand that dude to refer to Zachary Young?
I don't recall, and I don't see it here, so I don't recall.
Why did it matter whether Mr. Young was former CIA?
I don't recall the specifics of who Mr. Young said he was at the time, just from 2 years ago. But when trying to verify who somebody is, and if he claimed to be CIA, then it's a logical question to ask if he was.
And you said your understanding is Tammy is somebody who worked at the CIA?
Yes.
Like currently worked at the CIA?
Yes.
Do you know Tammy's last name?
Thorpe.
What is her role at the CIA?
She is a spokesperson for the CIA.
Do you see kind of towards the bottom of the first page, you wrote either of your two INTV, I assume that's interviewees, talked to Zachary Young?
I see it.
And Mr. Margaret said, no, there's no connection there.
I see that.
Did you view that as a problem for the story?
No.
Why not?
Again, the story was about Afghans who are trying to flee the Taliban-controlled country.
At the end of the document, the last message from Mr. Markart, it says, I agree it would be good to have both sides of the transaction, but I don't think it's critical.
I see it.
Do you agree it wasn't critical?
I do.
Do you recognize this as a Slack message conversation between yourself and Katie Bo Williams?
Yes.
Who I believe is now known as Katie Bo Lillis?
Yes.
Do you see where she says she's shady as hell?
Yes.
She then goes on, and difficult to pin down on specifics. My rough take is that he's total amateur hour. He won't account for his math. How do you get to 15,000 to get to UAE, for example? You see that?
I do.
So having rewatched the video and turning back to Exhibit 8, do you understand Ms. Lillis to be referring to Zachary Young here?
Yes.
What did you understand her to mean by he's shady as hell?
You'd have to ask Katie Bo.
Well, I'm asking what you understood her to mean.
Well, from this message, he was being evasive, it sounds like.
Is anybody who doesn't want to speak with a CNN reporter shady?
No.
So what made Mr. Young's reticence in this instance shady?
Again, you'd have to ask Katie Bo.
Are there any legitimate reasons why somebody would not want to disclose information about their business to a CNN reporter?
It depends on the situation, I would imagine.
If a Fox News reporter called you and asked you how much money you make, would you tell them?
I don't know what the story is.
What if they don't tell you what the story is?
Probably wouldn't not comment.
Did you see where Ms. Lillis wrote that he wouldn't point her to any successful evacuations he has arranged?
Correct. I see that. Yes.
So by October 27, you were aware that Mr. Young had claimed to have done evacuations for Bloomberg and Audible, right?
According to these Slack messages, yes.
Okay. So if we go back to Exhibit 8, these Slack messages between you and Ms. Lillis are from November 4, right?
Yes.
So what is Ms. Lillis talking about when she says she can't get pointed to any successful evacuations?
Again, you'd have to ask Katie Bowe.
Do you ever think to tell her, hey, supposedly he did evacuations for Bloomberg and Audible?
I don't recall.
Did you ever tell her, go look into the Audible and Bloomberg claims?
I don't recall.
Is that something you should have done?
I don't know. I don't recall that.
Did it matter to you whether Mr. Young had successfully evacuated anybody?
It's something that would be included in the story, if known.
So, is this an email you sent with a draft script to the staff of Jake Tapper's show?
It looks like it.
Do you know who at Jake Tapper's show would have been responsible for reviewing it?
The senior producers of the broadcast.
So is this an email between yourself, Mr. Markart, and various representatives of, I guess, Triad?
It looks to be.
Do you see where Mr. Markart wrote in the third paragraph, this all started when Young was brought to my attention by a Jill Kornetsky on LinkedIn?
I see that.
Did you know who Jill Kornetsky was?
I don't recall.
Do you know whether anyone looked into her?
I don't recall.
Was there any discussion about what her motivations might be?
I don't recall.
Do you ever have any discussions about whether Ms. Kornetsky wanted to hurt Mr. Young?
Well, looking at this, I don't know her motives. You'd have to ask her.
But my question was whether there was any discussion that you participated in at CNN about whether Ms. Kornetsky might be motivated by a desire to hurt Mr. Young.
I don't recall.
Did it matter whether Ms. Kornetsky had an agenda of hurting Mr. Young?
That would be a discussion, I would imagine, a conversation, but I don't recall.
You see that it starts here, and there's what appears to be a script with various comments on it.
Yep.
And it's actually an email from yourself.
Okay.
And then there's an email from Mr. Markart, which has the script with some additional edits.
Okay.
And you respond, yes, 2 p.m. so we can revisit with Triad.
Okay.
Actually, let's pause here. So looking at this, the message you're responding to, Mr. Markart, mentions Young just texted me now. And let's see. And you say, I will send, and he says, I will send him a list of questions and give him a deadline of, say, 2 p.m.
Yes.
So that's about 2 hours.
Approximate.
Did you think 2 hours was a sharp turnaround time?
Again, there was reach outs to Mr. Young several times over the week before. So yes, I do.
This is an email from Mr. Markart to, among other people, yourself, right?
Yes, it looks like that.
Do you know who Hassami Barmada was?
I recall the name from the story, but I don't recall the specifics. Looks to be an NGO.
Do you know whether Barmada would have any way of knowing what Zachary Young's costs were for an evacuation?
I don't know. But looking at this email, it looks like he would have some awareness of ballpark since he arranged for flights.
So then we come to this email from Mr. Hogan. And he says, so we're not necessarily accusing him of overcharging, just that the cost is far beyond what Afghans can afford. And he's both unapologetic and obtuse about his costs. You see that?
I see that.
And then you see Mr. Markart responds, not directly, no.
I see that.
Do you understand Mr. Markart to be saying that the story was indirectly accusing Mr. Young of overcharging?
You'd have to ask Mr. Marquardt. I don't know.
I'm asking how you understood his email.
I honestly don't understand it.
Why would so you don't take Mr. Markart's saying not directly to essentially mean, but yes, indirectly?
Apologies. Again, you'd have to ask Alex what he meant by that.
Well, what did you understand him to mean in that first sentence?
That again, Mr. Young was being invasive to his questions.
So that sounds like your understanding of the second sentence.
Correct.
What's your understanding of the first sentence?
I don't have an understanding because I don't know what he meant.
Did you ever ask him what he meant?
Not that I recall.
So in a number of these recent emails we've looked at, there's been references to like triad phone calls. Do you agree?
Yes.
Is there like one that there's discussion around scheduling around 11 a.m.?
I'd have to go through all those emails. I don't know off the top of my head how many calls. I do know there was a call from that sheet.
You remember discussing the phrase black market at all on any of the calls?
I don't recall.
So is this an email between yourself and Mr. Markart?
Looks like it.
And it looks like it starts with an email you sent to Mr. Markart, at the top of which you wrote, from Alex Markart, triad approved.
That's what it says.
And then Mr. Markart responds, thank you very much for doing that.
I see that.
Okay. What was he thanking you for?
I don't see who I sent this to, but judging on the format and what I have the information there, this looks like it was me sending out an email wider within CNN saying this piece was available for shows. That's usually the case after something airs for the first time on a show. It is then available for subsequent shows to use. And this was you could call it internal alert to let people know that this was available. But I'm judging this as just off the format, but I don't see a 2-line, but that's what it appears to be.
Okay. So you think Mr. Markart is just thanking you for circulating it more broadly within CNN?
That's what it looks like to me.
And before we go, a correction. In November, we ran a story about Afghans desperate to flee the country who face paying high sums beyond the reach of average Afghans. The story included a lead-in and banner throughout the story that referenced a black market. The use of the term black market in the story was an error. The story included reporting on Zachary Young, a private operator who had been contacted by family members of Afghans trying to flee the country. We did not intend to suggest that Mr. Young participated in a black market. We regret the error, and to Mr. Young, we apologize. Tune in to CNN Sunday for a 2-hour edition of State of the Union.
Have you ever seen this video before?
I recall when it aired, seeing it.
Did anyone discuss it with you in advance of it airing?
No. Well,
did you discuss it?
I should say I was alerted, I believe, moments before from counsel that it was going to be airing.
Do you think the use of the phrase black market was an error?
I define black market as an unregulated market. In this case, I still think that applies.
So, recognizing that you're not part of the top 2 emails in the chain, do you recognize the rest of it as an email conversation that you participated in with Mr. Markart and Mr. Lumley?
It appears so, yes.
And are you discussing the draft of like a digital version of the story about Afghan evacuations?
That looks like the case.
You see here Mr. Lumley says, one major thing not clear to me, do any of the people who pay these guys actually get out of the country? I think we need a graph to explain.
Is this all totally hopeless? I see it.
Do you know if anyone ever answered that question?
I don't recall. You'd have to ask Tom Lumley.
Did you agree that this was an important question to answer?
I did not.
So I'm going to introduce Will Mark as Exhibit 24, the document that begins with the bait stamp CNN 000173. And then you received an email from a Brian Rokas.
Yes.
Who is that? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
That sounds right.
Who is Mr. Rokas?
He's a colleague at CNN.
And he asked you, is digital posting this?
I see that.
And then you respond, ha, 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 I really want someone to say it. You see that?
I see it.
You're laughing right now. Why?
Because I was clearly laughing in that email, so I was laughing at it.
What were you laughing about?
Looking at that, it looks like I said, I really want someone to say it, meaning is digital, because I thought that was a good story that deserved a digital story.
Do you think that CNN reporting that Mr. Young was operating a black market is the sort of thing that would have a negative impact on Mr. Young?
Again, my understanding of how I think of a black market, I don't know, but a black market was unregulated. He was providing goods in an unregulated market. That, to me, fell under that.
Do you think most people view black markets in a negative light?
I'm not most people. You have to ask people.
Well, but you can, draw on your life experiences to anticipate how people are going to react to things that you say, right?
Every scenario is different. Every person is different. I can't anticipate what people are going to take away because every single person is different.
Right. So if CNN reported that Mr. Young was a scumbag, would you expect some people to, subsequently view Mr. Young in a negative light?
As a journalist at CNN, I don't think they would ever be on CNN. So therefore, I don't think I could ever answer that question.
If CNN reported that Zachary Young was a criminal, would you expect that to cause people to view him in a negative light?
Again, this is a hypothetical question. Was he convicted of a crime? I don't know. So I don't know what the scenarios of that headline would be.
I mean, it's a pretty straightforward question, I think, which is, if CNN reports something negative about Zachary Young, would you expect people in CNN's audience to subsequently view Mr. Young in a negative light?
Again, CNN deals with journalism reporting facts. In a hypothetical question you're asking, I don't have the facts in front of me, so I don't know.
So you don't view CNN as being responsible at all for what its viewership takes away from its reporting?
CNN is responsible and stands by their reporting.
Do you think Mr. Young is a shitbag?
It's not language I would use, so I don't know Mr. Young well enough.
Have you ever heard CNN reporters refer to a subject of a story as a shitbag?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever heard a CNN reporter refer to the subject of a story as an M-fucker?
Not that I recall.
Do you think there's any problem with a CNN reporter referring to the subject of a story that way?
You'd have to ask the reporter who says it. I don't know anything about it, what the circumstances are.
So you think there's some instances where it might be professional for a reporter to refer to the subject of a story as a shitbag?
I did not say that. I said you'd have to ask the person. I don't know what the conversation was.
But I'm asking for your personal
It's
opinion.
not language I would use, as I said.
What do you think it means to nail someone?
I have lots of different connotations in my head, so I don't, depends on what the context was.
Have you ever heard a CNN reporter say they're going to nail someone?
I don't recall.
All right. Mr. Friedman, this next witness.
Please call Thomas Lumley.
Emily, if you could stand there, face the clerk, raise your right hand. All right, just have a seat there and then position the microphone where it's facing towards your mouth so we can pick up your sound, your voice pretty well. All right, Mr. Friedman.
Good morning, Mr. Lumley.
Good morning.
Sir, you have been employed with CNN for over 6 years, correct? Do
Yeah, I think I joined CNN in 2017.
you mind just pulling
Yeah,
out
move the microphone. You can slide it towards you. There you go.
one more time, sir? 6 years about?
Yeah, probably a little bit longer than 6 years.
And you are CNN's senior national security editor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, the video segment at issue in this case ran on November 11th at 5:38 p.m., correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And I want to bring you back in time to just 2.5 hours before it aired on TV, okay?
Sure.
And that would be about 3 p.m., right?
Sure, that sounds right.
Can I get a limited publication of Exhibit 162, please, Corey? So this is an email between yourself and Matthew Phillips, Mike Callahan, and others at CNN that relates to the story at issue in this case.
Yeah, that's it.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibit 162 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, plaintiff's 162 is admitted.
Mr. Hagan, can we please publish to the jury with the court's permission? Thank you.
Grant publish.
Is it all right if I move this a little bit forward and tilt it, Your Honor? I can't quite see it from there. Oh, you know what? I might be able to move this. All right, there we go. Can we go to 2:52, Corey? So at 2:52 p.m., so we're, again, about an hour and a half before the TV piece airs, right?
Yep.
You get an email from Mike Callahan, right?
Yep.
And what he's doing here is, Corey, can we scroll down a little bit? He is forwarding you a copy of, keep going a little bit, Corey, to the next page. He's forwarding you a copy of the TV script, right? Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
All right. So, Corey, can we scroll back up to the top to that email we were looking at? And he says, FYI, he, meaning Alexander Marquardt, right, is writing digital still and trying to stay close to the script info, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely what that says.
So fair to say that Mr. Callahan is kind of giving you a heads up saying, hey, here's this TV script. Mr. Marquardt's going to be writing a digital article about it too, right?
Yeah, that seems true.
And Mr. Callahan, he's with desk or news gathering. How do you refer to that?
His job title is, I believe, supervising producer for national security. I think that's his title. But yes, he is my direct counterpart handling news gathering, national security news gathering for CNN.
So, but you work in digital, right? Which is the print side of CNN's website, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think a good way of shorthanding it for the purpose of this, it's the written article I was working on.
Okay, so you're with digital writing, and what is Mr. Callahan with? What is the TV side of CNN called? Give me a shorthand for that.
I mean, it's not as formally divided as that, and we work together kind of all the time, but he is, I don't know the direct reporting structure, but basically reporters and a team of reporters and producers report to Mike. He is working in close coordination with lots of colleagues across CNN at producing our journalism for TV and digital, but this is a television script.
Okay, so I'm going to refer to your side as digital and the TV side as TV, okay?
Sure.
All right. So, Corey, can we put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 168 at 4? Let's go to page 4, please. And can we zoom into that email at 3:30 p.m., Corey? So we just saw that at about 3 o'clock, 2:52, you received a copy of the TV script from Mr. Callahan, right?
Yes.
So this is about 40 minutes later, right? 3:30, 2:52 to 3:30, we're at about 40 minutes later?
Seems like that, yeah.
And now you get from Alexander Marquardt a draft of the written digital article, right?
Yep.
And so that's at 3:30. About 1 hour and 15 minutes later, can we go to that email at 4:43, please? So about 1 hour and 15 minutes later, you send back edits, right? Edits and some questions below. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And it's now 4:43 p.m., correct?
Yep.
And the actual video isn't published until 5:38 p.m., right?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what time it was published, but I'm sure you're correct.
Okay. So you say one major thing is not clear to me. Do any of these people who pay these guys actually get out of the country? I think we need a graph. That's a paragraph, right? I think we need a paragraph to explain, is this all totally hopeless, right?
That's what I wrote.
Okay. Now, Corey, can we put side by side with 168? Let's put up 161, which is now in evidence. So this is the message on the bottom, Mr. Lumley. This is UTC time. So the 9:44 UTC is actually 4:44 DC time, okay?
I see it, yep.
So you send your edits and your question about this something that's totally unclear to you back to Alexander Marquardt and Mr. Callahan, correct?
Yeah,
the top email.
Yeah, I mean, I'm asking a question. I know it's,
Yeah.
the whole thing's totally unclear to me, but I'm asking that particular question, yes.
And then 1 minute later, you send a Slack message to Mr. Phillips, right? And he's a digital editor at CNN too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see Mr. Phillips' name.
All right,
I'm
let's-
sure that, no, I'm sure that's.
Let's show you. Do you see at the top? Corey's highlighting it for you.
Yeah, I see it, absolutely. Yeah, Mr. Phillips, isn't it? Yes, he's a person that edits digital stories at CNN, yes.
So you give your feedback to Mr. Callahan, and 1 minute later, you message Mr. Phillips, right?
Yep.
And in that message, you say, I have sent back edits. And a fundamental question about the whole story I don't understand from Alex Wright and the TV script, right?
Yeah, I had a question, a particular question about the story that I was interested in the whole process.
So at this time, you've reviewed both the TV script, we saw that, right?
I've seen the TV script. It's not my job to review and vet the TV script.
I understand, but you've reviewed it, right?
I've read it.
You've read it. I'll use read. You've read the TV script, and you've read the draft article, right?
Yes.
And despite reviewing both, you immediately flagged a fundamental issue that you don't understand, correct?
Yeah, I had a question that I was interested in addressing, certainly, yes.
In fact, can we take down the left side, please, Corey? Let's go to the, yeah. In fact, Mr. Lumley, you are so surprised about this fundamental issue that you write 1 minute after that I'm sort of surprised Triad approved, right?
Yeah, no, I wrote that. I mean, I guess I was sort of surprised, but actually.
So those are your words on the page?
Those are absolutely my words on the page, but I actually think I think I'll explain this. My question about the story was what I'm going to call a storytelling question. It wasn't a question about the accuracy and fairness of this story, which is what Triad is really concerned of. So I said I'm sort of surprised, but when I think about it, that was a slightly imprecise thought.
So did you prepare for your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
Did you meet with CNN's lawyers?
Yes, I did.
How long?
I had like a pretty short meeting last night, like probably 45 minutes. And then we had a couple of meetings in Washington before the holidays. Like there were 2 meetings, probably like 4 hours, maybe 3 hours. I don't actually know. But yes, we prepared for the trial, I'm sure.
Well, I'm going to go through your documents. We'll see if it's a storytelling issue, okay?
Of course.
Now, at this point, sir, the digital article had not yet been submitted to Triad, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Because you were editing it still.
Yes.
All right. So when you're expressing surprise that Triad has approved this story, you are talking about the video, correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, just 2 minutes later, after 9:45, can we go to 9:47? Thank you. Just 2 minutes later, you double down on this criticism of both the article and the video, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, I've had I have a consistent question throughout this process.
And sir, actually, you say it's actually a good story from a storytelling perspective, right? You say it's actually a good story, right? You say that, sir? It's actually a good story.
Well, yeah, I mean, I say, but it's a good story.
Sir, you say it's a good story.
Yes and no, I did say it's a good story. It's my
And
words.
then you go on, you say, minus neither the digital right or the TV script answering a fundamental question, right?
Sure. Shall I explain what I believe that fundamental question was?
You know what? I'm going to bring you through your documents because I want to hear what you were thinking then, but I'm sure Mr. Axelrod will allow you to say what you're thinking now, okay?
No, I mean, I think what I'm thinking now and what I was thinking then was the same thing, but sure.
We'll see about that. So 1 minute later, Corey, can we see the next minute? 1 minute later, you say again, because I just asked a pretty fundamental question, right?
Yep, see that?
Sir, it has been 4 minutes. It's now 4:48 p.m. You submitted your edits to Mr. Markart 4:44, remember?
Yep.
It's been 4 minutes since you submitted your edits, and you have reiterated 3 times that the story has a fundamental issue, correct?
Fundamental question, yes. So I think that's my words.
And that's because, sir, the story, Corey, can we go to the next, let's go to, where is it? 9:48, the next minute. And that's because the story, you say, is basically about people being charged, people, not corporations, Mr. Lumley, correct?
Those are my words.
Okay. People being charged tens of thousands of dollars to get out of the country, but that it's not clear to me if anyone is being ripped off or if some people pay and get out. And that's pretty crucial, you say, right? So you say, looking forward to be provided with an answer, correct? Those are your words, sir?
Yeah, and as you see in the email previously, I'd asked that question.
Yep. And then, sir, you're writing to Mr. Phillips, and he agrees with you. Corey, can we see the next line? He says, right. Totally unclear if anyone paid and didn't get out. Right?
I mean, those are his words, sure.
Yeah. And then you go on to say, Mr. Lumley, you say, or paid and did, because our characters didn't pay in the end, which is why I'm unsure why Triad approved, right?
That's what I said.
It's not a storytelling issue, sir. Triad isn't worried about stories, are they? They're worried about facts, right? Accuracy, right?
They are.
So why are you surprised Triad approved if it's a storytelling issue, sir?
Because, well, I hadn't spoken to Triad about it, and I took the story into Triad, as I'm sure we will explore. And I think it is a storytelling issue, and I think I can understand. I do understand why Triad approved, and also I worked on the story. So that's 4:49, which I find easy to work that out because that's the time zone in my hometown. So that's the 5 hours. I think we finished the edit of the digital story around about 6:30. Like we were about 25 hours later.
So, sir, sitting here today,
yes,
after having met with CNN's lawyers for many hours across many days, sir, you're right, which is why I'm unsure why Triad approved. Maybe Alex answers in his tag. Do you see that?
I do.
And then you say, if he doesn't know the answer to that fundamental question, I'd say we really need to pause this until we find out, right?
Those are my words.
And then you say, I'm hoping he knows, but just forgot to mention, right?
Sure, because this was...
Sir, all I asked you is if those are your words on the page. Are those your words on the page? I want to focus on that period of time, okay?
Sure, those are my words on the page. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Let's see, is it 9:51? So 1 minute later, Mr. Phillips right back with one word, doesn't he?
He does.
He says, oi. Right?
Yep.
So this is 4:51 p.m. DC time, correct?
Yes.
The video segment doesn't air for another 45 minutes on Jake Tapper's show, correct?
Yes.
You've now flagged a fundamental question 4 times, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips has said oi, correct?
He has.
You told Alexander Marquardt and Mr. Callahan that there is a major thing that is not clear to me, correct?
There's a question that I'm interested in answering. Yes, absolutely.
And Alexander Marquardt never answers this question in his tag or otherwise, correct?
I can't remember what he said in his tag. We answer it in the digital right.
Yeah, you answer whether people pay and get out?
We aren't. I'd have to look at the story, but yes, we say whether we say that we don't know the answer to the question.
So you don't answer the question.
No,
You say you don't know the
we're
answer.
explaining our understanding of the situation.
You explain your lack of understanding of the situation, sir, right? You say you don't know whether people pay and get out, correct?
My job as an editor.
Sir, I didn't ask you about your job as an editor. I asked what you put in the story. And what you put in the story is that you don't know whether or not, correct?
You said that, yes.
Now, sir, the video airs at 5:38 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, at 6:14 p.m., that's just 35 minutes later, you tell Phillips that we are pausing it for digital. My fundamental question is not answered. But on TV, it's less of a problem. Dramatic, silhouetted interviews, and it zipped along, so less glaring. As a right, I think it works less well. Allison, that's your boss, right?
Yes.
Allison has read and agrees, correct?
That's what I write, yeah.
Thank you, Corey. You can take that down. Now, Mr. Lumley, I'd like to take you through some other communications where you raised concerns about the reporting at issue in this case, okay?
I'm absolutely happy to.
We got more, okay?
Okay.
All right. Corey, can you put up Exhibit 174, please? Here, sir, you send an email at 5:55 p.m. And you send this email to Mr. Marquardt and Mr. Callahan, correct?
I see that, yes.
You tell them that both you and Allison Hoffman, well, first you say, I watched the TV piece, was gripped, right?
Sure.
Pulled on your heartstrings, that piece, didn't it?
It was a good piece of television.
You say, I spoke to Allison H., that's Allison Hoffman, your boss, right?
Yes, that would be Alison Hoffman.
About this. We both agree that you should pass on this and not go, we should pause on this and not go into triad tonight. So please don't work into the evening on this, Alex, correct?
Sure, and pause is an important word. We didn't pass on it, we paused it.
Yep, you paused it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you ended up publishing it, right? You're not sure you published a digital piece, sir? You published a digital piece?
No, sorry. I am talking about the written piece. I am not talking about the television piece. That's not my responsibility, the television piece. And I've got to say, if I had dramatic concerns about fairness or accuracy of the television piece, there would have been a different conversation. I'm not saying it doesn't answer the question I'm interested in. I'm not saying I have any concerns about publishing that piece, that television piece, which is not my responsibility, or that television piece going on CNN's website. Just to be clear.
So to be clear, if you had major concerns about something that's not your responsibility, you would have had a completely different conversation. Is that your testimony today?
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, if I felt the piece, I wasn't responsible for the TV piece, so I can have an opinion. But if I'd read the TV piece and I thought there was some major problem with that, I'm sure I would have said something. That's not.
Sure, I think you did say something.
Yeah, but I didn't. Okay, sure, let's go for it.
Corey, can you put up for a limited production of Plaintiff's Exhibit 218? And sir, at the bottom of this email, we see an email from Mr. Callahan to a variety of listservs at CNN that involves the digital piece, right? Or the video piece, right?
Yes, I see that.
Your Honor, plans to offer Exhibit 218 into evidence.
No objection. Our plans 218 submitted.
Mr. Hagan, can we please publish to the jury with the court's permission?
You may.
So Mr. Callahan sends out this email. It's got a blast to a bunch of different listservs within CNN, correct?
I see that, yes.
Called Desperate Afghans Seeking to Flee the Country Face Exorbitant Fees. It says, from Alex Marquardt, Triad approved, Schenkman, Lacey Bordeaux, Hogan. Those are the members of Triad that approved, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there's a link to be able to pull up the video, right?
I see that.
And it also includes, can you just move the stuff to the side so Mr. Lumley can see, Corey? It also includes the draft write-up, correct?
It does include a draft of the right. Yes, I see that.
So let's go up to what you said when you received this email. You email Ms. Hoffman and others at 9:05 p.m., correct? Mm-hmm. And you say that Mr. Callahan and Alex put this infernal story through Triad and he sent it out. Here it is. You see that?
I do see that.
You said, obviously, this is not how it's meant to work, and I would suggest this is still very much not ready for prime time. Do you see that?
I do see that.
I still have my fundamental issue that it's not clear from the story whether anyone who pays these people ever gets out of the country or if it's all a con. Do you see that?
I see that.
And then you say, I might even argue that it is pretty flawed, and we should consider foregoing the right and just having the video programmed, correct?
Those are my words.
Ms. Hoffman emails you back just 5 minutes later, doesn't she? She says, let's put a pin in it for tonight. It is not ready for prime time, correct?
Yes.
Let's be clear, sir. It already aired on primetime news with Jake Tapper by this time, correct?
We're talking about the text portion of the story. We're not talking.
Sir, you received
we're not talking about the video part of the story, and I can explain that quite clearly. So, Alison Hoffman is the executive editor for CNN Digital. Megan Trimble, at the time, was the evening editor for CNN Digital. Kate Greaves, at the time, was the early morning editor for CNN Digital. I am saying there is a text version of the story there. As you saw, at roughly 6 p.m., I'd said to my colleagues that I want to pause this for tonight. So I am saying to my digital colleagues that I don't want to publish the version of the written story. The video story has already gone out.
It has already gone out on primetime news, right?
I mean, I think it's. I mean,
Sir,
I'm sure you guys. I'm sure.
It's been out on primetime.
No, it's been out on the Jake Tapper show. I don't think it meets. I think 5:30 counts as primetime news, but it's been out on CNN. Sure.
5:30 Jake Tapper is not primetime news.
I think primetime's like the evening. Anyway, I mean that's
5:30 is not the evening.
I mean, I don't think that's a fundamental part of this case, but it's gone out on Jake Tapper's show. It's not the prime time slot at CNN. It's
At this point in time, you have reviewed the TV script, you have watched the TV episode, you have read the draft article, and you say it is not ready for prime time, correct? Are those statements correct?
I said that I'm referring to the text.
Thank you. No, actually, take it back. You didn't answer my question, sir. At this point, you made this statement after you had watched the video, read the TV script, and reviewed a draft of the article, correct?
I said that, but also I said I thought the TV piece was good. I'm talking about the text.
You said it was good from a storytelling perspective, sir, but then you said that it's got fundamental questions that it doesn't answer, correct?
Yeah, sure, I had questions,
You've answered the questions.
No, it didn't. Sure.
Now, I actually don't think he answered the question. I think he was continuing because Mr. Freeman didn't like the answer. He was trying to cut him off.
We're doing a lot of talking over each other, so wait for his question to finish, wait for his answer to finish. If he's asking you a direct question, answer his direct question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So do you want to repeat the question?
I think we're okay, sir. Mr. Axelrod will ask it for you if you have anything else to add.
Sure.
So this reporting was terrible, wasn't it?
No.
Can we have a limited production, Corey, of Exhibit 217, please, just to the witness and counsel? So this is a Slack exchange between yourself and Megan Trimble, isn't it?
It is.
And it deals with the story at issue in this case, does it not?
Yes, the text there does, yes.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibit 217 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Class 217 is admitted.
Mr. Hagan, with the court's permission, can we please publish?
You may.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure I said this before, Mr. Lumley, but Ms. Trimble is another editor at CNN, correct?
Yeah, she was the sort of evening editor, sort of running the politics stories in the evening, basically.
And this exchange, it's in UTC, your hometown, as you said, and so it starts, you can convert it. It starts at 8:33 p.m. on November 11th, right?
Yep.
And that's just a few hours after the story aired on Jake Tapper, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
And this exchange is about 30 minutes before you sent the email we just saw that reports the story as an infernal story. It's not ready for prime time and has a fundamental issue, correct?
I'm sure that must be the timing, sure.
And in your first messages here, you're telling Ms. Trimble that Mr. Callahan and Mr. Marquardt put the story through Triad and sent it out, right?
I see that, yes.
And you say that that is not how it should work, right?
I see that, yes.
And Ms. Trimble agrees with you, doesn't she? She says, totally, yeah. I was reading in, and it still needs work, correct?
Yep.
Now, at this point, sir, you thought Alexander Marquardt was pissed off at you, right?
I don't remember exactly, but
there came a time when he was pissed at you, right?
I don't precisely remember because it's a long time ago. But maybe he was annoyed with me. But to be honest, I don't speak for Alex, so I don't absolutely know.
Corey, can we show the message at 1:50 a.m. UTC time?
Okay,
you say, I think this Alex all pissed off, right?
Those are my words.
So only tell me if I got this wrong, but it seems to me like you're questioning your sanity a little bit here because everyone is approving the story that you think is a disaster.
No, I'm clearly frustrated. That's quite evident. I'd paused the story, as you could say, or paused the story digital, sorry, I'm going to say the written story because I think it gets confusing. The written version.
Written story it is.
And I basically said I didn't want to spend the evening working on it, and we'd come back to it the next day. And I'm a little bit surprised that it was sent, that a draft of the story was sent widely. So I am, as I have taken responsibility to edit the written version of the story, I am communicating with my colleagues that I want to carry on working on it, and that's not a version of the story that should be published on the website at that time. The rights. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the mic.
Corey, can you bring us to page 3 at 9:10 p.m. 2:10 UTC, which would be 9:10 p.m. DC time. And the reason I asked you that question, Mr. Lumley, is because here you reach out to Ms. Trimble for some confirmation you're sane. At least that's what it appears to me. Because you say to her, I know you're busy, but tell me if I'm wrong. I think the Alex story is a mess. You see that?
Those are my words.
In your view, sir, it had gotten worse since you edited it, correct?
I don't know about that. I do remember being frustrated about the writing. There was like some repeated words at the top of the story, but I mean, I'm sure we're going to go through what.
Let's go through.
That seems the best.
Corey, can we look at the next message? You say, it's more of a mess than the edits I sent back. I just want it to live as a TV piece and they can program the video. I'm not even sure it's easily salvageable, right?
I see the words.
And Ms. Trimble agrees with you that it's a mess, doesn't she?
I mean, I just need to see what you said. But yeah, that seems.
Remember, you asked her, I know you're busy, but I'm sorry to bother you, basically. But tell me if I'm wrong. She tells you, no, you're not wrong. It's messy, right?
I see that. Yeah.
She says, I'd tell you if I thought we should put up, but it has some very sweeping claims up top without the details clearly showing what's going on, right?
I see that.
She agrees with you. It's a mess, right?
I don't want to speak for Ms. Trimble, but those are her words. Sure.
Corey, let's highlight the portions of this document so we can get through it quickly, and let's zoom in. We'll go through it. You say back to Ms. Trimble, we're picking up at 2:11. You say back to Ms. Trimble, the story is full of holes like Swiss cheese, right?
Those are my words.
She writes back, agree. It is full of holes like Swiss cheese, right? And then she says, the story is 80% emotion, 20% obscured fact, LOL, right?
I can't speak. I can speak for my words. I can't speak for Ms. Trimble's words.
Did you receive a message from Ms. Trimble, which said that she agreed with your characterization that the story was full of holes like Swiss cheese?
I see her words, yes.
So you did receive a message from her confirming she agreed with your characterization that the story was full of holes like Swiss cheese, correct?
Those are her words.
Correct?
I mean, yes, those are her words. I mean, they're there.
And then you also received a message from her telling you that the story was 80% emotion and 20% obscured fact, LOL, correct?
Sure, I genuinely don't know what that means, but sure, she said that.
So what is an obscured fact other than a lie?
I honestly can't speak for Ms. Trimble, what she's saying there. I just can't.
Ms. Trimble goes on. She says, don't get me wrong. They could be con artists, which is terrible. And I believe these people are suffering. But we should be able to say that clear, right? Receive that message?
That's what I see it, yes.
Yep. Let's scroll down, please. And you respond, you say, maybe there are some operators who you pay 50 grand and drive you to Pakistan. I bet there probably are. But either way, I don't think we can lay this out and not state if our reporting leads us to believe these people are legit or not, right?
I see that, yes.
Okay. Seems you sent the message twice. And then you go, Mike was arguing, it's Mike Callahan, right?
Must have been Mike Callahan.
Mike was arguing, doesn't matter. But to me, it definitely does. I think this is a half story. Anyway, I'll deal with it tomorrow. I really hope it's calming down. Sir, when you say you really hope it's calming down, you're referring to the fact that Alexander Marquardt is pissed off at you, right?
No, absolutely not. I'm referring to Megan having a very busy evening. I'm absolutely not referring to Alex Marquardt there.
Okay.
Because I remember.
She seems to think you are, because she says, I think everyone is tiring themselves out, LOL, right?
Yeah, but she was dealing with other stories that night.
Okay, but then you go on to say, no, it's fine, I'm annoyed with Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I was annoyed.
You were hoping it was calming down, right?
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely think I'm referring to something else there. But there, I own my words. I mean, I was kind of annoyed. I paused the story, and frankly, that had been sent out. I'm pretty sure it was when I was putting my kids to bed, my at then 6 and 3-year-old, and I was a little bit grumpy to be dealing with it at that stage. Sure.
So regardless of whether you were talking to Ms. Trimble about things calming down or Alex being pissed off about you calming down, you then say, I hope the drama subsides, right?
Yeah, I really think I'm referring to something else that Ms. Trimble's dealing with, but I absolutely can't remember. But those are my words. I wrote those words. But
Have you seen the communications in this case that are now in evidence where Alexander Marquardt talks about a pissing match between the desk and digital?
no,
It's not what you're talking about?
well, I haven't seen those communications, so I can't.
So this is the evening of November 11th at 9:25 p.m., right?
Sure.
That's 4 hours after the video aired on Jake Tapper, correct?
Sure.
And that's before the video aired again with Jim Acosta, Max Foster, Boris Sanchez, Amara Walker, and Michael Holmes on November 12th, 13th, and 14th, correct?
I take your word for it. I'm sure that's the case, but I don't know every time the package aired.
Okay, but November 11th comes before 12th, 13th, and 14th, right? Non-controversial.
Yeah, that's a non-controversial statement.
Okay. I want to move to your communications on November 12th, the next day, okay? But before I do that, I want to recap the communications we've just looked at on November 11th, okay?
Yep.
You said the story didn't answer a fundamental question, correct?
Those are my words, sure.
You said you were surprised Triad approved the story, correct?
I think you've quoted my words, sure.
You said the story was a mess, correct?
Those words, sure.
You said the story was not easily salvageable, correct?
I said that, but then I spent another day working on it. But yes, I said that.
You said the story was an incomplete story, right?
I'm sure. Have I said that? I said that.
You said the story was a half story, right?
Sure.
You said it was an infernal story, right?
Sure. I was kind of annoyed.
You
Sure.
said it was not ready for prime time, right?
Sure.
You said it's full of holes like Swiss cheese, right?
Okay.
You did, right?
I said, okay, sure. Yeah. I mean, I own my words. Sure.
Okay. Ms. Trimble said that it was messy and 80% emotion, 20% obscured fact, right?
I mean, she said that, sure.
And you've said these things to multiple people at CNN, right?
Sure.
Mr. Phillips, right?
I mean, yeah.
Ms. Hoffman, right?
Yeah.
Ms. Trimble, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Callahan, correct?
Yeah.
And Mr. Marquardt, right?
Sure. But I've also at no stage said that we're for television or digital that we've worked on a inaccurate or unfair story. I've never said that.
It's November 12th, okay?
Yeah, let's go to that.
Corey, can you get a limited production of Exhibit 195? Sir, we're looking at a Slack communication between yourself and Zach Wade, CNN's Senior Director of Editorial Product and Performance, correct?
Yeah, but I don't think that was his title at the time. But
okay.
Yeah.
What was his title at the time?
I don't know, but I think he was. That's like early in the morning on the Friday, right? So that I believe he was basically what we call programming the CNN homepage. So he was basically deciding where different stories go on the CNN homepage. I think I don't know what his title was then, but I don't think it's the same title as now.
Was it a promotion or a demotion that he received?
I think he probably got a promotion, but I don't know what his title was at the time, but I know what he was doing then. He was deciding to put the stories on the CNN homepage.
Okay, so since the story you received a promotion, yes? Is that a fair characterization?
I don't know. I can't. I don't want to speak to CNN personnel. That's not personal decisions that aren't my concern. I just know he has a different title now.
And sir, in these, Your Honor, plaintiff's offer exhibit 195 in evidence.
No objection.
All right, plaintiff's 195 is admitted.
Can we publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Hagan, please. Thank you. Sir, you seem to be trying to stop this mess of a digital piece from getting published, don't you?
I think precisely, well, sorry, I'm actually commending the television piece to him, and then I'm saying the digital right I might work it because I haven't finished working on it. This is 7:42. I think we finished working on the digital right at the end of that day. So I'm not trying to stop it. I'm not trying to stop anything. I'm telling him we've got a TV package ready, and sure, I have issues with the other one. So, but I'm actually commending the television piece that went on the Jake Tapper show.
Where?
Just flagging, this is a TV package from Alex Marquardt. I'm sending it to him.
Oh, so by saying just flagging this TV package, you are commending it?
I'm saying it's there. I don't send him things just randomly.
Well, I don't think you did, sir, because you go on to talk about the related digital right that you have big issues with. I don't think you're commending it. I think you're flagging it. Which one are you doing, sir?
I'm saying the digital right.
Are you commending it or flagging it?
I'm answering the question.
No, I'm doing two things. I'm flagging the video, and then I'm saying there's a digital right, and I have big issues, and I think it might work better as a video. At that time, it was a work in progress, but I'm saying it works as a video, 100%. 100%. I'm saying I'm 100% comfortable with that video going on our website, as I believe it did.
Even though you had fundamental questions with it?
Yeah, because I had questions about the storytelling. I did not have issues with the fairness and accuracy of the story.
Even though you're surprised, tried, approved it?
I mean, sure, I said that, but...
It wasn't true when you said it.
No, obviously I said that, but it was, then the next day took the story through Triad and
you changed the video?
No, the digital right,
So the video that was published and republished, you never changed that, right?
Oh no, that's not my...
Fundamental questions remain, right?
My questions about the storytelling, sure. I had my questions.
You write here to Mr. Wade, you say, there's a digital right in the works, but I have big issues with it, and I think it might just work better as a video, right?
That's what I said.
And then down below at 1244 UTC, you tell him there's a bit of a digital news gathering disagreement. Might get mentioned on 9 a.m. and here it is. Do you see that?
I see that.
That's because digital, that's you, didn't want it to move forward, and news gathering wanted it to move forward.
No, it's not. That's not the case. It had been paused. It wasn't finished.
All right, we can take that down, Court. Going to get a limited publication of PX 200. And sir, these are Slack messages between you and Joe Ruiz, correct?
Yep, I see them.
And you are again talking about the piece at issue in this case, correct?
Yep, Alex Marquardt, Afghanistan story, it says there, yep.
Your Honor, plaintiff's offer exhibit 200 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, plaintiff's 200 submitted.
Your Honor, may we publish?
May.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. So Joe Ruiz was the Digital Weekend editor, correct?
That is correct.
And he pings you at 10:23 a.m. on November 12th, right? That's the conversion to UTC?
Yes.
He says, morning, Tom. Anything to note for the weekend, right?
I see it, yep.
You waste no time telling him what's on your mind, do you?
Sure.
You say, I may have an Alex Marquardt Afghanistan story. There was a whole saga yesterday with a shitty urgent off a TV package. Do you see that?
I do.
I'm working out if we can recast the reporting into something sensible for the weekend. Do you see that?
Yeah.
You say, but need to negotiate with Alex. Do you see that?
Yeah, we were discussing the story.
That's because it wasn't yet sensible, correct?
I mean, those are the words I used.
You were trying to negotiate with Alex Marquardt to make it sensible, correct?
We were, yeah, I don't think it was really a process of making sense, but we were working on the story, sure.
Thanks, Corey. Can you take that down? Can I get another limited publication of 196, please? And sir, we're looking at an email from yourself to Ms. Nicole Gayet, another reporter an experienced national security reporter at CNN that relates to the story at issue in this case, correct?
Yes, I see that.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer exhibit 196 into evidence.
No objection.
Plaintiff's 196 is admitted.
Your Honor, may we publish? Oh, thank you, Mr. Hagan. So, sir, this email from you to Ms. Gayet, am I pronouncing that right?
Gawat, yes.
Gawat.
Yeah.
This email from yourself to Ms. Gawat goes at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. Do you see that?
I see that, yeah.
Is another early morning attempt by you to stop the story?
No, there's no evidence of that. It's just me sending the story to Nicole, see what she thinks of it.
So you say there's a backstory behind this. That's the pissing match?
I mean, I would not describe it as a pissing match, but I guess because I'm saying that's the evening version of the story that was sent out.
So the backstory is that there's some drama going on. You're hoping the drama is going to calm down and
sure, a little bit of drama, but
a little bit of drama. All right. You say to her, the backstory behind this, but I'd be interested in your thoughts on the urgent, right?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gawat, she has experience covering Afghanistan, including the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, correct?
She certainly wrote stories about it, yeah.
And you send her both the video that Triad has approved, that's that link at the bottom there, right?
Yes. So yeah, that's the email I sent. Sure. The email that Mike sent out, I see at 8:26 p.m. the previous evening. Yeah.
And you ask if you tell her you'd be interested in her thoughts, right?
Sure.
All right, Court, can you take that down and give me a limited production of Exhibit 211? Plaintiff's Exhibit 211. This is Ms. Gawat's response to you, sir, correct?
Yeah, I see it.
And it relates to the story at issue in the case?
Yes, it seems to. Yes.
Your Honor, plaintiff's offer, plaintiff's Exhibit 211 into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant based on your order, your pretrial order. I'm looking at the paragraph at the bottom.
All right.
Where the sentence starts with so.
Yeah, Counsel, I don't need the court for right now. Counsel, just tell us here real quick.
Basically, what I want it's just add like a third source to the stream to see if we can have a countdown, a stopwatch for when we are on verdict watch, either like later this week or whenever we have a trial. So but on the way that StreamYard works, you can only share one screen from each host. So I was wondering if I add another myself to the stream, but maybe like with no camera or something, I can share the screen of my phone, which will contain the stopwatch, and I can make it smaller so we can still watch at a cord. and have the stopwatch to see how long the jury is deliberating. Because I know on Streamlabs you can, but I'm using StreamYard, which is simpler and I prefer it better for that. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to find another solution for this whole thing. That's my idea, and that's what I want to try to do during the lunch break, which is about half an hour, which it won't probably take me the whole time to do it, but I want a bit of time to be able to do it. Obviously, I'll be talking kind of yeah, I'm gonna like talking step by step kind of thing, just when try it out, and then we'll see, and then yeah, the court is back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's a little after 12 and the lunch got here, and I need to address this issue with the attorneys outside your presence. So I think this is probably a good time to take a break for lunch. So we'll go ahead and do that. Just take your notepads, put them in the folders, you'll leave them on your chairs when you leave. We're going to take our lunch recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom. When you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess, remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. And if during lunch you do use your phones or electronic devices, just make sure they're turned off before we come back in the courtroom. What I'm going to ask you to do is, eat lunch, do whatever you need to do, but just be back in the jury lounge at 12:45. All right, so a little more than a half hour. All right. Anything else planned for defense before we break?
No, Your Honor. Just to make sure the jury has drinks today.
Yeah. If there's not drinks back there in the juror lounge, just let the bailiff know and we'll get that squared away. All right. All right. We'll see you back in a little while.
Your Honor, may Mr. Lumley step down and grab some lunch?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Thank you.
Yeah, just be back here at 12:45. All right, why don't we deal with this last exhibit? Can you hold that back up? Or hang on, is it?
Corey. It's up, sorry. Do you see, Your Honor?
Yeah, my monitor toggles back and forth between my laptop and that. So. All right, I got it. All right, so Mr. Axelrod, your objection on exhibit, what was the number?
It is 211.
211?
Plaintiff's 211.
It is based on?
It is based on your pretrial order and what you instructed the jury that the article, that neither of the publications imply a scam, because that's not in the story. But if you look at Ms. Gayet's email, and I'm looking at the "so" sentence, so the inference running through Alex's story that these people are just bilking desperate Afghans for their money might not be fair at all. So this was something that plaintiffs used, that they were going to use to pursue the scam aspect of the story, which you said was not part of this case in your order, hence my objection. And of course, you've already instructed the jury in the preliminary instruction that the scam aspect is out of the story. So this would be irrelevant given your order, and it would also be unduly prejudicial given that it's not part of this case.
All right. Response.
Yeah. Your Honor, This goes to the fact of whether or not there was payment being received, the justification for payment being received, whether or not it really is expensive or not expensive. And there is a defamation by implication claim here that goes toward the idea that the story was painting Zachary Young out as a bad actor. We will not make the argument that they were saying there was a scam. We will abide by the court's instructions, but this is highly relevant evidence to us, and it doesn't violate the summary judgment order's findings or the court's instructions.
Just really quickly, I know Mr. Friedman likes to cut off the second part, but what you actually said about the implication was that he was a bad actor taking money from Afghans. It's not just he's a bad actor. So yeah, it's the second part that's part of that too. And I go back to my original point. This goes right to Your Honor's decision. I don't think it's a close call.
Your Honor, may I respond?
The issue was that in the motion limiting ruling was that saying that he was running a scam or that he was a scam artist that wasn't published in the pieces, it's not going to be the basis of it. But if the gist of the story is bad actors preying on desperate Afghans, this is just saying that the inference running through the story was that these people, i.e. folks like Mr. Young, were bilking desperate Afghans for their money might not be fair at all. I mean, isn't that, well, I found that he hadn't taken money from Afghans.
You did.
Which may be part of the argument of preying on desperate Afghans in the gist. I mean, this doesn't say the word scam anywhere. I mean, obviously bilking could have multiple different connotations potentially, but.
If I can go to Roger's thesaurus online, I'm pretty sure bilk to bilk would be scam, fraud, swindle, a number of things. I think we're conflating issues. Your Honor said that the implication is a bad actor taking money from Afghans. It's not just being a bad actor. It's not just being a con man. It's a bad actor taking money from Afghans. Here, I mean, her words really couldn't be clearer. So the inference running throughout the story is that these people are just milking desperate Afghans for their money. It might not be fair at all. She's saying that the way she reads the story is that there's a scam implication, which you've already found that there isn't a scam implication.
I mean, could it be read also that the implication is that Young is a bad actor preying on Afghans by taking their money?
No, I mean, maybe, but the issue is you found that there's no scam aspect to the story. She's saying there's a scam aspect to the story.
What I found was that there can't argue CNN was calling him that he was running a scam artist as those phrases are used. But the gist of the story is the first DCA, enunciated in its opinion in this case. That gist, bad actors preying, whether that's because they're preying because it's a scam or they're preying because they're bilking or they're preying because they're taking money. I mean, you could have bad actors preying on people by a number of different methodologies.
You certainly can, but that's not what you've already instructed the jury. You already instructed the jury it's the false impression that he was preying on Afghans by taking money directly from Afghans, not that he was preying on Afghans by bilking them. It is a separate and distinct allegation and implication. Otherwise, I have to go back and look at the footnote from your summary. It's actually your summary judgment order. But you said, I think it's something like the scam is out of the case.
Your Honor, I have your footnote if you want me to read it.
Yeah, I'd rather go back. Got too many papers up here now. My instruction was the defendant did not publish any statement that called plaintiff a scam artist or state that plaintiff was operating a scam. That's pretty concise. Publishing a statement I called him a scam artist. There's no statement in either the TV pieces or the teasers or any of that kind of stuff, or the published online digital article that has the word scam artist in it. And there's nothing in any of those things that stated he was operating a scam. Those are, that's the objection. I'm overruling the objection on one, what is it, 211?
211, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can we have it admitted into evidence because he authenticated it, Your Honor?
Well, let's come back and we'll do it in their presence.
Okay.
All right, on your motions to compel.
My part of it,
And I know there was, just for the record, on the motions to compel the production of documents that went to Monica Jordan, Shulman Fugate, and is there another one? Oh, Baron Redding.
And Ballard Spar, Your Honor. It went
And
to-
Ballard Spar too.
I think Ballard Spar is different because we were served in New York, and I think we objected in New York. I don't think that was ever handled in a New York court, which I think would have had been done.
All right, well, there was objections that were filed and motions to quash on behalf of Ms. Jordan, Shulman Fugate, and Baron and Redding. And that's what your motion to compel goes to.
That's correct, Your
All right.
Your Honor, as set forth in that motion, between December 16th and December 23rd, 2024, after the court had ruled that plaintiff could not reopen fact discovery with respect to Ralph Otto and was not able to take his deposition.
So y'all decided to reopen discovery by sending subpoenas without doing a notice of production to the other side, saying you were going to get these things and tried to couch in the context of being a subpoena for trial for individuals from Baron Redding, from Shulman Fugate, and for Ms. Jordan to show up at trial to produce these documents, or they could avoid having to come if they just sent you the documents. Is that pretty fair that you wanted to do that discovery after the discovery cut off and just couched in terms of a subpoena for trial?
I think that is fair.
All right, your motion to compel is denied. The motion to quash is granted. All right. Is there anything else you want to put on the record? Just you make your record.
Your Honor, we do believe that that these were proper trial subpoenas. We were certainly not attempting to issue any subpoenas in contravention of your order, which did go to our ability to depose Mr. Otto or to reopen fact discovery in general. Trial subpoenas, as I'm sure this court can appreciate, are standard, and the rules that govern trial subpoenas do not require the same notice period as Rule 1.351. Because of that, we, would ask that the courts allow us to obtain the discovery with respect to the non-privileged communications between CNN's firms and Mr. Otto.
All right, and just for the record, under Rule 1.351A, there's the provision at the last sentence that says this rule provides the exclusive procedure for obtaining documents or things by subpoena from non-parties without deposing the custodian or other person in possession of the documents or things pursuant to Rule 1.310, and that 1.351 requires the notice of production to the other side, the 10 or 15 days for them to object to the notice of production prior to the subpoena being issued. Obviously, that procedure wasn't followed in this case. Ms. Jordan, Shulman Fugate, Baron Redding were not named as witnesses in this case, so they couldn't be called to come testify at trial in this case. So clearly, that's why I'm distinguishing this as being a discovery issue, not a production. I will acknowledge that there is the Rule 1.410 that does provide that you can issue a subpoena to somebody come testify at trial and require production of documents. What's interesting, though, is to the extent that you're trying to get things from an adverse party or adverse party's counsel in this case, which would be Baron Redding and Shulman Fugate. And then also Ms. Jordan is a consultant that was serving on behalf and assisting the defense in preparation of the case. Under 1.410C, the last sentence on that talks about production of evidence at trial can be by subpoena or serving a notice to produce, which is you normally would serve the notice on the other side requesting that they produce those things. So I think that this doesn't fall under the normal procedure of production, requiring a witness to produce documents at a trial. And as I indicated, those 3 individuals were not listed as witnesses in the case, so they wouldn't be appearing on that. So you need to fall back under 1.351. So that's why I'm denying your request to compel. All right.
Your Honor, the only other thing is Mr. Otto is not going to be appearing today. I'll let you know if there's an update on that. And just for the record, to clear up the last piece of the argument, we served notice of our motion to conceal Mr. Otto's face on the media that had cameras here. We did not serve notice on the media that was only doing print operations. And that's the distinction between the 2 people we served notice on at the same time we filed the motion and the people that we did not serve notice on.
All right. And I don't know if the court reporter picked it up when we were addressing that before we started with the witnesses and got the jury in this morning, but there was objections raised by the print media that are here and have been here since last week. And I know that they are pulling images, whether it's the video, streaming the video, or printing pictures from any still photographers. So there was no notice provided to them, and that the Palm Beach case that I cited earlier put as an initial point, there needs to be notice provided to the media that this request is out there. So from that standpoint, there was an objection raised, and we didn't go through that procedurally with giving proper notice to anybody who may use still or video images or stream on their platforms the video in the case. So just to be clear, that was part of my procedural ruling. The other part was the timing of it from my order for set and trial. And then substantively, I thought it fell within the fours of that Palm Beach case, that all we had was an unsworn or a declaration to support some unsubstantiated, speculative potential harm that was being claimed.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure the record is completely clear. I'm sure Mr. Oxford doesn't know this, but Nicholas Undercaro, the reporter from Newsbusters who objected to the request, has been live streaming the trial through X, and many of the proceedings. So again, I'm sure it wasn't purposeful, but he is actually broadcasting and using the live tool as you indicated.
Right. So, and again, as I mentioned, they're using images or streaming through their platform. So without due notice to all the media that at least have been here, that's a procedural problem with that as the Palm Beach case identified. All right, anything else before y'all take off for 20 minutes?
For planning.
I'll give you a few more minutes. I mean, if they're gathering back at 12:45, we can be back in here and say about a half hour at 12:50.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, I'll see y'all in a few.
All right, so that was interesting. To the judge talking a little bit about us, not us directly, but you know what I mean. So talking about the media and how he was probably gonna not accept the that motion of the yeah, whatever. So now I am gonna test this out to see if it does work the way that I'm thinking. I am trying that my voice doesn't come through twice, so hopefully the microphone won't pick up either me talking again, because I have the stream on my phone, right? And it won't let me be quiet unless I turn off the microphone somehow or the audio. So let me have a look 1 second. Let me see on the permissions of the phone. If I don't permit the microphone to work, probably that way you won't hear double-sided. Yeah, it's not. I have to allow the microphone, so you might have to hear me twice. Yes, that's so much fun. Okay, let's try this again to see if works. Yeah, and I'm gonna try to keep talking, but if I do go quiet, I'm really trying to do this. So now I need to add a third person to the stage. And where did it go? I didn't go anywhere. Nice. All right. So if I add it, can I now screen share? something from this. Louis, that's always going to be the case. That's always going to be the case of me saying something weird. Okay. I can see where I am. It's on the top corner. Right. Okay. So I am on a stage. Now, let me have a look if I can. Screen share from here. No, it is not letting me. Screen share. Oh, hang on one second. Well, yeah, we can always talk about that. That is for sure. It is absolutely fine. We can definitely talk about the little. But it's just because this thing. Okay, right. It's letting me join the stage, right? But it's not letting me now screen share my screen from my phone. This is I'm trying to do is the app, the StreamYard app. So so it's not letting me. So what am I gonna do is leave on the app and then try through the browser, connect that one to see if through the browser it lets me screen share. So let's go to StreamYard. If I know how to spell StreamYard, that would be helpful. Okay. Now, need my internet to work with me to make sure that we're just doing like a little bit of a test for those coming in. Because I want to see if I'm able to screen share, from my phone something for when we are on Verdict Watch. So, I'm trying. Okay, and mute and enter. Need to put a number test. So you're probably gonna see another one person on. Oh, sorry, hang on. Am I honest? I think I am. Okay, right. So now let me see if I can screen share now from the phone. This thing is more complicated than they actually should have been. StreamYard, I love it. It's great. I don't get me wrong. Oh my days, there's so many of me on the screen. Sorry about this, everybody. Some days you get the taste of me, some days you get 500 of me. It's no one asked for that, but anyway. Layout. It's not gonna let me, is it? No, because probably I'm already sharing. Let me try now. If I stop screen share, if will allow me to start screen share. No. More. Yeah, no, you won't. StreamYard is so complicated. It's great when it works, but at the times it's very complicated that I'm trying to do something and it's not letting me, and it's absolutely okay. No, because I tried. That's probably maybe yeah. Yeah, screensaver. There's a new screen but that's it shouldn't really in theory, and I'm talking in theory, should really allow me share a second screen. Let me see if there's like not somewhere else that's on a phone layout. It's a bit different. Because I was thinking now as well, what if I join the stream through Nightbot's phone, as like if I was Nightbot, because probably I'm doing this as my own account and my own account won't let me. Yeah, maybe with Nightbot's phone I can try. Oh well, I can try with the other phone, but maybe Nightbot would let me. There was like 500 of me on a phone, so that's not. So technology, it is not great. I need to figure this out. Because the thing is, I've seen, well, you probably the other creators that use no, like the bottom box where there's the scrolling take a banner thingy is the main camera. The little person in the corner that you see me through is the second camera that I can easily remove an ad if I need to remove an ad without showing LNC's icon thing to be able to be using their feeds, because what they say is anyone can use their feeds as long as we make the content on our own with fair use policy, and also that their icon is not show. But sadly I need sometimes to turn off my camera because of Nightbot, because of myself, and I need to stretch and so on and so forth. So that's why I use this thing. The third one that you see, the second my logo, the logo of our channel, is the test one. It's the one that I'm trying to test to see if I can share a second screen record from my phone, but it's not letting me, which is not good because we don't like that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to use Nightbot. So let me let me just leave like this. Just remove myself from like this. I think it's removed there. I'm gonna go grab the Nightbot's phone. Give me 1 second. Nightbot, I'll replace your phone. Smells nice. Here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm back, and now I have. Sorry, I had to run to the kitchen. It's not far away, but it's when you are very unfit or recovering. It is very unfit. So now, back to StreamYard. Excuse me. Now, I need to share the invite Nightbot to this. So I just need now to send the link over to him. Sorry. I was thinking which name, because Nightbot on my phone. I don't know why it's not called Nightbot, or obviously, and it's not is even if his name is a nickname that we have. So I was trying to think which name is his name. Because we don't like, it's not saying that I don't text them. I do text them, but is we text through normally WhatsApp and everything. So let's see now if did this. Yep, it sent to correct phone number. So I was trying to think what it was the name of my own my days. I need treatment. No, I'm joking. Let's not go there. All right, let's see. Okay, it's entering the studio to see if now this will work. Oh, okay. So apparently you can on an iPhone you can open this on Google Chrome. It has to be on Safari, which is interesting. I know it was fast. It was a good network. Sorry, you had to hear that. My apologies. So now we need to allow access to the camera and to the mic. But now, StreamYard, it's so complicated sometimes. Now I need to get the app because the Safari and the Google Chrome that my Nightbot has on his phone is not up to date. So I need to get this app to try to get in to the StreamYard. My days, the complication. Why don't, like, when I try to do things, I overcomplicate things? Why is it just oh my days? And support a browser. But the thing is, my Nightbot's phone is not even that old to, yeah. Don't know. I honestly don't know. Sometimes love technology, can be very useful. It is very useful. I mean, we are here doing something on the internet that is very useful and is very informative, but at the other times, it's just my days. It's just a lot. So hopefully we'll be done this before court starts, because I was just noticing it's it's about 5 minutes when the judge said and that they will be back. He did say they was going to give an extra 5 minutes afterwards, but yeah. Oh, before I forget, so about 2 hours into the afternoon session, I'll see if hopefully we'll be after the afternoon break, so I can say my regards and everything. But we'll do the same thing as yesterday, that I will be asleep while court is going, but Nightbot will be in charge. No problem. But then obviously by that time, camera will be off for the last part of the afternoon. But you'll see me all again tomorrow, hopefully. Right, let's go now. Try to do this again for the 500 millionth time. Yes, send me notifications, send me everything. Okay, so let's try this again. Enter studio. Allow. Got it. Now, add again to the stage and see. Edit audio, avatar, comments, chat, recording. Yeah. Right, it's not letting me. I don't know if I'm gonna be happy or not. Right, no, it is not working. So, we need to get together and find a solution, because I don't know then how we gonna go avoid this. Because the thing is as well, I forgot to tell, soon enough, Nightbot is going to be finished with dinner, so hopefully court will be back by then, so I can eat my food, and court will be back in for you guys. Yeah, so I can introduce another video file, but I can't make a countdown as a video. Oh, sorry, I muted myself. Oh, this is not going great. This is an awesome break. That's me trying to see if I can share and then might need to investigate another platform that might allow me, because there must be a way to do this, of doing account. It's not like I want to dominate the whole world, I want to just add a countdown counter for when we are on verdict watch. We know exactly how long it has been, because me keeping time on track of time, it's probably not a good idea, because I probably won't do it very well. I mean, I will do it, but not very well. I could always share a tab, but if we are watching something. Oh, sorry if you heard that. Hopefully you didn't. But we need to find figure out a way of doing this, because there must be a way. There must be somewhere a YouTube video or information from someone Exactly. It's countdown. It's like it's not a countdown nomination. I just want to be able to do countdown or timer or countdowns we can do, but I don't know how long it is gonna be. So I can like start every 5 seconds in the countdown and like add all up like in a prison wall and then count all together. How long has it been? How many? But there must be a way. Warning. I don't know. I need to probably have a look at that. It's just because I did try to Google and there was a few videos that I could probably watch, but it was in the middle of court. So if I play any video from my laptop during court, it will stop court, and you guys would not be very happy with me about that. So, and I would not be happy with myself because that would um exactly. See, you understand, okay? Because I am trying to dominate the world with a countdown timer, and StreamYard is not letting me. It's absolutely. This is just not good. Oh my days. Honestly, I don't know because this sounds like Canva does it. Canva does countdown, not the timer. I just need a simple timer. I'm not like asking. Are they afraid that like they not let's add another screen share? Because it was not even letting me. It was just weird. I like StreamYard. Don't get me wrong. It's a great platform that allows me to me and many others to do this and being useful and everything. But why was the point of not allowing people to add a simply clock thing? Um, it's just yeah. But that's the thing with Streamlabs. I'm able to do Streamlabs. I might have to use Streamlabs during Thursday, but then I haven't used Streamlabs in so long that it might not even work very well. Can always try, and then we can always jump back into StreamYard. I don't know. I can test it out before we do go live on Thursday and try to see. Um, Oh yeah, no worries. My dinner's probably be ready soon as well. But that's what I was gonna say is maybe we use Streamlabs when we have a verdict. And 1 second, sorry. Sorry, Nightbot came with the food. But what I was gonna say is maybe during verdicts we'll use that to Streamlabs, so we are able to have a clock. Maybe that could be a good idea. Could work. Oh, or could I use both? Could I use both streaming services to stream, or would they conflict? Because then if I could use both, I could just use Streamlabs for Streamlabs for the clock and StreamYard for the thing. That could be a good idea. That actually could work. Actually, you know what? Hopefully, it won't break anything. Let's test it out. We have a couple of more minutes until court is due back. See if this would work somehow. Hopefully, I won't break anything. And see if my computer holds both. So I need the stream key, which I think is this information. Because I don't even need a sound, so I can just right now, how do you do this? Da, 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 da. I need a new tab on. I need a countdown timer, not countdown stopwatch. There's a go. I need now I need to have a look on here to see if I can just have the stopwatch. Google Chrome, YouTube Studio. That's not what I want. Okay, let's delete everything and start from like basically a blank canvas and see if this works. Because if I add as a source, a browser source, there we go. I can just copy this back into that. Why is it not allowing me? Okay. Do this. Because like if I can connect, why is doing oh, did I just change the yes I did. Because now it's asking me to accept something, but it was not letting me accept anything. So let's try this. Interesting. It's asking me to accept some like terms and conditions, but it's not letting me. Why is my computer today not working with me? Honestly, I'm telling you, some days it's just not. So I need this not display image color window capture. That's it. That's what I need. Window capture, and then it goes here, and there we go. Go stopwatch. Now I can adjust the size with it, whatnot. Now, in terms of source, can I add a court might be back before I'm even able to test this out? Because I am live right now. Let me see if I can somehow attach myself to this one, to the destination. I don't know. Because if I could, that would be great, because then our solution would be fixed, because I could add a second monitor type thing into this at destination. Aha, okay. Stream key. Would this work? Hopefully I won't break this whole thing. Oh, URL, I need that. I think like half an hour, it's not a very long time to test things out. No, it's not. No, that's not it. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Definitely not. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to do this off screen. I think I'm gonna have to maybe tomorrow before the stream starts have to try to do this, because I don't think it's gonna work like this, and me trying to do this while in a rush while court is about to start, and it's not gonna be a good idea, because it's not gonna end up well, and I'm gonna be breaking something, and then we're gonna have to miss court, and we don't want that. So yeah, I'm gonna leave that and try to do it another time after not after the stream, because time difference and whatnot, but yeah, before court, maybe tomorrow I will sit down and try to do this, because it's not a great idea to be trying to focus on the yeah, I know the food is here, but court should be back soon anyway. In about a minute. Well, yeah, the judge normally it's always pretty much on time and everything. So I'm sure is gonna be back soon, because my food is looking at me, looking delicious, and I am hungry. It's dinner time after all. So But yeah, in this afternoon, I think we might see plaintiff resting. We might not. We don't know. We'll see. The lawyers are back in court because they've been coming through in front of the camera. We are just probably waiting on the judge. And then, I mean, these breaks are so quick. It's absolutely amazing how quick they do go by. And the lawyers don't even mind. They are happy about it. I mean, I was like, I would be so hungry if I don't even know if they have proper time. Wow. Judge is back as well. Nice. But there's still no sound from court. So hopefully sound will kick in soon. Oh, he's taking his pens out and getting ready for the afternoon part of the trial. And I am saying nothing coherent. Which I don't know why you guys are still here, but okay. I appreciate it. Come on, Judge, please. I'm hungry. Oh, Judge is still digesting his lunch. I'm not surprised because that was a very quick break. That was was that 30 minutes? My days, did I just ramble on for nothing for 30 minutes?
Oh, you're on. All right.
I'm gonna go.
Whenever you're ready. Or wherever they're ready, I guess. That was the last exhibit that we were talking about. Yeah. Yeah, y'all be seated when you get to your chairs. Hope everybody had a good lunch.
Our compliments to whoever is selecting the restaurants this week. Good job.
I've been putting that all together myself. You don't see it, but I hop in the back and sandwiches there. All right, y'all ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Remind you, you're still under oath from this morning. All right, Mr. Friedman, whenever you're ready.
Welcome back, Mr. Lumley.
Thanks.
Sir, during the lunch break, did you speak with CNN's lawyers?
I mean, not substantively.
I'm sorry?
I mean, no, we just had lunch.
You just had lunch?
Yeah.
Did you talk with them about your testimony here today?
No, I did not.
Before the break, we were looking at an email that you had sent to Ms. Gowett.
Sure.
And you had asked her for her feedback on the urgent, right?
Yeah.
Corey, can we queue up for limited production PX 211? This was the document we were about to look at before the break, Mr. Lumley. And this is Ms. Gowett's response to you, correct?
Yep.
Your Honor, plaintiffs offer Exhibit 211 into evidence.
And subject to your objection, I'll overrule the objection. I'll admit plaintiff's 211.
Mr. Hagan, with the court's permission, can we publish?
You may.
So Ms. Gowett responds a few hours later, right?
I see it, yes.
November 12th, correct?
Yep.
And she starts off with a LinkedIn link that says, looks like it's Zachary Young, a link to Zachary Young's LinkedIn profile, correct?
I see that, yes.
Cites a news article. She says, puts him in Afghanistan in 2013.
Yeah, and to be precise, that looks divot to that. I think that's a image.
Okay, an image.
On a government sort of DoD website.
And then she says, here's one thought. It is probably seriously expensive to arrange and pay for the informers, fixers, security people, drivers, plane tickets, etc., that it would take to get people out of Afghanistan right now. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And sir, that does not seem to be a controversial statement, that it would be seriously expensive to evacuate from Afghanistan, correct?
Sure.
Correct, right? That's correct?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
And then she says, so the inference, excuse me. So she says the inference running through Alex's story, that these people are just bilking desperate Afghans for their money, might not be fair at all. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And she says, in the story, Zachary Young comes across as being a bit, I think she means bit, but she says but, right? In the story, Zachary Young comes across as being a bit brutal, but he could just be stating facts. This is what it costs. It would be great to talk to well-known groups and ask them what it costs them to get someone out of Afghanistan right now, correct?
I see it, yes.
Sir, you are not the only one who is flagging major issues with this story, correct?
She's asking questions. She's asking some questions about the story, or she's making suggestions on the story. I see there.
And she's saying that, hey, maybe it doesn't say this outright, but the inference running through the story, through Alex's story, that these people are just bilking desperate Afghans for their money, that might not be fair, right?
That's what she said. I mean, two observations of that. I disagree that is the inference running through that story. Also, she is, as I think we saw from the previous email, she was looking at the earlier draft of the story that went out the evening before. She hasn't seen the story that by then I think we're still working on. She's not referring to the story that we published. And she's also, I don't know, but I think she's referring to the words, because she's a digital writer, the written piece. She's referring the draft, the unfinished draft of the written piece that went out. She saw the week before, the night before.
You sent her a link to the video, correct?
That was in the email, sure.
A moment ago, you told me you could not speak for Ms. Trimble, correct?
Sure.
But now you can speak for what Ms. Gowett was speaking about? Why?
Because she knew I was the digital editor, and she knew I was working on the written story. But no, I can't speak for her. That's true. 100% true.
Okay, so you recant that then. You don't know what she was referring to, right?
My guess would be that she's referring to the text, but I do not speak for Nicole Gowett. Absolutely.
And Ms. Gowett, she's a seasoned national security reporter, right? She's an experienced reporter?
Sure, she is.
She has experience covering Afghanistan, right?
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely written stories about Afghanistan. I don't know if she's been to Afghanistan, but yes, she's written stories about Afghanistan, yes.
And she's covered the U.S. withdrawal of Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
She says the inference running through the story that these people are just bilking desperate Afghans for their money might not be fair at all, correct?
She said that. I disagree with her, and I don't think that applies to either the written story or the television story.
Did you listen to General Young testify that Mr. Young's prices are?
Objection. Foundation. Listen here.
I mean, did he listen to him? I think he can answer that, but he wasn't in the courtroom. So
Understood.
Sustain the objection.
Sir, are you aware that this trial is being live streamed?
Yes.
Were you listening to the live stream of the trial at any point in time?
No.
Okay, so Ms. Gallett's email is at 4:21 p.m., right?
I see that, yes.
Corey, can we put up PX 215? It's in evidence. And let's go to the email from 5:57 p.m., which is an hour and a half after you received Ms. Gallett's email that the inference may not be fair, right?
Yeah, I see it, Simon.
And here, you are submitting the proposed final draft of the digital article to Triad, correct?
I see that.
And you say, for Triad, you put the name, some Afghans trying to flee the country face exorbitant costs as Blinken touts success of efforts to help Americans, right?
Yes.
And then you say that the article that you're submitting is a slight recast for digital of the approved reporting from Alex last night, correct?
Yes, indeed.
So the approved reporting was the video that aired yesterday, this is November 12th, at nearly 24 hours ago, right?
Yeah, that's right, yes.
And you're describing the article as a slight recast, correct?
Yeah, those are the words.
And you say it does not include new reporting, right?
Yeah, I don't think it did include new reporting.
You say it's reframed, right?
Yeah.
And includes Blinken from today, and you're speaking about Secretary Blinken, right?
Secretary of State.
He made a statement about Afghanistan that day, right?
Yeah, he said, I forget, he said, they will get all Americans out of the country, yes.
And then you added his comments into the digital article, right?
We included in the story, yes.
And you did a slight reframing, right?
Well, we did a full edit of the story.
It's a slight recast. It's reframed, right?
Yeah, it's an edit of the story.
And you tell people the video was approved by Schenkman from legal, right?
Yes, Drew Schenkman, the lawyer, yep.
Lacey Bordeaux from
The standards department,
Standards Department, and Mr. Hogan from
Row, which is the fact-checking department.
Fact-checking Department.
Yeah.
The three legs of Triad, right?
That's right.
So let me see if I got this straight. This story that you're submitting to Triad is a slight recast of a story that is full of holes like Swiss cheese, right?
Well, I mean, I think that's just basically signaling for them they're familiar with the reporting. I mean, actually, it's reframed, it's edited. The text, it's a different story. It's the same basic reporting that they have seen and they are familiar with. It's a new edit of the story, and they are reviewing it.
It's a slight recast of a story that was full of holes like Swiss cheese, right?
It's a version of the story that I was happy for them to review because it was accurate, it was fair. There was a question that I was interested in answering. We said did Afghans pay? If they paid, would they leave the country? Would they not? And we didn't answer that question, and we said that in the story.
It's a slight recast of an infernal story, right?
I'm sure I use those words, but it's a story that met my high standards for CNN of accuracy and fairness.
It's a slight recast of a story that was a mess, right?
I mean, I think actually, sure. I mean, I said slight recast. It's an edit of a story that we worked on for most of that day, of a story that we stand by. I stand by, and my colleagues stand by.
Slight recast of an incomplete half story, right?
I mean, you can quote those. I use those words.
It's a story that had an unfair inference running through it that may not be true at all, right?
No, it's absolutely, that is not the case. And this is the story that we spent a day working on, and it meets all CNN standards, and we stand by it. I stand behind it.
It's a slight recast of a story that was not ready for prime time, right?
Well, it wasn't ready for prime time how many hours before? Like, I don't know, my math is bad, like 21 hours before. It's ready to go at 5:57.
Slight recast of a story that was 80% emotion and 20% obscured fact?
I didn't use those words.
Is a slight recast of a story that didn't answer a fundamental question?
There was a question I still wanted to answer, sure.
Still hadn't answered it,
I was
right?
interested in answering, sure.
Okay. Isn't it true that this story that you sent to trial still had all these problems?
No, I mean, from a storytelling perspective, I would have liked to have got an answer to that question. We couldn't answer the question at that time. When we do stories, we can't always answer every question that we'd like to. But the key point about this story is that I believed, and my colleagues, the triad, which I don't know if we've discussed how the triad works in this courtroom, is a rigorous process. We take our jobs very seriously. Mr. Marquardt takes his job very seriously.
Your Honor, objection, narrative non-responsive.
Okay. The story was accurate.
Answering the question.
The story was accurate and fair and met our standards.
You still dislike this story a lot, didn't you?
Didn't love the story from a storytelling perspective. Not my favorite story I've ever done. That's true. But it's a fair and accurate story.
You still disliked it a lot, correct?
Sure, from a storytelling perspective, but it's a fair and accurate story.
It was still half a good story, wasn't it?
I would have liked to do more reporting to maybe tell more of the story, but it was a fair and accurate story.
It was a fair and accurate half a good story, right?
It's a fair and accurate story.
Was it a half a good story or not, sir?
It was a fair and accurate story.
Was it half a good story? Yes or no?
It was a story, a fair and accurate story. In an ideal world, we'd have done more reporting to tell more of the story, but it's a fair and accurate story that CNN, and I'm happy to edit. I've been an editor, I've been a journalist for 20 years.
Objection, Your Honor. Okay. Non-responsive narrative response.
Yes, question.
Sir, was it half a good story? Yes or no?
It was a story I would have liked to have done. There's more story that I would have liked to tell, but it was a good story in that sense.
You can't say it today.
I can't say what.
You can't say it's half a good story today on the stand, can you?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you if it's half a good story, and you won't say yes or no. Was it half a good story?
It's a story that I would have liked in an ideal world to have done more reporting on, but we are a team. We all have different opinions. We are all experienced. I slightly disagree with my colleagues on whether there was more story, I think the point was whether we could have done more reporting to tell more of a story. But sure, I mean, if I said half a good story, those are my words. But the key point is, and I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, but it strikes me that the crux of this case is whether our story was defamatory, unfair, and inaccurate.
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative non-responsive. Sir, you really should have carried on and reported it out more, shouldn't you?
No.
You still had too many outstanding questions, didn't you?
If I use those words, I had questions, but sure.
Sir, what do you mean if you use those words? You still had too many outstanding questions, right?
No. By definition, I didn't, because he published the story. So
okay. You still had a major problem with it, right?
I think consistently throughout the process, I was really interested in that particular question that we discussed before.
No, sir. When you submitted this version of the story to triad, you still had a major problem with it, correct?
Not really. I mean, because we couldn't answer my question, so we put in the story what we knew.
Corey, can you push this exhibit to the left side? The submission of the story to triad. Can you blow up 5:57 p.m. for me? The time Mr. Lumley submitted the story to triad. Let's push that off to the side. And can we bring on the right side plaintiff's exhibit 208, which is already in evidence? Mr. Lumley, these are your text messages with Fuzz Hogan, one of the members of Triad that you submitted the story to for approval, correct?
Yes, I see that.
And you see that the time is 10:58 p.m. of the highlighted messages. And when you convert UTC back to DC time, that 10:58 there turns into 5:58 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Objection. Inaccurate. It's 6 hours. He's leading the witness.
Why don't you ask Mr. Lumley, maybe most knowledgeable about what the UTC time would be in East or Eastern?
Oh, you know what? I think he's right, because I think the clocks have changed. Well, I mean, I don't know. When did daylight saving time come in?
November 7, 2021.
It's normally 5 hours, but
Daylight saving times fall back.
and UTC is actually, you know what? I'm not an expert on UTC, but I don't believe.
Sir, you say right here, sorry sent that story. You see it? Right after you sent the story. It's 1 minute later.
I mean, I don't know. I don't remember, but all I can see.
Maybe Mr. Axelrod will come take the stand and testify for us.
All right.
Objection. Move to strike. And we'll take judicial notice of what time it is.
Stop. Either one of y'all testify. If there's an issue we got to resolve on UTC, either resolve it through a witness who's knowledgeable about it, or we'll resolve it some other way.
Sir.
Ask a question now, Mr. Freeman.
So you're knowledgeable in UTC. You're from London, right?
London is on GMT. I can't be. UTC, I think I believe is what UTC is. Then the clocks change in the UK. The clocks like UTC is not the UK. UTC is like universal time. I know. I really don't want to resolve a dispute about the time. I'm an editor at CNN. That's not my area of expertise. But I know the time difference between London and the US is 5 hours for most of the year. Not there's a couple of weeks when it isn't, but.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Axelrod is a good idea. Why don't we take judicial notice of the time change?
I may have it wrong. I don't think I do, but I might.
Do we have some authoritative statement in November of 2021?
5 hours. Mr. Bailey corrects me. It's 5 hours.
All right. So for purposes of this trial, are we all stipulating that there's a 5 hour difference between the UTC time and the Eastern Standard Time?
It changes, Your Honor.
Is it Eastern Standard or Eastern Daylight Time?
It changes, Your Honor, but as of this date, I can tell you because I checked it numerous times, it is 5 hours.
Okay, sure.
So, Mr. Lumley, 5:57, you submit the story to Triad, right?
Yeah, sure.
So before you go on, are we all stipulated there's a 5 hour difference?
After November 7th of 2021, it's 5 hours. Before that, it's, I think, 4 hours.
Okay.
I don't remember when it changes. I'll stipulate that this document is 5 hours back.
For November
12th.
All right.
Ready, Mr. Lumley?
Yeah, sure.
You submit your final version to Triad at 5:57 p.m., correct?
I see that, yes.
1 minute later, you tell Mr. Hogan, one of the members of Triad, that you sent him that story, right?
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
And you then say, I still dislike it a lot, right?
Sure, it's throughout the whole process, it's not been my favorite story. Sure.
Then, sir, 18 minutes later, let's go down, Corey, to 18 minutes later. 18 minutes later, you tell Mr. Hogan that the Alex story is not poetry in any way, right?
I see that, yeah.
You say, I just want to publish something to diffuse some drama, right?
I see that, yes.
I'm sorry.
Do you need a water or anything?
I have one, thank you. I'm sorry.
More important. You say, I just want to publish something to diffuse some drama, right?
Those are my words.
You wouldn't say it today, Mr. Lumley, but then you said, I also think it's half a good story, right?
Sure, those are my words.
Then you say, we should have carried on and reported it out more, right?
Sure.
2 minutes ago, you wouldn't agree with that statement, wouldn't you?
Sure.
But back then you did, right?
I see the words.
Now, Mr. Hogan, he responds, right?
Yes, his words.
He tells you, right, it feels like a good character, but he only got 3/4 of the way to the larger, right?
That's what he said.
TV piece was a good watch, you say, but I have too many outstanding questions. You see that?
I see that.
2 minutes ago, you wouldn't agree with me that you had too many outstanding questions, would you?
I had questions from a storytelling perspective. I did not have I was absolutely fine publishing the story because it met our standards of fairness, of accuracy. I had questions about how we told us and what more we could find out. But it's, in my view, it's not a defamatory story.
Mr. Hogan, one of the members of Triad that approved the digital video and eventually approved your piece, right? Writes back, right. He agrees that it has too many outstanding questions, doesn't he?
He doesn't agree with that from the perspective of approving the story because he approved the story. But also I can't speak for Fuzz Hogan.
I don't understand how those two coexist, sir. How do you know what he's saying if you can't speak for him?
Okay, well, I will not even presume to speak for them then.
Okay, so
I think you spoke to him.
Let's read on the page. You say TV piece was a good watch, but for digital, I have too many outstanding questions. Answer right.
Okay, well, that's what he wrote, and I won't try and interpret that.
He approved it anyways, right?
He did. He approved the story.
Can we scroll down? Oh, sorry, Corey. I lost my place. You say all of this, all of these things, that it's half good story, should have reported it, carried on reporting it out more, that you had too many outstanding questions, that you still had a major problem with it. You say all of that within 20 minutes of submitting the story for final review to Triad, don't you?
That seems to be the case, yes.
Sir, Mr. Hogan isn't the only one that you told that final story is garbage to, correct?
I didn't say it was garbage, but I'm sure. Show me what you're going to show.
Potato.
I didn't use the word garbage. I certainly didn't. I did not use the word garbage.
Sir, you tell Joe Ruiz the same thing, don't you?
I don't remember, so you're going to have to show it to me.
All right. Corey, can we put up PX 200? And let's put it side by side with PX 215 so we can reference it in time. So here on the side, on the left-hand side, we've got 5:57 p.m. is your submission of the story to Triad, right?
I see it, yeah.
And here at 11:06, so 6:06 p.m., you reach out to Joe Ruiz, right? Just 9 minutes after you submitted the story to Triad, right?
Yeah, I see that.
And you tell Mr. Ruiz that you had been fighting with Alex on this mediocre story all afternoon, right?
I see the words, yeah.
Then you tell him it's now in Triad for approval, right?
Yep.
And Mr. Ruiz recognizes your message. He says, okay, right?
Yep.
And now 9 minutes after you submit this final story, you say it's not worth the hassle, to be honest, right?
I see the words.
You say it's half a great story, right?
Yeah, that's my words, sure.
You couldn't say it here today once. You said it twice back then, right?
Yeah, I think I've said that I had a question about the story and it's not the greatest story I've edited. I think I have said that today, actually.
Mr. Ruiz responds to your comments, right?
Yeah.
Thinks it's funny.
Sure.
Well, says, ha ha, in all caps, right?
Okay.
Sir, CNN's malicious journalism just destroyed a man's life, and Mr. Ruiz thinks it's funny, doesn't he?
No, I think he's just. Well, no, do you know, I don't speak for Mr. Ruiz, so I can't interpret that.
We'll ask him. You go on to explain why the story you submitted to Triad for approval is problematic, don't you?
Well, there's my words. I mean,
You say the fact that we don't have the other half is a major problem in my view. Don't you say that?
those are my words.
So the story you submitted to Triad is nearly identical to the final story that's published, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I think so. I don't know. Actually, I don't remember, but I think it's similar.
Would you like to compare them?
I mean, if you want to, but I don't remember a lot of extra edits happening after that.
Corey, can we put on the screen 215, which is the submission to Triad, and 223, which is the final published story. Okay, on the left side, can you scroll down to the story for me, Corey? Your Honor, to expedite our way through here, I have paper copies of 215 to 223. I have copies for you too. Okay, thanks. May I approach? Did Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Why don't you show me the differences, sir?
You're going to have to give me a minute. Are you telling me there are no differences? I don't.
Oh, no, there are some. Would you like me to point them out to you?
I mean, sure, go ahead.
All right. I made a little red line for myself.
Okay.
Can we scroll down here, Corey? In the character here, but in addition to, can you highlight in addition to those Americans? No, Corey, don't zoom in. Just, can you highlight in addition to those Americans? That's new. To see here where it says U.S. Agency for International Development, can you highlight that for me, Corey? In this story, Corey, it just said USAID. See here? Can you highlight that? That's new. There's no guarantee. We go to the Barmata paragraph. The word location is turned to locations. Oop, I lost my place. I stopped before. It's the paragraph that says that's not a lot of information on these folks. Scroll up a little bit. There we go. Here, this paragraph. The word location. Here. This became locations. Can you highlight over here, Corey, bottom paragraph? There it is. Then let's go to the drop off his son became It was drop his sons off. It's now drop off his sons. Can we go to the next page? The words he says are new, Corey. There was a has here, but it was deleted, so I'm going to make a little yellow mark over here after father. Instead of special immigrant interest visas, it became immigrant visas. Withdrawal, what used to be was, it's now is. Let's highlight is. In this paragraph, I think it's a typo on the word LinkedIn was fixed. The word who is here. And this young used to be he. He appears. This word at is added. And Arab UAE got turned into United Arab Emirates. Let's go to the way end of the story. The words Congress, where are we at here? Congress, this used to be a and, it got turned into a to. Says he is added. Instead of he has spent, it's he says he has spent. You get that right, Mr. Lumley?
I wasn't following fast enough, but I have no reason to believe that's not correct.
It's the same story, sir, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mr. Lumley, from the second you saw this story, you knew it was fundamentally flawed, didn't you?
No.
You're the only one in CNN that had a conscience. Isn't that right?
No, I think, sorry, I'm the only person in CNN who has a conscience.
You wanted to do the right thing, didn't you?
The whole of CNN who has a conscience? No, I'm not the only person in the...
You tried to stop the story from being published, didn't you?
I published the story.
So you reached out to so many people, didn't you?
I didn't try to stop the story being published.
Reached out to Mark Hard, Callahan, Trimble, Ruiz, Hogan, Hoffman, Gowett, right?
Oh, sure, we see my communications with them.
None of them listened to you, did they?
No, because I edited a story and worked on a story with Alex Marquardt and my colleagues on the Triad and Mike Callahan and my executive editor Alison Hoffman. I discussed the story with her. We did the story.
You fought to stop this story being published till Alex Marquardt got pissed off at you, and there was drama going on inside of CNN, right?
No, because I wasn't trying to stop the story being published, and I published the story, and I worked with Alex on the story, and we published the story. It's here.
Eventually, sir, you capitulated, didn't you?
No, because I worked on the story, and we put out a story.
You published the story in your own words to diffuse the drama, right?
I did use those words, and some drama was diffused, but that was not why I published the story.
We're under oath here today. You recall that?
I do.
Are you scared you may not have a job if you don't toe a party line?
No.
Will you stand up for the truth now?
Yes.
Will you admit the story should not have been published?
I will not.
Will you look this jury in the eye and tell them that you will publish the same story again?
Yes, I will.
You're not sorry, are you?
Why should I be sorry?
Are you sorry?
No, there's nothing for me to be sorry about.
No further question.
Cross, Mr. Extra.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. So I think Mr. Friedman asked you questions for about an hour and a half or so. Did he ever ask you what your fundamental question was with the first draft of the written article?
I can't remember, to be precise.
Well, tell the jury, what was your fundamental question?
I wanted to know what happened to the subject of this story was desperate Afghans in a really terrible situation after the US withdrew from Afghanistan. They were being quoted very high fees to leave the country. We document that in the story. I wanted to know what happened next, whether people paid those fees and left the country, or indeed paid those fees and didn't leave the country.
If you could just pull the mic a little bit.
I'm sorry, yeah.
In all those comments that Mr. Friedman showed you, at any point, did you say, my problem is the way we treat Zach Young?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't have a problem with the way we treated Zach Young.
Let's say that a little bit louder. Did you have a problem when you got the draft from Alex Marquardt until the time you published it? Did you ever think that there was a problem in the draft with the treatment of Zachary Young?
No, I did not.
Did you ever think there was a problem with the fairness of the story, how it treated Mr. Young?
No.
If you did, would you have raised your hand?
Yes. I mean, I think it's reasonably clear from my communication that I am prepared to raise my hand.
So before we kind of go back to the beginning, Mr. Lumley, how long have you been an editor?
I've been an editor at CNN. I think now it would be 7 years. Been a journalist for 20 years.
When you get a story like you did in this instance, what are you looking for when you're looking at that draft?
I think a good way of explaining it is I'd say I have like 4 criteria for stories we're doing, and they're all related. But is the story newsworthy? Is the story fair? Is the story accurate? And then how are we telling that story? But simply, and I can elaborate more.
Sure. And we'll get into that in a second. So, Mr. Lumley, would you tell the jury where you first started in journalism or reporting? Where did you first start your career?
I did bits of freelancing things, but I basically started my first staff job. I think it was it's a bit scary because it means I'm officially middle-aged. But I started as a staff position as a producer at BBC News, the British Broadcasting Corporation in London in 2005, January 2005.
And are you from the UK?
I am from the UK.
Okay, and how long did you work in the UK in journalism?
I worked for the BBC for I think about 7 years. From 2008, I worked for the BBC some of the time in Washington, which is how I ended up in the United States.
And when did you move to the United States?
2012.
And what job, did you take a new job when you came to the US in 2012?
I took a job with Al Jazeera English in Washington, DC.
And what were you doing there?
I was producing a show part of the time, and for part of the time, I was running the day-to-day news desk, which is basically helping to run the reporters across the United States and Latin America, basically working on the reporting.
And what did you do after that job?
I was senior producer on an NBC News show called Meet the Press, political show.
Meet the Press, that's on Sundays?
Sunday show, exactly.
Chuck Todd?
Yeah, and David Gregory before then.
David Gregory. And how long were you at Meet the Press?
Like two and a bit years, 2.5 years. I can't remember exactly.
And then what came next?
Then I was at CNN as national security editor.
So what do you do as a national security editor?
Well, we're focusing on particular sort of institutions in the US government, the US military, Pentagon, the State Department, the intelligence agencies, and we're also, in a big picture way, looking at US foreign policy, so US's interactions with its allies and with its adversaries.
Now, I think Mr. Friedman asked you a couple questions about this, but you work on the written side of CNN?
I do, yes.
And so fair to say there's the TV side and there's the written side.
Yeah.
And the articles you work on get posted to CNN.com or similar or a related website?
Yeah, CNN.com.
Okay. Have you ever, since you've been at CNN, have you worked on the TV side?
No, I've been a digital editor my time at CNN.
Okay. Is there a difference between reporting stories on TV and reporting stories in a written way?
Yes, it's a different form of storytelling.
And could you just expand on that? What do you mean?
Well,
how do those differences matter?
Well, we're looking at what I'm primarily doing when I'm working with reporters on digital story is we're producing a written article. So like it's a text piece. It's like in the old days it would be a newspaper article, whereas in television you're thinking about the visuals, you're thinking about graphics, you're thinking about. So it's a different form of storytelling. It's the pieces you see on Jake Tapper's show, or and you also will watch on your phone as well. But that's the very basics.
Okay. Do you have more space when you write a written article versus a TV segment?
Generally speaking, yes, because TV pieces tend to be pretty snappy, right?
Snappy?
Depends. It depends. But CNN, like, generally you have more words in a written article, generally.
Mr. Friedman asked you if you had been following this trial, and I think your answer was no.
No.
Were you instructed by me not to follow the trial?
Yes.
Okay. So you wouldn't know what other witnesses were saying?
I don't know what other witnesses have said, no.
Okay. So let's focus on the Afghanistan evacuation stories, okay?
Sure.
Did you have any involvement in the TV segment about Afghan evacuations?
I did not.
Was your involvement solely with the written story?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Friedman asked you some questions. Have you seen the TV story?
I have, yes.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about how the TV story treated Mr. Young?
No.
And would you have raised those concerns if you had had them?
Yes.
Probably to Megan Trimble or somebody else like that, right?
I mean, I would have, if I had real concerns about that, I'd raised them with Alex and Mike. But sure, on the side, sure. Yeah.
Okay. And let me ask you this. I mean, we saw these conversations where you were telling people that you didn't like the written story, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel like CNN is a place where you can voice your opinion?
Of course, yes. I mean, lots of people at CNN have robust opinions, obviously including me.
And we're going to talk about this, but is it the case that everyone working on a story always agrees?
No, we don't always agree, of course.
And so, like, when we saw your conversations with other people complaining about a story that Mr. Marquardt wrote, is that type of back and forth, is that common?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's a place where people are encouraged to have opinions and speak up and discuss our work.
Have you ever been afraid to voice your opinion?
At CNN?
Yeah.
I mean, no, I mean, at no news organization I've worked with have I been afraid to express my opinion.
And were you afraid to voice your opinion about this story?
No.
I think we saw that. Does voicing your opinion, in your opinion, make stories better?
Yes, of course it does. Yes, we're discussing, pressure testing. Just it's a back and forth. It's a very collaborative process.
I mean, Mr. Friedman was asking you questions, and it looks like you did have some back and forth with Mr. Marquardt, right?
Sure, we discussed the story.
Right, and he pushed back on some of the words you wanted to change. You pushed back on some of the words you wanted to change, and do you think it improved the story?
I think so. Yes.
So how did you first become involved in the written story?
The written story. I think I was sent it on the Thursday afternoon at some point.
Okay, so let's look at PX 162, Mr. DeMeza. It's in evidence. And so if you go down just a little bit, you see there's Mr. Callahan's email. I think we've seen a version of this just a little bit. Go down a little bit more. I'm sorry, Mr. Mezzi, yeah. And Mr. Callahan emails some people from the lead show saying, please see another tweet for Triad. So now it's 2:51 on November 11th. Let's go up. And then he sends this to you. So don't go too far. 2:52. Mr. Callahan sends this to you, Mr. Lumley. He said, you and Mr. Phillips. It says, FYI, he is writing digital still and trying to stay close to the script info.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. And you immediately respond about 3 minutes later and say, Matthew, this is your project, right?
Yes, I wrote that.
Why did you say that?
My colleague Matthew Phillips is another editor at CNN, and I thought that he was working on this story.
Okay.
Well, I don't think I need for a fact, but that's why I'm asking.
And then we go up, and Mr. Phillips says, guys, I do not have the bandwidth to handle this. If I'm going to come into it, I can't get looped in on an email like 2 hours before something is set to air on TV. This should have been synced earlier. If that is the bosses care about this for digital. You see that?
I see that.
Okay. So was the idea originally to publish a article at the same time that the TV segment got published?
I don't know for a fact, but I think that was an aspiration.
That was the aspiration?
I think that was an aspiration, Sean.
Okay. So when you got these emails, was it your understanding that you were going to be the editor working on the digital story?
When I first got it, I wasn't sure. That's why I was asking Matthew.
Okay. So let's put up PX 161, which is what a Slack exchange Mr. Friedman showed you.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
And if you can blow that up, Mr. Demeza. And this is 11:11 UTC, which I now know is 5 hours ahead. So if you go all the way down to 9:45 p.m., which would be 4:45 p.m. Yeah. See, Mr. Lovely, you're right. I have sent back edits and a fundamental question about the whole story I don't understand from Alex's right and the TV script.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
Well, I've sent back some edits to the initial version of the story, but I'm referring to my question that we discussed earlier about whether Afghans paid operators, whoever they might be, and were evacuated from the country or indeed weren't.
Why did you want to know that?
Because I think that's, as an editor, and I read the story, hopefully with the eyes of our audience, I wanted to know what happened next, because I think that would be really compelling and really interesting to know the answer to.
Okay. If we go to the next page, Mr. Demeza, your Slack exchange continues with Mr. Phillips. Mr. Demeza, if you can go to 9:48 p.m. Yeah, a little bit lower, Yep. And so Mr. Phillips says, actually, just leave it. You say basically it's about people being charged tens of thousands of dollars to get out of the country. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did you think that's what the story was about?
Yeah, I mean, it's about, I think it sticks very close to, because Mr. Friedman gave me the story. There's, some Afghans trying to flee the country face exorbitant costs to leave the country. That's what the story was about. Absolutely.
And Mr. Phillips responded to you, yeah, it's a good piece.
Yeah.
If we go to the next page, if you could blow up Mr. Lumley's comment at 11:14, then going down. Yep. After the OI. You say we are pausing it for digital. And I think this was a kind of bit of a confusion between you and Mr. Friedman, whether it was pausing it for digital or pausing it for TV. What do you mean when you say we're pausing it for digital?
I think when we say digital, we mean the written text. So yes, I mean the text, the process for the text article.
Did you have any role in the decision of whether to pause it or not for TV?
Oh, no, I did not. No.
Did you ever tell anyone on the TV side, we should pause this, stop, don't do it?
No.
Okay. Did you think that needed to happen?
No.
Okay. You say, we're pausing it for digital. My fundamental question is not answered, but on TV, it's less of a problem. Why is it less of a problem on TV?
I think I'd watched the piece there, and as I watched it, it was interesting. It sped along. It was good storytelling. It wasn't a story that was jumping out at me as much. Still something I'm interested in, but yeah, I think that's what I meant.
Mr. Phillips responds, something that could have been avoided if we had been brought into the process. What did you understand Mr. Phillips to be saying to you?
I think he's expressing a view that I shared, that it would have been good for a digital editor to be involved in the process of the story more fulsomely as it was being worked on, or as it was pitched. I don't know exactly how involved or not Mr. Phillips has been, but yeah, I think we have a similar view.
Okay. And then Mr. Phillips says, did the TV hit air? What's a TV hit?
TV hit is just a spot on TV, like could be a report, it could be a package, a video piece running, or it could be a reporter coming up from wherever in the world, LA with the fires, just doing some reporting on air.
At any point in this exchange with Mr. Phillips, do you raise a concern about the treatment of Mr. Young?
I do not.
Okay. I asked you a little bit about this before. So you're saying, I think what you're saying, and tell me if I got it wrong, is that you wanted more at the end of the story. You wanted to know what happened to these people who paid or didn't pay, right?
Yes, that is. I would have definitely liked to have been able to tell that story.
Do you ever, in other instances, have unanswered questions at the end of the story?
I think most stories we publish, there's going to be unanswered questions. We're not writing history books. We are. So yes, frequently we cannot answer every question. I was very interested in the answer to that question. I don't think my colleagues were not interested in the answer to it. I think they felt they got far enough to do a story that they really, really stood by. I would have liked to tried hard, but I think they probably tried. So we didn't all 100% agree. But Alex Marquardt is a very, very accomplished reporter. Mike Callahan is a very, very accomplished producer with very good judgment. So yeah, we kind of disagreed a bit, but we did not disagree about the fairness of the story.
So does the fact that the story doesn't contain a piece at the end that you wanted it to include, does that mean that the story is wrong?
No.
Does it mean the story is unfair?
No.
And again, up until this point on Thursday afternoon, you had no involvement with the story, correct?
I had not been involved with the story.
You could put up PX 218, please, which is in evidence. And I want to try to explain something to the jury that I think was missed. If you look at the bottom, Mr. Lumley, there's an email from Michael Callahan at 8:26 p.m. That goes out to CNN Political Plus and a bunch of other, it looks like listservs. And it says CNN Alert, or it says CNNI Alert. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Will you explain to the jury what this is?
It's an email going to various, distribution lists. Listservs is probably the technical term of CNN employees, and it's showing the details for the package and some text of the story.
So this is, the date of this is November 11th at 8:26 p.m. Does this mean that the digital story, sorry, I keep saying digital. Does this mean that the article got published at this point?
No, it doesn't. In fact, that's part of the discussion I had, that this is not the article that was published, the written article that was published.
This is just an internal story that gets sent around CNN?
Yeah.
So if we go up on this chain, okay, you see, you sent an email at 9:05 p.m. You see that? Yeah, it's kind of stuck in the middle, Mr. Meza. Yeah, you have to, it's like the second line down under desperate Afghans. There it is. And you say, it's hard to tell who you're sending this to, but he says, Megan told me you guys already had quite a night. Do you know what you're referring to there?
I can't remember. It was something else Megan was dealing with.
Then you're right. But to add to the fun, I just wanted to note that Mike messaged me to say that he and Alex put this infernal story through Triad and he sent it out. What does that mean? What's the infernal story that you're referring to here?
It's the Afghanistan. The Afghanistan reporting about Afghans being charged exorbitant fees to leave the country.
But is it the alert that went out?
It's that text. I think it's that text below in the email.
Right. It's not, just to be very clear for the street, nothing got published in a written form on November 11th, correct?
No, it was. I think it was published on the Saturday, but we finished working on it late on the Friday.
So when you wrote, he and Alex put this infernal story through Triad and he sent it out, you're not talking about publishing it. You're talking about sending it through CNN, right?
Sending it out to CNN listservs.
Okay. And you then write, obviously this isn't how it's meant to work, and I would suggest that it's still very much not ready for prime time. And so just to be very clear, this is on the night of November 11th. The story doesn't get published for another 2 days, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So when you say it's not ready for prime time, what are you saying?
I'm just saying that the written version of the story isn't ready. We haven't finished working on it.
You go on to say, I think they've taken some of my suggestions, but they've obviously ignored others and added some rather strange language, including a clumsy top with a weird echo in the first and second paragraphs. Do you see that? What does that mean?
I mean, I didn't like the way it was written at the top of the story. I think there was some repetitive, like literally repetitive language in 2 paragraphs. I didn't love the way it had been written.
So this is a critique about the writing?
It's critique about the writing and storytelling, yes.
Then you say, I still have my fundamental issue, and you seem to say that a lot.
I do.
That it's not clear from the story whether anyone who pays these people ever gets out of the country or it's still a con. Do you see that?
Yeah. All a con. Yeah.
And you don't mention Zachary Young's name anywhere there, do you?
No, I don't remember. I'm not sure I ever mentioned his name, but anyway, I certainly don't know.
You then say, so this will need another edit and go back into Triad. I'm not proposing to do that tonight. I might even argue that it's pretty flawed and we should consider foregoing the right and just having the video program. What do you mean by that?
I mean, that was, yeah, we should, whether the story should just stand as a video, and then we had subsequent discussions and we went ahead with the right.
Right. So you don't at any point in this exchange complain about the video segment, correct?
No, I do not.
You're complaining about the draft that was sent to you on November 11th, correct?
I'm complaining about the draft, and I'm a little bit grumpy with my colleagues for sending it out late at night when I'm putting my kids to bed. But sure, but yes, that's basically it.
And then I think that, one second. At some point, Mr. Friedman showed you an email where you sent an email to Zach Wade. Do you recall that?
Zach Wade, yes.
And you sent, I think you sent him the video, right?
Yeah.
Or you're like cueing him into the video or something like that?
Yeah, because I think it was the beginning of the day, and I just, there's going to be meetings. It's a inevitable meeting. The story might mention, so he knows where it is basically, and what the status of the digital story is.
Why would you send that video to Zach Wade?
Because he's the guy who's putting the stories on the website, so I want him to be aware that there's a video that he can program. When I say program, that just means, it's all this really tedious technical language I find tedious, but it's program means just put a story on the website so you can view it on CNN.com or the CNN app or on your phone.
And you never said to him, don't publish this video, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. If you can take that down and put up PX 217 that Mr. Friedman showed you. And this is your Slack communication with Megan Trimble. You recall this?
I do, yes, and I think we've shown part of it earlier.
Megan Trimble's another digital editor.
She's the evening digital editor.
Okay. Did Megan Trimble have anything to do with the work on the Afghanistan stories?
No.
Okay. So when you sent her the draft alert and she read it, that was the first time she had seen it?
I believe, yes, I believe so. I can't speak for her, but yes, I believe so.
So at the very top of this, you write, if you could just blow that up, the very top line, Mr. Meza. Thanks. So Mike just messaged me to say they put the story through Triad and sent it out. And again, just to be very clear, this is 1:30 a.m. on the 12th, which means 5 hours earlier. It's like 8:33 p.m. on the 11th.
Yes.
No story got published on the 11th, correct?
No story got published on no written story got published on the 11th.
Correct. And if we go down, Mr. Lumley, yeah, I want to grab all those comments from Mr. Lumley right there. Thank you. You said, I'm looking at it now. They have included some strange language. The first and second graph echo in a weird way. I can see it includes some of what I did. I think we need Allison to take a view. It can't go exactly like that. So what are you saying here?
I'm saying to Megan, because she was on those listservs that from the email that we saw, whichever, not long ago. I'm just saying, I don't want her to deal with it. I don't want her to worry about it. I'm dealing with it, and and we're not dealing with that tonight. And what was sent in terms of the text was not something I wanted to publish at that time.
Okay. If we can go down, Mr. DeMeza, to Mr. Lumley's comment at 152. Yeah, it's right above the black, right? Go down a little bit. Yep, right there. All right, and you say you are not dealing with this. I think you've had enough tonight from the sound of it. What do you mean by that?
I can't remember, but Megan's a friend and a colleague, and I think she'd just been having a very busy evening, and this was this is my story. I'm dealing with it.
Okay. And if we go down, Mr. Rose, if you can just kind of go slowly down, you see there's some black boxes covering up some other stuff. Do you know if this is related to something else?
I believe it would be, yes.
And go to the third page, please. Just keep going, yeah, and grab Mr. Lumley's text. Yeah, right there. Thank you. And you tell Ms. Trimble, I know you're busy, but tell me if I'm wrong. I think the Alex's story is a mess. More of a mess than the edits I sent back. I just want it to live as a TV piece and they can program the video. And just what do you mean by that?
I think I'm saying that I'm very grumpy, but I think I'm basically saying that at that stage, the good TV piece, they could put that on the website, and I'm not loving the digital right and the right. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying basically.
Okay. Let's go to page 4. Just grab the very top. And you're right, but the story is full of holes like Swiss cheese. Mr. Friedman didn't ask you what you meant by that, but I will. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm throughout this whole process very interested in telling that next part of the story about what's happening in Afghanistan, whether people are being evacuated if they pay these large amounts of money. I think that was my, I mean, it's imprecise language. I think it's really one particular hole I'm particularly interested in. But I didn't love the writing. I didn't love, but that's my major question.
Okay, and Mr. Friedman asked you this. I think some comments about mediocre story, half a story, still dislike it a lot. At the end of the day, did you edit the story with Mr. Marquardt on the 12th?
Yes, I did.
At the end of the day, did you end up liking the story?
I think it's pretty clear that I did not love the story. No, I didn't. I mean, I didn't particularly like the story.
Is that uncommon that you work on a story and you don't particularly love it?
No, it's not. It's it happens. Like, I think, put it this way, as I said before, there's like 4 criteria for a story. Is it newsworthy? And I can apply this story. Is it newsworthy? Yes, I think it is newsworthy. We've been doing a lot of reporting on the really desperate and terrible situation in Afghanistan. We've done a lot of reporting on some of the political decision making that came to do that. I mean, I'm an editor, so I like some of the perceived blunders by the Biden administration, particularly the State Department. And it's a good pursuit to find out what's happening with Afghans who are in a terrible situation. So definitely newsworthy. Then my criteria, so newsworthy. Is it newsworthy? Yes, it's a newsworthy story. 2, is the story factually correct? Yes, our story is factually correct, and we put it for our fact check. 3, was it fair? Yes, I believe it was fair, and we submitted it to our standards department, who look at a few things, but I think the primary thing they are looking at is whether a story is fair. Okay, then my 4th thing that I'm interested in, I'm an editor. And even when I was a TV producer, we are working on storytelling. I want to tell the best stories as long as I meet those criteria. And I would say also the most fundamental criteria, everyone has to agree that a story is fair. Everyone has to agree that story is factually correct. We're not always going to agree on how good the storytelling is. And I wanted to tell more of a story. I think my colleagues were probably saying that it was difficult to answer my question. I would have liked to have gone a little bit longer and tried to answer that question. Then I think we would have had a better story. But we kind of disagreed, and I didn't love it. But I'm never going to publish a story that is, I believe, is factually incorrect or unfair. That's a red line for me and my colleagues at CNN. So, story was newsworthy, story was fair, story was accurate. I didn't love the storytelling as much as some of my colleagues.
Now, Mr. Freeman did this really dramatic thing where he said, "You're telling this jury that you're going to tell the truth." Are you telling the truth?
Yes.
Has anyone from CNN told you that your employment is going to be affected if you don't tell this jury a certain story?
Absolutely not.
Are you telling the truth?
Yes, I am.
Would you tell this jury if you thought that this story was unfair to Zachary Young?
Yes, I would.
Do you think it's unfair to Zachary Young?
No.
Do you think it's factually inaccurate as to Zachary Young?
No.
At any point in this lead up to publishing the article, did you ever raise a criticism of the way it treated Zachary Young?
I did not.
So if we can, Mr. Isaac, can you put up DX 195 just for Mr. Lumley? And Mr. Lumley, is this something that you've seen before?
Yeah, I think I've seen it. I think this is the story with juxtaposition. That seems like the wrong use of language, but it's the final version of the story juxtaposed with the earlier version of the story. So it basically shows the edits that Alex and I worked on together.
Your Honor, I would propose to show the jury this as a demonstrative.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I publish
it as a demonstrative and it's not admitted into evidence?
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Lumley, I'm showing you what it's called a demonstrative, but what this is a red line comparing the final story that was published on the 13th with the first draft of the story that you got from Mr. Mark Ward. Do you understand that?
I understand that, yes.
Apologize. Do you have a copy for me? I'm sure we do. I know we sent you one already. We sent it to you a couple times. We'll give you another one. I think it's 195, Mr. Domestic. SPX. Do you want to send it? I can try to pull it up. I sent it 2 weeks ago. It's DX what? 195. Oh yeah, that's the binder that we gave you. Yeah, that's the one we were looking for. Got it. There you go. There you go. All right. So, Mr. Lumley, what is the text in red?
I think that's the edited version of the text.
Those are the changes that were...
The changes that were made by Alex and myself and probably Triad as well. They might have had some suggestions as well.
Yeah, these are all the changes that were made between the final article and the first draft. And the crossouts, do you know what those are?
It looks like, I guess, maybe those are ads that were made but then were struck.
Were struck, yeah. So if you look at the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs, it looks like it was almost completely rewritten. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it was changed.
Right. It was changed a lot.
Sure.
And you can see that you've edited or edits have been made to get rid of that echoing issue that I think you raised a couple of times, correct?
Yes.
Then if we go down to the 6th paragraph, the Western Afghanistan paragraph changed a little bit. And then let's keep going down. And then it looks like a bunch of stuff was struck. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay, so changes there. Looks like more language is added there. I think CNN is not naming the Afghans seeking to flee and has omitted several other details for their safety. Do you recall that?
I see that, yeah.
Okay. Let's go to the next page. There's no guarantee that Mr. Friedman showed you that was added before.
Yep.
And then let's go down to this section. It looks like a bunch of changes were made to add some detail in this section. You see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. And then we get to Mr. Young. And it says, like the young Afghan American in California, the father has tried multiple avenues. On LinkedIn, he spotted posts by Zach Young, who repeatedly advertised evacuations from Afghanistan, promising this week we can deliver. And then it contains new text. Young appears to have at least recently spent time in Austria, communicating on an Austrian number, and met someone in Vienna who CNN spoke with.
Yeah.
Do you know who added that text?
I think that was me.
Why did you add that?
I was curious, and I think our readers will be curious just to know just a little bit more about who Mr. Young was. I don't think we had a lot we could report, but, was he based in Afghanistan? Very unlikely, he's based, well, what we knew is that's what we knew about Mr. Young, just a bit of extra details. It's storytelling.
It's storytelling. You were trying to add details for the reader, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, go to the next page. And then you see there's just some edits there.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a paragraph that's struck out. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And it says, Young did not respond to the father's outreach and stopped engaging with another person when he said he didn't have a sponsor. When an American activist repeatedly pressed Young on the math behind the high prices, he called her a spiteful bee and eventually told her to F off. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And was that struck from the final story?
Yes, it was.
Do you know why?
I honestly can't remember it may have been in Triad. I guess an observation I think I would make is that if Alex and CNN were out to portray Mr. Young and deliberately trying to make Mr. Young look bad, we would have put that in the story, and we didn't.
Now there's something I really want you to focus on. CNN has not confirmed whether these operators charging the high fees have successfully evacuated anyone who paid to exit the country, as Young claims. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Who added that?
I think that was probably me. And that was because that was the question that I was interested in answering. And I think it's important that we're clear with our audience sometimes about what we don't know or what we can't answer. It's good journalism. We want to be transparent.
So you added that extra sentence because you wanted to be transparent, right?
Yes.
You wanted to tell the reader more?
Yes.
You wanted to tell them CNN didn't know the answer to your fundamental question, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a couple more edits, and you can take that down, Mr. Nemex. And if we could put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 223, which is the article. And you've seen this before, Mr. Lumley, the final article? You can just keep it there, Mr. Demeza. So you were the editor on this story, correct?
I was, yes.
And you raised concerns about earlier drafts of this article, correct?
Yes.
And even at the end, you called it a mediocre story and you didn't really like it a lot, right?
As I said, I seem to have developed my 4 tenets of Tom's journalism. I didn't like it on number 4. I didn't love storytelling.
Okay. At the end of the day, on November 13th, you edited it November 12th, you got it November 11th, but on November 13th, you said, okay, we can publish this, right?
Yes, I did.
Did it meet your standards?
Yes, it did.
Did it meet your standard for fairness
Yes, it did.
and for accuracy?
Yes.
And I've asked you this a bunch, but I think it's really fundamental. If you had concerns about the treatment of Zachary Young, would it have been okay with you to publish this?
It would not have been okay for it to publish if I had concerns about its treatment of Mr. Young.
Do you know what sensationalized journalism is?
Sure.
Okay. Is this a piece of sensationalized journalism?
No, it is not.
Okay, let's look at the headline. Some Afghans trying to flee country face exorbitant costs as Blinken touts successive efforts to help Americans. Seems like a mouthful, right?
It is a bit of a mouthful, actually, but yeah.
Sorry, I'm not criticizing.
Yeah.
But does this look like sensationalized journalism?
No, it does not.
Is Mr. Young mentioned in the headline?
No, he is not.
Does it mention an ex-CIA operator bilking people to get them out of Afghanistan?
No, it does not.
Would you have ever signed off on a sensationalized piece of journalism?
No.
Do you stand by the story as it was published?
I do stand by the story as it was published.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Sir, Mr. Axelrod just asked you a few questions, and he opened, I believe, with, can you describe today what was your fundamental question? Do you recall when he asked that?
Yes.
And I believe you said your fundamental question wasn't that you were concerned about Zachary Young or anything like that, right?
I think I said the question was that I wanted to know what happened to the people who paid money and whether they. I mean, that's what I said. I don't think I mentioned Mr. Young.
Corey, can you bring up PX 218 for me? Let's go to the email at 9:05. Evidence, Your Honor. Can we zoom in on Mr. Lumley's email? And that I still have my fundamental issue that it's not clear from the story whether anyone who pays these people ever gets out of the country or if it's all a con.
I see that, yeah.
So put aside what you said today from Mr. Axelrod. At the time, sir, your fundamental question was whether the people are paying are actually getting out or just getting conned. That was your unanswered fundamental question, correct?
I think it's a very similar question.
Okay. Or you can take that down. Sir, you also testified just a moment ago that it's common to have the sorts of discussions we saw today at CNN. Do you recall that?
Yeah, we have robust discussions about our reporting, yes.
And do you commonly call stories half stories?
I commonly probably raise issues with stories, sure.
Are you commonly surprised that Triad has approved stories?
I don't remember. I don't think I use that language all the time, sure.
Not common.
Not common, but I think I also explained that actually I understand why Triad approved the story, and as I've said, I stand by the story that I edited, and I was happy with the process, so sure. I mean, my words are my words. I can't, I said those things, sure.
Now, Mr. Axelrod asked you some questions about Megan, was it Trimble?
Yeah.
And I think you said she had nothing to do with the story before you messaged her, right?
No, she wasn't working on the story, no.
So that means that when she received the first story from you, the first time she read it, it was a unbiased opinion on it, right?
Sure.
Corey, can you bring up PX 217 for me? You scroll down to Ms. Trimble's comments about the story. So totally, yeah, I was reading it and it still needs work. Let's keep going down. Keep going. Let me zoom out a little bit, Corey, so we can get down faster. I think it's farther down, Corey. We can get down faster. I think it's farther down, Corey. All right, here we go. So, unbiased Megan Trimble reads the story and tells you, when you say, I know you're busy, but tell me if I'm wrong. I think the Alex story is a mess.
Mm-hmm.
She responds, no, it's messy. I'd tell you if I thought we should put it up, but it has some very sweeping claims up top without details clearly showing what's going on, right?
Yeah, I see those words.
And then she says, you say, we can't say whether these people are con artists or not. Sir, at this point, the story only named Zachary Young, isn't that right?
Yeah, it only names Zachary Young, but it features and quotes other people who are being quoted large amounts of money. I'm not sure, and not all of them by Zachary Young. So
1 moment ago, Mr. Axelrod asked you under oath whether you ever raised an issue about whether this was unfair to Mr. Young. You said no. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And here we're looking at a message from you on November 12th where you are raising an issue about Mr. Young. We can't say whether these people, that's Mr. Young, are con artists or not. Isn't that true?
no, and I have the story in front of me. We're talking about Afghans who are desperately quoting.
Oh, the Afghans are, you're not sure whether the Afghans are.
No, the people who are being quoted by operators.
Oh,
I'm not concerned about the treatment of Mr. Young, and also that's a storytelling question. That's not an accuracy and fairness question.
Let's break this down one by one. Who you're concerned about and whether it's a storytelling question or not, okay? Let's start with the first question. Who are these people? The operators? You say we can't tell whether these people are con artists or not, correct?
Those are the words.
And who are these people in your statement? The operators, right?
Sure.
And who, sir, is the only operator that was named in your draft story and in your published story?
The only one named is Zachary Young.
So you lied to us a moment ago, right?
No, I did not lie to you. I did not lie to you.
Let's go back to the unbiased Megan Trimble. Exactly. Like I'm reading this and not getting a real sense of what the deal with these flights are. She writes, it's hung up on one source / anecdote. Do you see that?
Yeah, I actually don't.
If you saw that.
Okay, yes, I saw that, sorry.
Now, thank you, Corey. You can take that down. We looked a moment ago at the story you submitted to Triad and then the final published version. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And we said there's no real difference between the two, correct?
Yeah, it was close, yeah.
And then we looked at all of your comments criticizing the final version that went to Triad and was published, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mr. Axelrod showed us a different red line. He showed us a red line, a demonstrative, that took the first draft of the story and compared it to the final one, right?
Right.
All right, let's take a look at that again. Corey, do you have DX195? Let's see what's really different here. You add a title. Some Afghans trying to flee the country face exorbitant costs as Blinken touts successive efforts to help Americans, right?
Yeah, sure.
You strike out with the Taliban solidifying control in Afghanistan and conditions steadily worsening, and you replace it with a statement saying Afghans, desperate to flee the country, increasingly having to negotiate with private operators like Mr. Young?
Mr. Young was, I guess, was a private operator, sure.
You know he didn't actually take any money from an Afghan ever, right?
I don't know, no.
Court has found that already.
Okay, but I haven't been following the trial, so.
Okay, so you add in that Afghans desperate to flee the country increasingly have to negotiate with private operators charging exorbitant sums. So you're talking about an interaction between an Afghan and a private operator, correct? Where money is exchanging hands, correct?
I mean, those are the words that changes the story, sure. You're showing me, sure.
Then you quote Secretary of State Anthony Blinken's statement that he offered that day, right?
I see that, yeah.
And you put in the statement that fewer than 100 American citizens, right? And then you added another paragraph. But in addition to those Americans, there are countless Afghans, including thousands who work for or aided the United States, believe they are in danger of being targeted by Taliban, who are frantically trying to leave, right? You are building the desperation of these individuals who are supposed to be negotiating with private operators, aren't you?
We're telling the story of our reporting, sure.
I agree. Then you say the increased sense of desperation and limited space on evacuation routes have fostered a private market with private operators demanding exorbitant amounts, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars, to transport people outside the country by different means and routes with no guarantee of success, right? The operators include individuals and groups, but you don't name anyone, do you?
No, I mean, this is our reporting, sure.
Let's look at the rest of your edits. Scroll up for me, Corey. You change USAID, you change individuals to people. Here you strike some details about the total amount being 10,000 per person to 100,000, but you just put it right back in on the bottom, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
And then you strike the thing about the Biden administration because that was an echo of Secretary Blinken's stuff on the top, right?
I can't remember exactly why we changed that, but sure, you're showing me.
Okay. Then you add in CNN is not naming the Afghans seeking to flee, because this is a story about people charging Afghans, people negotiating with Afghans negotiating with private operators, right?
I mean, no, we're not naming the Afghans for their safety. So that's another example of us explaining what we're doing to the reader.
Can we scroll down, please, a little bit? You have some additional stylistic edits, continue switches to take off. Thousands more Afghans want to leave, and many, you add in this, right? Many are turning to potentially unscrupulous operators. You added that, right?
We added it. I don't know who added it, but sure, we see that.
Mm-hmm. And the potentially unscrupulous operators, who's the only potentially unscrupulous operator that you name in this article, Mr. Lemon?
I think if we were really wanting to say that Mr. Young was an example of this unscrupulous stuff, we'd have included. We didn't.
Let him answer and see if he's responsive.
I think what you're saying is, I think if we wanted to say, If we wanted to say outright, Mr. Young was an unscrupulous operator, he would have been up the story there. He's not, he's down the story.
So that's why this is a defamation by implication case too. You didn't say it exactly in this particular sentence, but you implied it, didn't you?
I don't think so in this text, no.
I'm going to ask you again, sir. Who is the only potentially unscrupulous operator that you named in this article?
Zachary Young is the operator we mentioned in this article, and we quote Mr. Young. But yes, he's mentioned in the article, sure.
Not my question, sir. My question is, who is the only potentially unscrupulous operator that you named in this article?
The only operator we named in the article was Mr. Zachary Young.
The only unscrupulous operator you named in the article was also Zachary Young, correct?
The only operator we named in the article was Mr. Young.
Again, you can't say it this wrongly, can you?
I can't say it.
So say it. The only unscrupulous operator you named in the article was Mr. Young.
No, the only operator we named in the article was Mr. Young.
Okay. Then you add in, there's no guarantee, right?
Right.
So could anybody guarantee an evacuation out of Afghanistan?
No, but that's, sure, but that's.
Some more stylistic edits. You strike the word that. I'm not sure why location is. Oh, you change location to locations. You switch the location of the word off. You added some more detail about the long-time contractor who can't get out of Afghanistan. You add something about a recommendation letter. You changed, he had just to last week. You changed interest to immigrant. Instead of withdrawal, the American help has dried up, you said is no longer help, right?
Right, sure. I mean, we've got the red line showing the edits.
Right. And you add another sentence about spokesperson since August, talking about thousands of SIV applications have been submitted. So you're talking about how many people are trying to get out, right?
Yeah, the SIV applicants, yeah.
All right, then you quote the State Department official about talking about how he's trying to expedite getting people out, right?
Yeah.
Then you get down to Mr. Young, right?
I see it, yeah.
And you decide that it would be nice to tell the world where the unscrupulous operator who's bilking desperate Afghans is located and residing, right? Maybe, right?
Yeah, but not, we didn't know, because we're not saying, we're saying Young appears to have recently, we did not write Young who appears to be bilking desperate. So no, but we did add those words, but we did not, we didn't have the words you just said, but sure.
In case the authorities in Austria maybe wanted to look him up, they could know he had just been there, right?
I mean, that's kind of a ludicrous reading of why we added that language. We added that language because our audience would be interested where Mr. Young was located. And
that is less ludicrous to you.
You suggested that I was the person who had massive problems and reservations about the story, and now you're suggesting I was rewriting the story to impeach your client.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I did suggest you had massive reservations. You did, sir, but you eventually capitulated to the gods of media over here, didn't you?
The gods of media?
Yeah, you just
gods of media? Sorry, who are the gods of media?
Your bosses at CNN that are employing you right now. They put pressure on you. You wanted to diffuse the drama, and you eventually went all in, didn't you?
The gods of media. I'm sorry, I just find that a little, with all due respect, because I'm sure you're a very good lawyer, that's silly. I didn't capitulate to anyone. My bosses at CNN are not gods. They are journalists, they are managers, and they are people that I respect.
Then why did you put aside your morals and publish the story?
Objection, Your Honor. It's argumentative. Suspect. You don't have to insult the witness to ask a question. That's not.
And you add, that's how economics work, right?
It's a subhead. It's a quote from Mr. Young. Sure.
Let's scroll up. You change the word E to Young, UAE to United Arab Emirates, call to set. You strike out the fact that Mr. Young wouldn't engage with people if they didn't have a sponsor. Young did not respond to the father's outreach and stopped engaging with another person when he said he didn't have a sponsor. You struck it out, right?
Yeah, as I said, and also the.
We'll get there now. We'll get there next.
That was struck out. It may have been triad, but sure, we struck it out.
Then you struck out the profanity in the next sentence, right?
Sure.
In accordance with CNN standards and policies that don't allow profanity unless necessary for the story, correct?
I don't remember exactly. I actually think that was triad, but sure, it was struck out. We will use profanity if it's germane to the story.
And now you plugged all the Swiss cheese holes by putting in the sentence, CNN has not confirmed whether these operators charging the high fees have successfully evacuated anyone who paid to exit the country, and you tack on as Young language, correct?
We added that line, sure.
Some more stylistic edits? Right?
Sorry, you carry on, yeah, sure.
And then you added that Katie Bo Williams, now Katie Bo Lillis, contributed to the report, right?
Yeah, because she contributed reporting to the report, sure.
So we have now covered all the changes from start to finish, correct?
Sure.
This is what you called in your email to Triad a slight recast of the digital story, sir, correct?
Sure, those are the words, sure.
And am I to understand that these slight recast edits are what changed the story from being a mess, being not easily salvageable, to being an incomplete story, from a half story, from an infernal story, from not being ready for prime time, for being holes like Swiss cheese, from being 80% emotion and 20% obscured fact, into good journalism?
We edited the story and we published the story, as I've said numerous times, met our CNN standards.
No further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you've got a question for Mr. Lumley, go ahead and jot them down. In either case, tear a page out of your notepad, either have your questions submitted or just a blank page, fold them over and pass them to the bailiff. And while we're waiting on that, court reporter, you want to come around the sidebar, counsel? You ready? All right. There were no juror questions for Mr. Lumley, so you're free to step down. Plaintiff's got another video deposition to play. That's somewhere in 30 to 40 minutes. It's about 2:37 right now. Do you all want to take a break before that, or do you want to take a break after the video?
I'm told it's 50 minutes. I thought
50. Does that change your opinions? Take a break? All right, then let's go ahead and take a break before we play the video. Remember all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule, do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers about anything having to do with the trial. Except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of the rules at all, please notify court personnel. If you do use your phones or electronic devices during the break, please make sure they're turned off before we come back to the courtroom, and just leave your notepads in the folders on your chairs. And let's come back at 10 till 3. All right, so just be back in the juror lounge 10 till 3. All right, we'll be in recess till then. All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Anything we need to address, Mr. Freeman?
not the plan.
Mr. Ashworth?
There you go.
All right, see you back in 10.
Moving to evidence, interrogatory responses or requests for admission answer. I don't remember what they are. And then there's a few other documents that we're hoping CNN will stipulate to, and if not, we will call Mr. Levine as CNN's corporate rep together.
Have you? Did you show them?
We're sending over the list right now, and then they'll have an hour to look at them while we deal with things.
Okay. All right, that would get us right to about 4, and then you're resting at that point. You got a witness to put on this afternoon?
We have 2 experts ready to go. Though I think we'll get through 1. I would prefer not to sandwich 1 because I don't think we'll get through 2. So that may mean ending early, but I'm probably being optimistic anyway.
All right, well, I was just going to say we want to send them home early. I'm presuming you probably got some motions to make. If we can get them on and we can get done in an hour, maybe we can do that, and then we can argue the motions after that. I don't know what you prefer. I mean, I'll preserve your rights at the close of their case, even if you start yours. So I don't know how you want to do that best.
My preference to use time, because we still have, by my count, 6 witnesses we need to get on, would be to get our expert on, preserve our rights, argue it, send the jury home, argue it after the end of the evidence day. So then tomorrow we only have 4.
Or 4.
Well, 4 or 5.
Okay. All right. You good with that?
Yep.
All right. Well, then that's what I'll plan. After you rest, I'll note on the record that we'll address motions later and you're reserving or preserving your rights. And then we can get your witness on. So I guess have them ready to go in about an hour.
They're here.
Oh, there. Okay.
They're here.
All right. And we'll get the jurors back. All right. Yeah, I'll be seated when you get back to your chairs. All right, Mr. Freeman, who would the plaintiff call next?
Your Honor, plaintiffs call Mr. Adam Levine by deposition designation.
All right, members of the jury, the sworn testimony of Adam Levine given before trial will now be presented. You are to consider and weigh this testimony as you would any other evidence in the case. All right, whenever you're ready.
Can you just state for the record your full name?
Yeah, it's Adam Levine.
So just like last time, you understand the testimony you give here today is under oath and just like you were testifying in court?
I do.
So who do you work for?
I work for CNN.
And how long have you been employed there?
26 years.
And what is your title?
I am a senior vice president for news in Washington.
And do you understand that you're here today as CNN's designated representative?
Yes.
So unlike last time where you were testifying in your personal capacity, you're here to provide testimony on behalf of the company, right?
Correct.
Without giving me, when did you meet with counsel to prepare for today's deposition?
Over the last few days.
And about how long each day did you meet with counsel?
Several hours.
And who is it? I guess at the time back in November 2021, who did you report to?
Virginia Mosley?
Are you familiar with somebody named Michael Bass?
Yes.
So Mr. Bass is a high-level executive in the organization.
Right.
Is that true also of Ms. Mosley?
Yes.
Do you understand this to be a signal conversation between Mr. Young and Mr. Marker?
Is it Signal or is it iPhone?
I believe it's a signal check.
Okay. I'll accept that.
Okay, and you see here on the second page where Mr. Young wrote, "That's definitely not a realistic deadline. In any case, I can tell you for sure some of your facts assertions are not accurate, and if they are published, I will seek legal damages."
Yes.
And so just for the record, this is document date stamp CNN 000053 and ending 000055. Have you ever seen this before?
Yes.
And was this also one of the documents you reviewed as part of your preparation for today's testimony?
Yes.
And do you understand this to be, I guess, a picture of a signal conversation between Mr. Young and a Miss Lillis, or I think at the time, Miss Williams?
Yes.
And I go to the end of it here. You see at the end of the message where it says, Mr. Young writes, "In any case, the focus of your article seems pretty clear at this point. As you proceed, I would just appreciate if you would take the time to make sure you have your facts right to avoid libel."
Yes.
Were any of these messages ever submitted for review by any part of the triad process?
I don't know if they looked directly at the actual text messages or just had them described to them.
What could Mr. Young have done to put CNN on notice of a potential lawsuit in the event it published the story beyond saying, "I will seek legal damages if you publish this story"?
I mean, if Mr. Young had a lawyer reach out to CNN and say cease and desist, that would have probably given us some pause.
Does CNN operate the Twitter account for the program, the Lead with Jake Tapper?
CNN as an entity? Yes, in that the show itself is the one that operates that account. And they're owned by CNN.
Was CNN reporting that Mr. Young was operating in a black market?
No.
What does CNN believe the phrase black market means?
An unregulated market.
I'm going to introduce what we'll make Composite Exhibit 9. This includes the documents produced as CNN 636 to 637, as well as 686 to what's it? 14, 15. Through 727. All right, so the first page here is the page CNN 636. And you recognize this as a Slack message conversation between Mr. Markart and Mr. Phillips?
I do.
I'm just going to highlight here. Do you see here where Mr. Markart wrote, "We gonna nail this Zachary Young M-fucker"?
Yes.
Does this communication from Mr. Markart violate any internal CNN policies?
No.
So now I'm going on to the next part of the composite exhibit, which starts with Bates CNN 686. You recognize this as a Slack conversation between Mr. Markart and Mr. Cundy?
Yes.
And you see where Mr. McConaughey wrote, do you have his pic saved?
Yes.
Shortly thereafter, Mr. McConaughey responds, what a punchable face.
Yes.
Does this message from Mr. Conti violate any internal CNN policies?
No.
So, in CNN's view, is there anything wrong with this message from Mr. Conti?
Again, it's conversation between two colleagues. It's not impacting editorial, so no.
So then that went to 689, and the next part of the composite exhibit starts at 707. Do you recognize this as Slack messages between Mr. Markart and Ms. Lillis, then Ms. Williams?
Yes.
If we go down to the bottom, towards the bottom of 708, here Mr. Markart wrote, I've seen him shut down people immediately if they don't have sponsors for $$.
Yes.
And Ms. Lillis responded, what a shitbag.
Yes.
Did this message from Ms. Lillis violate any internal CNN policies?
No.
And you see, Ms. Lillis wrote, which is why I'm wondering if he's just kind of making it all up.
Yes.
And then Mr. Markart responds, it's your funeral, bucko?
Yes.
And your there is referring to Mr. Young, right?
Yes.
Okay, so talking about it being a subject's, talking about the publication story being a subject's funeral doesn't violate any CNN policies.
I mean, the way I understood this was this is a reaction to him, the way he's answering questions, not about our publication of the story.
So you said CNN doesn't have an issue that didn't affect the story. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, if a reporter has animus towards the subject of a story, doesn't that have the potential to affect the story?
I'm not sure this is true animus or just newsroom chatter. We vetted all the information in the story, and we were comfortable with it. I'd also point out it wasn't a story entirely about Mr. Young. This was a much larger story in which Mr. Young appeared somewhere near the back end of it.
So as I said, this is also a composite exhibit. Spans, we have CNN 158 through 160, as well as 451 through 453, as well as 683 through 685, as well as 690 through 693. You see where Ms. Hoffman wrote, let's put a pin in it for tonight. It's not ready for prime time.
Yes.
And then we go down to the next part of the composite, which is the document beginning at 683. This is a Slack message between Mr. Phillips and Mr. Lumley.
Yeah, could you zoom in again? It's also very small.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And Mr. Lumley says, I've sent back edits and a fundamental question about the whole story.
I can't understand you. Please repeat that slower.
Sure. Mr. Lumley wrote, to Mr. Phillips, I have sent back edits and a fundamental question about the whole story I don't understand from Alex's right in the TV script.
I see that.
And if we go to the next part of the composite, which is document beginning date stamp 690. We go to the page 693. Do you see where Mr. Lumley wrote to Ms. Trimble, but the story is full of holes like Swiss cheese?
Yes.
And then Ms. Trimble replies, agree, the story is 80% emotion, 20% obscured fact, LOL.
Yes.
If the CNN employee has concerns like this about the story, is there any sort of formal mechanism for them to raise that concern?
It's not formal, but they should raise it to their supervisor or the people involved in the story directly.
Does a story that is 80% emotion, 20% obscured fact meet CNN's journalistic standards?
If that was the end product, maybe not, depends on the story. Some stories are basically just interviews and emotion. I think in this case, though, Megan was reacting really at the beginning before fully understanding the story.
What about a story that has obscured facts? Would that be up to CNN's journalistic standards?
I guess I'd have to understand what an obscured fact is. Something's either a fact or it's not a fact.
Does CNN have any internal policies that would address reporters conspiring with a source to take someone down?
No, we don't. It's certainly not something we would want.
I'm going to introduce what we'll mark Exhibit 11. This document is CNN 1075 through 1081. Do you recognize them as a text exchange between Mr. Markart and an individual named James Daniels?
Oh, yes.
So I'm just kind of scrolling down here. All right, so we get to page date stamp CNN 1079. Do you see where Mr. Daniels writes, I'd love to see this guy taken down. Alex, I appreciate you taking an interest in this.
Yes. Okay, so Mr. Marquardt's not working with a source, he's talking to a source. I think in general, sources have different motivations for wanting to share information. Journalists are aware that they have those motivations. They should take that into account. But the information they provide is then vetted. I think if the people involved believe it's an issue, it's a matter of discussion, but it's not just about source bias, it's about the information being used. You could have a biased source, but still they could be providing information that is factual and relevant and worthy of use.
Are there any written policies that address, what vetting should be done of information obtained from potentially biased sources?
I don't know. I don't think there's a written policy. I'm almost positive of that. I mean, the notion of a biased source, everyone has a motivation. Everyone comes to the table with some self-interest. That is an understanding of any journalist dealing with a source, and it's a matter that they need to feel out and make sure it doesn't impact the information they're being provided. But again, information we take isn't just go unchecked from there. It is part of a collection of information from different sources before we decide what to use in a story.
Do you recall earlier we saw the message from Mr. Markart where he said we're gonna nail this Zachary Young M-fucker?
Yeah.
And then here he's talking to a source. The source is saying he really wants Young taken down.
Yes.
Does CNN believe that Mr. Markart crossed any lines in pursuing the story against Mr. Young?
No, the story wasn't to take Mr. Young down.
It was to nail him, right?
No, it was a story about Afghans' experience trying to get out of Afghanistan.
What is an enterprise story?
An enterprise story is generally one that is told that isn't just like something that's happening that day, events like today's D-Day celebration. It's something that's unique storytelling where we are bringing something either through the way we tell the story or the topic that stands as new information for our viewers.
And so how does an enterprise story originate? Does somebody make a pitch, or how does that work?
Typically, reporters learn of something they think it might make for an interesting story if they pursue it. They discuss it with their immediate supervising producer or editor, and then they pitch it.
And pitch it to who?
Typically first to their supervising producer or editor, and then if they think it's worth doing, it goes up to me, and sometimes if it's something that involves a lot of work or a lot of expense or travel or others, it goes up the pitching process to some of the most senior people who make decisions on which stories are worth doing and for what shows.
Okay, so a reporter will first take it to their supervising producer.
Yeah.
And so in this case, that would be Mr. Markart taking it to Mr. Callahan.
Yeah, correct.
And then Mr. Callahan might bring it to you.
Correct.
And did he do that in this case?
Yes.
And then, depending on the story, you might take it further up the chain. Would that be to, at least back in November 2021, would that have been to Ms. Mosley?
Yeah. At the time, Michael Bass, who oversaw programming, Virginia, who oversaw news gathering, and Leora Kapelis, who sort of Kapelis, Leora, Leora, Kapelis, Kapelus. She sort of coordinates and all the different stories and what we're going ahead with and who they're for and when they're for. So that's who I would have produced that to for consideration.
Okay. And that's what happened in this, with respect to this segment, right?
Right. I think I said something once I was comfortable that we had a good story here to throw it into the pitch pool, if you will.
Did anyone ever reach out to Audible to try and confirm whether Mr. Young had conducted evacuations for it?
We did not.
Why not?
The explanation Alex has given is that because the story wasn't about companies trying to get people out, this was about efforts of individual Afghans to seek ways to get help to get themselves out themselves.
But if Audible had confirmed that Mr. Young had conducted an evacuation for it, would that mean that Mr. Young was conducting evacuations for companies?
Yes, but again, not what the story was about. This was about Afghans who were trying to get out and what they were experiencing in trying to find someone to help them.
And just, I know we've kind of already talked about it a few times, but what what is triad and, let's do that. What is triad?
Sure. Triad is actually 3 independent units within CNN. Each has a different role for vetting. Sometimes they work together. Sometimes only 1 or 2 of the units might be involved in a story. The one is what we already discussed. That's what we call the row, but it's generally the fact checking. Is the information as contained and presented in the story reflective of the facts that we actually know? Then the second unit would be the legal department. Are we within legal bounds in the way we are going about our reporting? And if there are any legal issues that need to be addressed regarding what we are reporting, they will vet it. And then there's standards and practices, which is more interested in the ethics. So in this case, mostly about the fact that we had 2 different Afghans. We were cloaking their identity. You saw their interviews, but you couldn't see them. Were we doing that? Were they comfortable with the reasoning for doing that? And were we doing it in a way that actually does prevent people from knowing their identity so that we're not violating the trust between those interviews and the reporter?
And does CNN know what prompted the segment of issues litigation to be submitted to the triad process?
Yeah, I believe that it should have gone to triad, which I think you have a document showing me saying obviously triad, because I thought there were a number of issues that each of the different units was going to want to look at. Obviously, there was just the basic facts of the story. I want to make sure we were lined up. I thought because of the anonymity of some of the witnesses, that was going to be an issue, and we don't do it a lot in terms of showing people in darkness, but that's standard practice for us to make sure that we're all on the same page about it. And I did think because of the matter at hand, I just wanted legal to have a look at it as well.
What about, so you said that, an individual show is responsible for the banners that are displayed during the piece, is that correct?
Yes.
Do banners and graphics ever go through the triad process?
Sometimes, rarely.
Is one of the things that standards will consider the potential negative impact a story could have on the people being reported on?
It isn't a yes, every story they do it thing. It's if we feel it's necessary, they will take that. They will consider that.
But standards didn't really, in this case, standards did not evaluate whether the story would have a negative impact on Mr. Young, correct?
No, because the story merely presented what Mr. Young was doing in terms of asking for price. The prices he was saying was the cost of his business. And that was a fair reflection of what he was doing.
Is there a difference between a retraction and a correction?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Sure. Correction is where we make an amendment to a story to correct a fact. Sorry to use a definition within a word within a definition. A retraction would be we pull back a story. We're part of the story.
Who makes the decision on whether to do a correction?
It could be from numerous places, but in this case, it was done through legal because of the legal discussion between Mr. Friedman and Drew.
Something aired in March of 2022, sort of addressing this story. Is that correct?
Yeah. When the lead aired the apology and correction notice.
So that was my question. Was that a correction or a retraction?
That was a correction.
And what was it that was being corrected?
What was being corrected was if there was any misunderstanding about the impression that the term black market applied directly to Mr. Young. That was not the intention, and that was an error.
So earlier you testified...
Actually, sorry, if I could just say, that was an error based on the fact that Mr. Young felt and Mr. Friedman conveyed that that was how it was received by Mr. Young, and they took issue with that. And we felt in order to resolve the legal discussion at hand, a correction was due, or at least our legal department felt that, I should say.
Well, so the legal department felt that. Does CNN still feel like a correction was in order?
In terms of resolving the matter and the concerns that Mr. Young raised about how it reflected on him, and in order to help ameliorate that situation, we felt that the correction was due.
So CNN did it just to try and avoid a lawsuit, essentially.
CNN did it because in discussion with Mr. Friedman about a potential for a lawsuit and the concerns about the way the matter reflected on his client, that a correction was due to resolve that.
Does that mean CNN viewed Mr. Young's understanding that it applied to him as a reasonable one?
I think we viewed that Mr. Young was very concerned about the way that the story as presented, with the banner as presented, was being perceived. We understood that how he felt, it wasn't the intention of the story, but we felt in order to resolve this, we would issue the correction.
So it wasn't CNN's intention to report that Young was operating on a black market?
The term black market, as stated in the banner, was not about Mr. Young. It was about the general environment the Afghans were operating in.
But CNN understood why Mr. Young might have taken it that way?
When it was explained to us, we understood that he took offense to it, if you will. And so we took steps to try and resolve the matter.
Yeah, does that mean CNN viewed Mr. Young's interpretation as reasonable?
And I'll give this, I'll say it again. I think in discussion with Mr. Friedman, Drew felt it was appropriate to issue the correction in order to resolve the matter.
Surely CNN doesn't issue a correction every time somebody doesn't like a story, right?
That's right.
Okay, so does that mean that CNN viewed Mr. Young's concerns as reasonable enough to warrant airing a correction?
I think we viewed that Mr. Young had raised what his concern was, and that we had a way to try to resolve that by issuing the correction, and so we did.
But I'm asking whether CNN thought that that concern was reasonable or unreasonable.
I'll just say it again. I think the view of the legal department was to issue the correction to resolve the matter.
I just want to know whether Mr. Young, in CNN's view, Mr. Young's concern about the banner was reasonable or not.
Well, we ran the correction. I'm not sure I'm at liberty to talk about what the legal department felt in their legal discussions about it.
But I'm not asking what the legal department thought about it. I'm asking whether CNN, the company, thinks Mr. Young's concern about the banner was a reasonable concern.
CNN, the company, thinks that our legal department took steps appropriate as our legal representation to resolve the matter.
That's not the question, though.
I thought it was.
The question is whether CNN thinks Mr. Young's concern about the banner was a reasonable concern.
And I'll just say it again. We obviously felt we could resolve this issue. We were trying not to have a lawsuit about it, and the legal department felt it was necessary to issue the correction to resolve the matter.
But surely CNN won't issue corrections for unreasonable concerns, right?
Well, that's correct.
I'm asking whether the company thinks Mr. Young's concern that the banner could make someone think he's operating in the black market was a reasonable concern.
Same answer. CNN thinks that our legal department made the best decision for the company in having the correction issued to resolve the matter.
You testified that CNN won't issue corrections to address unreasonable concerns, right?
Generally, they won't.
And CNN did issue a correction in this case, right?
Correct.
That means Mr. Young's concern was not unreasonable.
There could be many reasons, but I'm not privy to the legal discussion about it. That's privilege.
I'm not asking about the legal discussion. I'm asking whether CNN thought Mr. Young's concern was unreasonable.
Well, I'll answer again. Based on the facts, this was a decision made for legal reasons, and the correction was issued at the direction of our legal department. So CNN thinks that the decision by the legal department was the right one for the company, based on them being our legal department.
Are you saying that CNN issued a correction in this case to address an unreasonable concern?
I really, CNN obviously engaged with Mr. Friedman, and the legal department decided that a correction was the right thing to do, so they did it. That was a decision made by our legal department.
Okay, but does legal department's part of CNN, right?
Yes.
Does CNN approve? I mean, CNN had to carry out the decision by the legal department, right?
Correct.
And Drew Shankman didn't go on air and do this himself, right?
No.
Okay, so legal provided some input, and CNN, the company, viewed it as reasonable to air a correction, right?
CNN, the company, based on the decision made by our legal department, felt it was appropriate to run the correction.
Does Drew Shankman have authority to make programming decisions?
No, but...
Okay, so who's responsible for making the decision to air the correction, Mr. Levine?
Drew Shankman informed the show that the correction was necessary based on the legal team's considerations, and they worked with the show to get that correction issued.
Okay. So CNN viewed Mr. Young's concern as reasonable enough to issue a correction, right?
The legal department felt the correction was necessary, and they used the show, which was where the piece aired, to convey that correction in order to ameliorate the concerns and resolve the issue between Mr. Young and CNN.
CNN, acting through its legal department and the show, viewed the concern as reasonable enough to air a correction, right?
CNN felt it was reasonable to run the correction based on the views of its legal department.
So, Mr. Levine, to be clear, I'm not asking for the mental impressions of CNN's legal department. I'm simply asking whether CNN, the company, views Mr. Young's concern that the black market references applied to him as a reasonable concern.
I'd say that CNN, the writing of the banner was not intended to be a reflection on Mr. Young the way he perceived it. And as far as resolving a matter that was brought between our legal department and Mr. Young and his lawyers, we felt that running the correction would be a reasonable way to resolve the matter.
So Mr. Young's concern was reasonable enough to run a correction?
I mean, Mr. Young's legal engagement with CNN obviously led to the legal department believing that in running the correction, they could resolve the matter.
What do the guidelines say about source bias?
I don't think there's anything about source bias. I think there's a general understanding that one should understand the motivation of their sources.
Is that understanding part of the written guidelines?
As much as I can remember, no, I don't think so. I think that's just a general journalism principle, though.
Okay, so there's no written guidelines that address dealing with a source's motivations or biases?
Not that I recall.
Was there a correction issued on social media in this case?
No.
Mr. Levine, in CNN's view, is Mr. Young's concern that the black market banner applied to him a reasonable concern?
CNN's view is that CNN didn't intend to write that graphic to apply to Mr. Young. It was written in general about the experience of Afghans and the entirety of the story. But insofar as Mr. Young felt it reflected on him, and because of the way it was expressed through his lawyers to CNN, we felt it prudent to run the correction. Well, if you want, I mean, look, in general, CNN doesn't think it was a reasonable response as a whole. That was not the intention of the banner, the way it was written to apply to Mr. Young. But we understood that that was how he perceived it. And in discussions between the lawyers, it was felt to resolve the matter, we would issue the correction.
Okay, so CNN's view is that Mr. Young's concern was unreasonable?
Yes.
Do you recognize this as the transcript for what you said was the correction that erred?
I do.
Okay. You see where it says the use of the term black market in the story was in error?
Yes.
What does CNN think was in error about it?
I think we think the error was in the way Mr. Young perceived it to have reflected upon him, and that was what we are correcting for here.
Okay, so CNN doesn't think it made an error?
No. I think
so. It says regret. When it says later, it says we regret the error. It means we regret Mr. Young's error.
No, we regret Mr. Young's, the impression it left that Mr. Young had conveyed to us that he felt was unfair, and we are resolving that with the correction.
So when CNN said we regret the error meant the impression that Mr. Young had?
The impression Mr. Young had of what that banner was a reflection of him. That didn't really make sense. The impression that Mr. Young felt the banner gave of him in terms of how we portrayed him in the story.
The word error is doing a lot of work there, isn't it?
It's signaling that this is a correction.
And then you apologize to Mr. Young for his misimpression?
For the his misimpression, that he felt that that banner left an impression that he took issue with.
So CNN's not apologizing for anything it did?
Well, as I said before, I mean, the banner itself as a description of the issue facing Afghans, which is what the entirety of the story was about, we felt was a fair banner to run. Insofar as that banner, Mr. Young felt reflected unfairly on him and the way he was operating, we understood that that was the impression he felt was given by that banner, and we wanted to correct the issue.
Okay, and in CNN's view, Mr. Young was participating in that black market?
Yeah.
Okay, but here it said you didn't mean to suggest that, right?
Insofar as Mr. Young felt it reflected badly on him, we wanted to correct the record.
Correct that.
Record.
Even though you think Mr. Young was participating in a black market?
In general, efforts of Afghans to get out beyond government extractions, we consider to be part of a black market.
So let me ask this. Did CNN intend to suggest or not that Mr. Young participated in the black market for evacuations?
CNN did not intend that, in that we didn't write that banner to be about Mr. Young. It was meant to talk about the general environment that Afghans were operating in. We had, Mr. Young's appearance in the story was about to show the sorts of prices that they were facing sometimes and that some of them were high. And so that was why he was in the story, but it was not our intention to write that black market banner about Mr. Young.
Okay, so just to recap, CNN didn't intend the black market banner to refer to Mr. Young, right? And according to this correction, it didn't mean to suggest that Mr. Young participated in the black market.
Right, there's nothing in our story itself that says that, right?
Okay, but CNN nonetheless does believe that Mr. Young was in fact participating in the black market.
Yeah.
Okay. If CNN thought that, why wouldn't it report that?
Because that wasn't what we were saying in the story. These are not words in the story. It was words in a banner that ran with the story. It wasn't our intention to write that Mr. Young was participating in the black market, and so we ran the correction.
I'm going to introduce what we'll mark as Exhibit 14.
We have like 4 minutes.
And this is the document date stamp CNN 000354. Do you recognize this as an email between yourself and Ms. Mosley?
Yes.
And you're sending her pitches from Mr. Markart?
Correct.
And you said it says we would interview an Afghan in the U.S. trying to get his family out, talk to others who are also trying to leave/work this shadowy black market.
Mm-hmm.
So isn't it true that this story was pitched from its inception as a story about the black market?
I don't think it was pitched as such, but I think CNN's view is that the unregulated, environment that Afghans had to try to find ways out was a black market.
The pitch for the story used the phrase black market, right?
Yeah.
And you sent that pitch with the words black market in it to Ms. Mosley?
Yes.
One of the top executives at CNN?
Correct.
And she approved it?
Yes, it was approved. I think Michael Bass ultimately approved it.
You reported directly to the CEO of CNN, right?
I'm not sure that was his title, but yes. Reported to the top executive at CNN.
What's a lead-in?
A lead-in is an introduction to a story. So you have the tape piece, and then you have what the anchor generally says, and sometimes the reporter himself on camera before you take the piece.
Does the lead-in describe what the story is about?
It could. Sometimes it just presents the first piece of information about the story.
Did the lead-in in this segment use the phrase black market?
Yes.
Sorry, I should clarify. Not here, but in the lead-in that Mr. Tapper did in the run-up to the story, did he use the phrase black market?
I believe he did. Again,
And so did Mr. Tapper's lead-in describe what the story was about?
Yeah.
And what's the difference between a correction and a retraction in CNN's view?
Well, a correction is, making an adjustment to the information inside a story. A retraction would be pulling back part or all of a story. I mean, we did retract the video from digital, I know that, but what was said on air was a correction.
Okay, so the video was retracted. What aired in March was a correction?
Yeah.
When CNN does a correction or a retraction, does it take any steps to ensure that the retraction or correction is propagated through the same distribution channels that the original story went through?
Yeah, I think so. Like, for example, we will, if we're going to do something on air, we will do it in the place it first aired.
Okay, so in this case, that meant airing the correction on the lead?
Yes, and I believe as well, because this letter, if I'm correct, the back and forth was about the airing on the lead.
Okay. And then the Facebook post with the video got taken down, right?
Yeah, online, it got taken down.
And was the video of the correction, was that posted to Facebook?
I don't think so.
Was it posted online anywhere?
No.
What about the Twitter account for the lead? Did it publish the clip of the correction?
It did not.
And then the original segment was rebroadcast 4 times, correct?
Yes.
And I think one of those rebroadcasts was on Connect the World with Max Foster, right?
Correct.
Did the correction ever air on Connect the World?
No.
And then 3 of the rebroadcasts were CNN Newsroom, is that right?
You mean 2?
2, yes.
Yes.
And did Newsroom ever air the clip of the correction?
No.
And then where was the last place that the segment was rebroadcast?
There were 2 domestic newsrooms, and were there 2 CNN International airings, I believe? Because it was 5 in total, right?
Correct. And one of the internationals was Connect the World.
One was Michael Holmes as the anchor, and one was Max Foster. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of their specific shows.
Okay. Was the show with Michael Holmes, did that ever air the clip of the correction?
No.
Did anyone at CNN assess any social media posts by Mark or anyone else to determine whether they needed to revise or retract them?
Yeah, I believe our legal department looked at them.
I'm going to introduce what we'll mark as Exhibit 16, which has the bait stamp CNN 001197 to 1198. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Levine?
I do. Do you mind zooming in again? Just to make it bigger. I mean, I've seen it, but yeah.
Okay. And is this Mr. Markart's Instagram account?
Can you scroll up? It looks like it is.
So earlier you testified that CNN's view is that black market, at least in connection with the segment, meant unregulated market, right?
Yeah.
So where does CNN derive that definition from?
I mean, I think we take it from the general understanding of black market as an unregulated market.
Well, what does CNN use to determine the meaning of words? Does it have a preferred dictionary?
No, it doesn't have a preferred dictionary.
Does CNN derive its understanding of the meaning of the phrase black market from a dictionary?
For this story, it did not. I think everyone took it. I mean, you've interviewed most of the people involved in the story. I think it was accepted as sort of black market in a colloquial sense of unregulated.
Is CNN's deriving its meaning of the word black market just based on what CNN says it means?
But yes, I think so. I mean, it wasn't, I don't think anyone involved in the story said, stop, let's look up the meaning of black market, right? I think in this sense, black market has a colloquial term that's thrown around, and everyone just took it to mean that.
I mean, you testified to CNN's understanding of it being an unregulated market, right? Okay, so but I'm saying, sitting here today testifying for CNN, you haven't seen that definition given anywhere else?
No, but I haven't seen any of the definitions is what I'm saying. I haven't looked it up in a dictionary. You're asking me if I've seen it, so.
Does CNN agree that black market can also mean an illegal market?
I think it can. I think when we put together the story and wrote that banner, our understanding was just a more general sense, black market being an unregulated place, where things were being offered. We recognized Mr. Young in communicating, felt it was a reflection of illegality, and it made it look like what he was doing was illegal. That was not our intention, which sort of goes back to that correction question you had.
Does CNN believe that Young was involved in any illegal activity?
No.
And then finally, we have a page that was produced as CNN 000932. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So, you said you reviewed the Nielsen ratings for each show, correct?
Yeah.
What are Nielsen ratings?
They're rating a measure of the audience taken by the Nielsen company and as a way of understanding level of interest.
And like, how does Nielsen, what is CNN's understanding about how Nielsen generates those ratings?
I believe they have a sample of houses that they use to measure what they're watching and use that to extrapolate total audience.
And how does CNN use Nielsen ratings?
I think we use it in a number of ways. One is just as a measure of how the shows are performing. I'm sure our advertising group uses it as a way to show interest in their discussion with advertisers about rates. Those are two ways.
So, what was the average viewership of The Lead with Jake Tapper in 2021?
Over 1 million, just over 1 million.
So, like per show, about 1 million people, just over 1 million people would watch it?
On average. Yeah. I think it was 1.008 million.
And is that people or households?
I think it's people.
And then here in the interrogatory response, it pulls out 5:38 p.m. to 5:44 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that to be when the segment was aired?
That's my understanding.
And then it's followed by the number 669. What does that indicate?
That indicates a total audience at that time of 669,000 viewers.
Okay, so meaning the 669 means 669,000?
That's right.
Okay. And then the next, rebroadcast looks like it was on CNN Newsroom from 10:25 a.m. to 10:30 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And here there's number 434.
Correct.
Does that mean 434,000 people?
Yes.
What's the average viewership for CNN Newsroom in 2021?
Close to 800,000.
And then there's another rebroadcast later that day, also on CNN Newsroom between 5:50 to 5:55 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And this indicates that 503,000 people were watching during that broadcast of the segment.
Yeah.
And how often does Newsroom air per day?
So this is 2021. I believe Newsroom was also the name of our weekday dayside show for about 6 hours or so a day. Plus on the weekend, it was several hours per day. It was kind of our midday afternoon show, I believe. So quite a few hours. They're produced by different people, different days, different times. So it's like one name, but it applies to many shows.
And you said the average viewership of The Lead in 2021 was a little over 1 million people?
That's right.
So the CNN doesn't have Nielsen information regarding this. Does it have any information regarding viewership for these international broadcasts?
No.
How does CNN sort of track the success or lack thereof of its international programming?
I think they might do some of their own surveys, but I can't speak to it.
So do you have any information about the viewership for Connect the World?
I don't.
So it could be more or less than the numbers we're seeing for the domestic broadcasts?
Given more or less describes any option, yeah.
Because CNN 932.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what this is?
Yeah, this looks like our digital numbers.
Okay. And so would this be like readership for the digital article that was published?
It looks like it's both the article and the video.
And what does unique visitors indicate?
Individual readers. So like if you came back 3 times, I believe you'd only be counted once.
All right, so if we look across all the properties, then there was 19,122 unique visitors that viewed the digital piece.
That's right.
And so this indicates that through the online properties shown here, 1,350 unique people clicked on the video.
Yes.
Was that spreadsheet showing the digital viewership that we were looking at, would that reflect like viewership of people who clicked on the video through this Facebook post?
I don't think so.
And then you also testified earlier that you were told that CNN has no viewership information for the shows responsible for the international broadcasts, right?
Correct.
Friedman? Your Honor, we have some discovery responses we'd like entered into evidence.
Have them marked?
Yeah, it's Exhibit 241. I'm proposing to redact this.
Could you have 2 copies of the unredacted?
Oh, if there's not an issue, I don't need them. If there is an issue, then I guess I will.
Yep, no problem, 241.
Thanks. All right, plaintiff's 241 will be admitted.
As redacted.
241's redacted. Right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yep.
Unfortunately, there is an issue with the second one, 254.
You got a copy of 254. What's, without getting into the specifics, what's the issue with 254?
It's actually, now that I'm looking at it, I withdraw my objection.
Okay, so the redacted copy of 254. You're good with it?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Plaintiff's 254 will be admitted.
And then, Your Honor, I just don't have a response on those final documents. If not, we'll call facility.
Yeah,
Okay, then.
You're objecting.
They were just sent in the last hour, so I haven't even had a chance to look at them. All right, want to take like a quick break? I can look and verify with talk to Mr. Bailey. There's 40 of them.
Right. The ones for Mr. Levine, Joe, I don't have it. Sorry, Your Honor, we sent the longer list last night. I guess defense didn't have a chance to look at them. 20. So I'm happy to get them in through Mr. Levine if that's how we want to proceed.
Do you want to take 5 minutes and
Yeah,
just huddle real quick?
I think that might be more efficient use of time.
All right. Yeah, instead of going through.
I'd prefer that, Your Honor.
All right, let's do that. Let's take 5 minutes. I'll take you back out to the juror lounge. So if you need another water or something, you can get there or use the restroom real quick. Remember, the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with the trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. Do not do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of the rules at all, please notify court personnel, and we'll get you back here in 5 minutes at 4:05. All right, and just leave your notepads in the folders on your chairs. All right, y'all be seated. Jurors are out of the courtroom. All right, I want to take 5 minutes and look that over, and then if there's objections to those, we can get Mr. Levine up here.
Yes.
determine whether they need to question Mr. Levine about certain documents to get him into evidence, or you'll stipulate to him being admitted, even if they say they're resting their case at the moment, just on this document issue.
Correct.
All right, and y'all are good with that?
Fine with that, yeah.
Okay. All right, then why don't
We have some documents they agree to, so we want to just take care of those.
Let's just, yeah, let's just use.
Yeah, do it all in the morning. All right, so even though you're going to say the plaintiff arrests, it's still potentially reopening for the stipulated exhibits and potentially question Mr. Levine on other documents.
He's going to be recalled tomorrow anyway.
Y'all call him. So I guess if you need to, then you can question him on the other documents that aren't stipulated at that point.
Perfect.
All right, that work? All right. All right, well, based on that stipulation, let's get the jurors back in, and you'll make an announcement you're resting, not to draw attention to it. I'm saying on the record, any argument you're going to make on a DV, you're reserving that or preserving your right to do that after we let the jurors go for the evening.
Correct, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Great, I'm not sure that was on.
Did you get that?
It wasn't on the record.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
That was important.
All right, so we're going to get the jurors back in. Plaintiff's going to announce they're resting, subject to the document issue, being allowed to put that in their case in chief. Instead of calling attention to it in front of the jurors, I'm stating on the record a defense can make their DV motions, and they've preserved that right, even though we're not going to do it, in the interest of getting a witness on before the jurors go, and we'll address their arguments after the jurors are let go for the evening. All right. Thank you. All right, let's get the jurors in.
Thank you.
Jurors adjourned.
All right, y'all have a seat when you get back to your chairs.
Your Honor, the jury would like to know if we are on schedule. We'd like to know what our proposed, we want to make our plans.
We're a lot better on schedule than we were thinking last week. But yeah, I mean, we've got another witness we're going to get this afternoon and get you out of here roughly around the same time at 5 o'clock. So that's our plan. And obviously we'll see how tomorrow goes, but we're looking like, based on the number of witnesses we have left, that we should be okay with getting y'all at a reasonable, not having to hold you extra. Okay. And well, yeah, we should be on good pace, back on schedule. And that was why we were talking about trying to cull some stuff and make it a little bit easier where we didn't have more time that was needed for testimony to get certain evidence in. So
Yeah, that's what we just want to know if we needed to make plans going into next week.
no.
On behalf of the entire jury.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, we'll get what we need done this week.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Friedman, next witness.
Your Honor, without the plaintiff's rest.
All right. And Mr. Axelrod, call your first witness.
Yeah, CNN calls Rick Humphreys.
And when you get back over there, if you could stand, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Please solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give on this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and just have a seat there and get the microphone positioned where it's close to your mouth so we can pick you up. And Mr. Bailey?
Mr. Humphreys, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Rick Humphreys, and I'm from Brook, Virginia.
Were you retained by my law firm in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Are you being compensated in connection with your testimony today?
I am.
At what rate?
$275 an hour?
Are your opinions connected in any way to that compensation?
No, sir.
About how much time have you spent preparing for this case?
Approximately 90 hours.
And have you served as an expert before this case?
No, sir.
Have you ever testified in court before?
No, sir.
And what were you retained to do in this case?
Well, as a human resources professional supporting the intelligence community, as a defense contractor, I was brought on to give my best opinion I'm sorry, I'm a little sore on my horse. I apologize. I'm getting over COVID, so you have to bear with me.
No problem.
To basically give my opinion as to the possible positions that Mr. Young could fill and what we would expect as a human resources professional, the methodologies that he would use to obtain such employment.
Okay, so the jobs Mr. Young would be qualified for, so that's
Yes,
the
sir.
first one. And the second one was how he would go about securing one of those jobs?
Correct.
What documents did you review in preparation for your testimony?
I reviewed Mr. Young's deposition, General Young's report, all work-related documents that was provided through Mr. Young's work history.
Have you watched any of the trial?
Bits and pieces. I saw or General Young's
His testimony?
Testimony, yes.
Mr. Humphreys, do you hold any degrees?
I do. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Human Resources Management.
And do you have any licenses or certifications?
I obtained a Professional Human Resources certification back in 2006.
Do you hold any security clearances?
I do. I currently hold a top secret security clearance.
And did you serve in the military?
I did. I served 5 years in the United States Marine Corps.
What did you do in the Marine Corps?
Well, I was a metrologist, which is, in layman's terms, calibrations, test measurement, and diagnostic equipment. So if I start speaking lots of acronyms, I apologize in advance. Just stop me and let me explain.
I will. Mr. Humphreys, so at some point you moved into human resources. Can you walk us through how you got into human resources and your experience there?
Sure. So I was started my career off to be an electrical engineer, and I turned into be a project manager. And then I joined Slane Hosiery Mills in 2004 timeframe, 2003. And I was doing different projects, and they said, hey, we need somebody in human resources. We like your personality. You seem like a pretty smart guy. So I said, okay, I'll give it a shot. And I was off to the races. I was pretty much self-taught from the very beginning, learned a lot of hard lessons, what not to do and what to do. And I put myself through school over the next 10 years. I changed degree paths.
At some point, did you move into government contracting?
I did in 2008 with Centauri Solutions.
What did you do for Centauri Solutions?
I was originally hired as their main recruiter, along with being an HR coordinator. As we grew the company, basically I took over the entire HR functional area or the HR functional role. So I was the lead recruiter. Everything you can imagine that touches human resources, I was responsible for.
And after Centauri Solutions?
Centauri Solutions was acquired through Computer Science Corporation, which unfortunately they're no longer with us. They're acquired as well. And for the first year with the Computer Sciences Corporation, I was in charge of the transition period, making sure the documents get sent over, anything that goes with M&A or acquisitions. So about a year afterwards, they deployed me into what they call the NPS, North American Public Sector Human Resources Advisor. So I was responsible for about 1,000 plus expats that were serving in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, just all over the globe.
What do you mean by expat?
Expat is someone who their citizenship belongs to the United States. However, they're working abroad, usually under some sort of, in this case, SOFA, which is Status of Forces Agreement, which means that even though they're working in the host country, they still have to follow the laws of the U.S. country.
Okay. Mr. Young, as somebody that worked abroad, would he be an expat in that case?
Yes, he would be.
So after After Computer Sciences Corporation, where did you start working?
At this, so Computer Science Corporation is a very, very big company, and you become another number in the big companies. So I decided to go back to a smaller company where I could have more of an impact on our employee staff. So I took, and it was on promotion, so I took a director position at SGI Global.
And what did you do at SGI Global?
I was the head person in charge of all of human resources. I had 2 or 3 people below me, depending on the size we had at the time. And I oversaw all the recruiting, hiring, terminations, payroll, strategic planning, just anything, again, touching human resources, I was responsible for ultimately.
Where do you currently work?
In 2014, me and my former business partner from Centauri Solutions, or my former boss, we decided to do a good, better, best model, which we started a company, I'm a founding member, in 2014 called Invictus International Consulting, which I'm also the VP of HR.
Okay. So that's about 20 years of HR experience?
20 years of HR, 17 directly related to the intelligence community and government contracting.
What clients have you hired government contractors for?
Through my entire career, almost every 3-letter agency that you can think of. If you want, I can name a few of them off.
That'd be great.
Without the agency or the whole name.
If you could give us a few,
all right.
names.
Defense Intelligence Agency, the DEA, which is the Department of Drug Enforcement Administration, USAID, the entire DoD community, Department of Army, Department of Navy, United States Marine Corps, Air Force, Department of State, USAID,
okay, so
Coast Guard, that's still DHS, Border Patrol. It's almost every 3-letter agency you can think of. NRO, NGA, NSA.
And about how many people have you hired in your career?
1,000+ contractors.
And are these all domestic positions, or are these expats as well?
No, at CSC, every company I've had, I've always had expats. But CSC was obviously the biggest. We have over 1,000 expats there. Centauri Solutions, I had 15 serving both in Afghanistan and Iraq during the wars as in an intel capacity. In addition, in SGI, we had former DEA agents also serving abroad in Afghanistan. Most of it's been in Afghanistan, obviously. And lastly, now we currently have expats in South Korea, the UK, and Germany.
And is Mr. Young the type of government contractor you would have experience hiring?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get into your opinions. So you stated earlier you're offering an opinion on the job that Mr. Young is qualified for. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, what are the types of jobs Mr. Young is qualified for?
So it was a little bit difficult at first because Mr. Young's been very cryptic and not very forthcoming with his background. So I had to use my experience and kind of dig in and develop my own thoughts and patterns. First of which, we'll start with business development and capture. They kind of go hand in hand. For the people that don't know exactly what that is, that's when a business development manager or director, they go in and they meet with the client. They find out what the client needs. They help develop a plan to satisfy the client's needs. They may put together a team that also helps go after whatever work. It could be a sole source contract. It could be RFP and RFI, which is request for proposal, request for information. And they oversee that entire process. Now, the capture side is the person that goes out and collects the data, the who, what, when, why, and where. And they feed that back to the proposal manager or the business development person. They put together a packet and they submit it to the client. And he demonstrated that on multiple times. First and foremost, the KSA, Kingdom Saudi Arabia work. I think he testified that he wrote half of that statement of work or a majority of the statement of work. He was a big part of that. So that's one of the reasons why I was able to put that together. In addition, when he was working with Omentum, he was working constantly on white papers and trying the solution on something in the B8 rule, trying to go after work. That's why he was given a B&P charge code, which is a bid and proposal charge code.
Okay. And what's the salary range on a business development or capture role?
180 to 250. It's lots. So this is multifaceted. There's so many I would say 180 to 250, depending on the size of the company and your expertise in that, whatever you're trying to capture or go after. But usually that's just, by the way.
180,000 to 250,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And usually that's just base salary. On those can be, the more you win, usually companies have an incentive plan financially, the more you get in return. So if you land a $300 million contract, you're going to make usually a lot of money.
So, Mr. Young, you mentioned the Saudi Arabia contract.
Yes, sir.
Is there any difference if he was working, say, in Saudi Arabia versus the U.S.? Does that affect the salary?
Absolutely. So the U.S. is based off different localities and locations. Sometimes government contracts will base their rates or base their cost off those locations. But when you go overseas, the Department of State usually provides guidelines on what the Department of State employees will receive. As they call differential pays, they're HOLA, COLA, housing allowance, cost of living allowance, post-diff, danger pay, hazard pay. It's kind of the same. Post-diff is just a bad place to live. All those get added to your base salary as what's called uplift.
So you get paid more if you work in a dangerous area?
Oh, absolutely.
So in addition to business development and capture roles, are there other roles Mr. Young's qualified for?
Yeah, so, well, he was working as a mentor on the KSA program. Okay, so a mentor is basically someone.
KSA, is that?
I'm sorry, the
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, my apologies.
No problem.
He was working as a mentor in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which means that he's going in and overseeing the training, and according to his own testimony, overseeing the training. And then so the trainers don't say, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. You sit there and you give constructive feedback. And you basically, just like it sounds, mentor, protege. That was something he was doing. And I think he received an offer letter as a W-2 employee from DynCorp. It wasn't in the end. It was DynCorp, which highlighted mentor level 3, which is usually the highest level. He's a SME.
Okay. What's a SME?
Subject matter expert.
Okay. And so program manager, what's the salary range on one of those jobs?
Yeah, it depends. Are we talking domestic or OCONUS or outside the continental United States?
Let's talk the domestic base and then what it could go up to.
Domestic base, again, it's so multifaceted. I would say 150,000 to, right now we currently have 300,000, depending on the size of the program and the size and what their scope is, who the client is, where they're located at. All those come into effect.
Okay, so if he secured a job as a program manager, you could make $150,000 to $300,000.
Yes.
Plus, if he worked in a hazardous country, it would go up.
Yes. And lots of times there's performance incentives associated with that. If you stay in country more than 6 months, per se, or every 6 months, you'll get a bonus. That way they keep you in country because they don't want to bring expats back and forth. They're reducing costs.
The other job I heard you mention in there was a mentor. Could you explain what that is?
Oh, I said the mentor protege, didn't I?
Why don't you explain what the mentor is?
Well, the mentor protege was basically what he did on the KSA program. He went over and oversaw the trainers, the specific trainers, which allowed him to give them constructive feedback on the people who were actually using the training. So again, like I said, it's directly a mentor to protege relationship.
And salary range on a mentor job?
Those are a little bit lower, typically speaking, because the program manager is ahead of usually the trainer or mentor. So I would say, well, again, based off 2012, we had mentor protege program at SGI over DEA, through the DIA. That's kind of weird, but yes. And I believe those folks were making 150 to 160 base, but they had uplifts. Obviously, I think 70%, so it was 35 and 35 at the time. So 35% hazard duty pay and 35% post differential. And they were living on base.
Base in the U.S.?
No, base in Afghanistan. They were a couple.
So if you work in Afghanistan, you get paid more?
70% more. Well, at the time, 70% more. I don't know what it is today.
Now, Mr. Young testified that he has a security clearance today. Does that have an impact on what jobs he's qualified for?
Absolutely. Without a security clearance in this field, I mean, you're dead.
The fact that he maintains a security clearance, does that impact his ability to get a job?
It helps tremendously.
Yeah.
Their objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Your downward order at page 6.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak, Your Honor.
Based on the question, I'll overrule the objection.
So, Mr. Humphreys, these jobs you've just described, is it your opinion Mr. Young remains qualified for them today?
Yes, sir.
And do you have experience hiring for all these types of jobs?
Yes, sir.
Based on your knowledge and experience and your knowledge of Mr. Young's background, is he the type of candidate you would hire today?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen the CNN publication at issue in this case?
I have.
Would that publication have any impact on your decision to hire Mr. Young?
Right. Suspect.
Your Honor, General Young was asked the same question. Mr. Humphreys, let's get into. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
For the record, the objection sustained.
Mr. Humphreys, let's move to the next part of your opinion. So Mr. Young and General Young testified that the types of jobs Mr. Young has had in the past are not the types of jobs you find on, say, monster.com or indeed.com. Do you agree with that opinion?
Well, I agree that they're not on Monster and Indeed, but with all due respect to the General, that's not exactly accurate. They are posted online. They're posted on Intelligence Careers. They're posted on Clearance Jobs. They're posted on clearjobs.net, intelcareers.gov. People who are in the clear spaces have to find work. They're even posted on LinkedIn.
So these are jobs you could find online?
Yes, sir.
Are they required to be posted online?
They are. Every federal contractor has a requirement for W-2 employees to apply and track the applicants. It's called Executive Order 11246, which is an affirmative action plan. So every position that I hire for, I have to have proof that I looked at certain applicants and I tracked that information. So I can't just hire willy-nilly. That's not how the government contracting works.
Okay, so they're required to post them online and they're available online?
They have to, so they have to be applied somewhere. Usually it's on their website. That's where they go back to the candidates go to apply. But if you're trying to hire positions or trying to hire people for those positions, you want to cast that net as far as possible. So for example, clearance jobs, which is one we use a majority of, you can't even post your resume on there without being verified and having a clearance.
And do companies like Amentum and DynCorp post their jobs online?
Yes.
So the job Mr. Young had at DynCorp or Amentum is the type of job that we posted online?
He was a W-2 employee, so I would say yes. I think that's the reason why they asked him for his resume, although it was fictitious according to him, because they had to line them up with their applicant tracking system and show that his years of experience, et cetera, he met the labor category to offset or to just deserve that pay compensation.
Okay. Now let's turn to the final, I think, step in your opinion here is what Mr. Young should do to execute a successful job search. In your opinion, has Mr. Young taken the steps he should take to secure a job?
I don't feel that he has, based off the evidence of what I've looked at and reviewed. No, I don't believe so.
Why not?
Well, just look at, we use LinkedIn as one of our big sources of information to gather candidates. If you were to look at his LinkedIn page, which was one of the articles I reviewed, you'll see just at the beginning, the top is ZY. If I worked with Zach back in 2006 at Blackwater.
Would it be helpful if could we bring up his LinkedIn with that?
Oh, that would be great. Yes, is that okay?
Mr. DeMezza, can you bring up DX53, 153? This is in evidence, Your Honor.
Perfect. So,
before you start, Mr. Humphries, do you know what document this is?
Yes, sir.
Is this Mr. Young's LinkedIn page?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As far as I can, yes, that's what I remember seeing.
Okay. And then get back into the opinion you were offering.
Okay. So you can see, and I saw the documents where his first name was changed, Zach Y, ZY. But for example, if I worked with Zach back in 2006 at Blackwater or whenever he served there, and I have work coming up, I'm like, hey, I want to get in touch with that guy. He was awesome. He's also awesome trainer. So first thing I'm going to go to is professional network, Zach Young. I'm not going to find him this way. If we can go down a little bit, I can also, his experience, it's gapped everywhere. Now I understand why, but at the same time, there are ways to put information on your LinkedIn profile, which keeps OPSEC or which operations security. And
I guess just to back up, so what would you expect to see in an experience section on LinkedIn?
Well, I mean, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was a big deal. And he was according to him, he was a big part of it. So I would expect to see that as his time with DynCorp. That wasn't a classified contract. I didn't hear that there was anything classified about it. So I don't understand why it would not be on here. It wasn't monitored by any agency whatsoever, as far as I can tell. I don't even think you need the clearance for that. So I don't know why that wouldn't be on here. In addition, there's gaps. The keywords, when we search for people on LinkedIn, we're using what's called a Boolean search, which is basically finding specific words that match the job that we're trying, job rec or job requirements that we're trying to fill. So I would expect to see security, training, mentorship, business development. This is more complete than the resume I saw from, or less complete than the resume I've seen from DynCorp.
So in terms of changes you should make, are you suggesting more experience would help here?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's gaps. I mean, no one would be able to find him using this methodology, which is a huge portion of ours. I also, if he's saying that he hasn't went to any places to apply, that's sort of the next step of this, which I haven't seen any evidence that he's done that as well.
Mr. DeMezza, can you scroll down a little bit further? Now, the skills section here, I think there's some of the terms you mentioned, but would you expect these terms or different terms?
No, those are boilerplate terms that you can endorse somebody for. That's not everybody would have. They look in the and the meat and potatoes portion, the history, the job history, that's where it pings. Otherwise, this would pull up on everybody and you'd never find anybody.
And would you expect to see Amentum and DynCorp on his LinkedIn page?
I would.
Is LinkedIn an important tool for a job search?
I would say at least a third of our candidates come from LinkedIn, so yes, and they're all cleared professionals.
Mr. Young testified that much of his experience is classified. Can somebody with a classified background have a public LinkedIn page?
Yes.
And Mr. Humphreys, did you prepare a demonstrative in this case?
I did.
Mr. Demezic, you broadcast that just to Mr. Humphreys for limited production. Is this the demonstrative you prepared?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd request that we broadcast this to the jury as a demonstrative.
No objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead and put up.
Mr. Humphreys, could you describe what we're looking at here?
Sure. So this is an example of somebody who posts their background on LinkedIn. And here's what I did. If you can go down to the bottom. On the other part that's highlighted. Further down. At the very bottom where it says training. Perfect. Right there. So this school right here, if somebody lists this school on their LinkedIn profile, tells me a lot about their background. Just that one. I know what that is. And I believe, based on Zach's testimony, he knows what that is. So I would expect to see some. If you want to tell people that you do certain things, you're going to see examples like this. And I highlighted the other thing because that's an intel officer. It's a little bit different than what Zach is claiming, but it's an intel officer collecting data as a DIA defense attaché.
So if somebody had worked for the CIA or a similar agency, they would have this sort of certification or licensed certification?
They could. It depends on what they put. But my understanding is that if you're currently active in the agency, we'll call it the agency, that you can't claim that you're part of the agency. At the same time, once you get out, as long as you maintain OPSEC or operational security, you can put certain things on your resume. You can LinkedIn right now and find, you can put Central Intelligence Agency, case officer, and you will find individuals who are no longer with the agency have that on their profile.
So if Mr. Young worked for an agency like the CIA and he was retired from there, he could put that on his LinkedIn?
Yes. I mean, yes.
You can take that down. Now, Mr. Humphreys, what if you find out about somebody by word of mouth? Is their LinkedIn page still important?
So I would still go and check for CV wise, see what their skill sets are. So if I had an employee come to me and say, hey, you got to hire John Smith, I'll say what John Smith's background, and he'll tell me John Smith's background, but I have to go verify it. That's the first step. I mean, there's a whole onboarding process that government contractors are required to do. And it's step by step, and it's kind of standard business practice. But I would still go to LinkedIn and verify, at least initially, their years of experience. If they meet what we call labor category requirements, that's the right skill sets, having the right tools, years of experience, bachelor's degree, to find out what level he may or may not be.
All right, just a few more questions, Mr. Humphreys. So it's your opinion that Mr. Young remains qualified for a number of these jobs you mentioned today?
I do.
And the salary range on those jobs is anywhere from, I think you said $100,000 to $300,000?
150 to 300. But again, I know it's such a big range, but it depends on who, what, when, and where.
And has Mr. Young taken these steps to secure those jobs?
Not that I can tell.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Humphreys.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I think you just testified that former employees of the CIA are able to disclose that publicly on their LinkedIn profile, for example.
To my best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Is that a blanket statement for everybody who's worked at the CIA, no matter what their role was?
So that's the one agency I don't have a plethora of knowledge in, but from what I understand, yes.
So even if somebody's like a deep undercover, non-official cover operative, that they can still put that on their LinkedIn profile?
They wouldn't put that. They wouldn't put exactly, a knock or I was on non-official cover. Absolutely not. But again, they could still put certain items on their LinkedIn profile that would allow them to be searchable. Like, so for example, again, unless he's currently working for the CIA, which I don't believe he is, but if he was, he could put Amentum and DynCorp on his LinkedIn.
Sir, do you know for a fact that somebody who was a non-official cover operative for the CIA is able to disclose that information on their LinkedIn?
I do not.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about some of the limits of what you're here to testify about and what you're not, okay?
Yes, sir.
So I think you mentioned that one of the things Zach would be qualified for is some kind of program manager work. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you're not here to offer an opinion about whether Zach would be able to do that work from Austria, are you?
Well, I don't think he proved that he was he didn't demonstrate that he was doing that work from Austria.
Sir, you're not here to offer an opinion on whether he could do that type of work from Austria, are you?
I don't believe so.
And you're not here to offer any opinion about evacuation work specifically, right?
No, sir.
You are offering an opinion that you think Zach should be using public job boards?
The ones that are specified to the cleared industry.
And you think you should have a more robust LinkedIn profile, right?
I do. If he's seeking employment.
But you're not offering an opinion about the effect of the CNN story on Zach's ability to get hired, correct?
I'm not.
Okay. You're not offering an opinion on whether he could still be hired despite the CNN stories, correct?
I'm not.
So despite all the things you think Zach should be doing to look for work, you're not offering an opinion that any of them would be successful, are you?
Can you?
What was the question?
So despite all the things, read back the question.
So despite all the things you're offering that Zach could do for work, you're not offering an opinion that any of them could be successful, are you?
Objection. I think it relates to what he was saying, the jobs he could do. Yeah, I'll overrule the objection.
Can you ask the question one more time, please?
Yeah.
So you testified about the things you think Zach should be doing, but you're not offering an opinion that any of them would actually work at getting him a job, right?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have any questions for Mr. Humphreys, jot them down. And either event, tear a page out, fold it over, whether you got questions or not, pass it down. One, two. Hold your seats and I'll see if I have any.
That's right.
Mr. Humphreys, we don't have any questions from the jurors for you, so you're free to step down.
Aye, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. All right, we'll take a break for the evening. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, why don't you go ahead and put your notepads in your folders. Leave those on your chairs. You leave for the evening. You want to get started at 8:30?
I think so.
Okay. All right, we'll take our recess for the evening. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this case. Except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of those rules at all, please notify court personnel of the violation. Plan on tomorrow morning, same thing we've been doing. Come get here at 8:15 downstairs in the reception area, and we'll bring you up to the juror lounge and bring you in. Get started at 8:30. Anything else from the plaintiff? Anything else from the defense?
There you are.
All right. You all have a good evening.
Thank you.
We'll see you. The jurors are out of the courtroom. Y'all need a break, or are you guys good to go?
Your Honor, if you're talking about arguing the motion, we're good to go.
All right. Y'all good?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Tagging in.
Somebody's, oh, no worries. Your Honor, Chuck Tobin for the defendant. Your Honor, CNN at this time moves for directed verdict on the basis of failure to adduce competent evidence of liability, economic damages, or entitlement to punitive damages. Your Honor, the evidence that the court has now seen and that we've all heard is not competent evidence to sustain plaintiff's case because for the first part, Your Honor, CNN cannot, plaintiff cannot meet its burden to prove that CNN's publication caused harm to his reputational, it caused him reputational injury or economic loss. Your Honor, there's been no evidence at trials to date that any actual person thought less of Mr. Young, declined to do business or associate with Mr. Young because of CNN. He even said that he did not try to find any work and that he had not spoken with anybody who had seen the CNN article, even if that were competent testimony, and thought less of him. His entire case is resting on the telephone not ringing, people not returning his phone calls or his emails or his signal contacts. Your Honor, that is not competent and substantial evidence of any kind of reputational injury. Your Honor, I'm going to, if I may, hand up just a series of cases that I'm going to allude to during argument tonight.
All right. You got a copy for?
I do. May I approach?
You may. Do you want the copy that says Chuck's copies? Or does it matter?
Let me trade with you because I think they'll probably have a problem.
It's secret.
Unless you changed your name while I was sitting there. Okay. So, Your Honor, the first case that we're relying on is Business Ventures versus Business Ventures and Solutions versus Capital One. It's a decision by Judge Haffel in the Palm Beach County Circuit Court. This was a business defamation dispute in which plaintiff had failed to adduce any claim of any witness or anybody who gave any testimony during trial that anybody had seen the alleged defamation and that it had caused harm to his reputation. Judge Haffel granted directed verdict with the language, Your Honor, at the first tab that Mr. Tharp's defamation claim suffered from the same absence of damages and proof. Mr. Tharp did not call a single witness, so there was no testimony that Mr. Gordon's statement damaged Mr. Tharp's reputation, nor was there any evidence that the lost contracts, that he lost contracts, suffered humiliation by being forced, or even that any type of business was affected by the alleged statement. There was therefore no showing of alleged damages. And so, Your Honor, we would ask the court to follow the Business Ventures and Solutions case. And Your Honor, we think the court has already given an indication that it understands and agrees with the necessity of showing proximate causation for reputational harm. In the motion in limine order as to expert witness Buss, this court emphasized that the plaintiff must prove the connexity, I'm going to mess that word up again, Your Honor, when I say it, between wrong and damages. The court quoted from the ICM Manufacturing and Associates versus Bear case out of the second DCA. You even added some emphasis to it, Your Honor, and then you concluded your citation to that by saying this necessitates proof of connexity or nexus between the wrong and the damages. And Your Honor, they have utterly failed to show any damage to reputation. And in fact, Your Honor, the only concrete evidence of post-publication reputation after the CNN publication is the Helios contract that plaintiff failed to disclose. And that contract demonstrates the exact opposite, that Helios was willing to give Mr. Young a contract in order to up his security clearance so they could continue to hire him. And they, in fact, did secure a security clearance for him. Your Honor, as to the Amentum contract, Mr. Young admitted that he has no evidence connecting the non-renewal to CNN. Again, to remind the court, the contract expired. Mr. Young testified he had an expectation that it would be renewed, but he was asked on cross-examination and testified that he was unaware of any Amentum document that discussed the CNN publications or suggested that they were not renewing the contract because of the CNN publications. He even agreed that nobody from Amentum ever told him that the contract was not being renewed because of the CNN reports, nor did anybody else tell him that. Your Honor, the only testimony that he offered, and we tried to exclude it, Your Honor. We thought it was within your motion to eliminate order to exclude the testimony, but Your Honor allowed testimony from General Young, and that was entirely expert speculation, unconnected with any opportunity that General Young's company, AA21, had or considered for Mr. Young. And General Young also testified that he did not know Mr. Young's reputation before the CNN broadcast. So he certainly is not competent to testify as to whether Mr. Young had injury to his reputation, according to the, based on the CNN broadcast. He just didn't know his reputation before and after. And there's certainly plenty of evidence in the record that Mr. Young had already drawn a lot of criticism to himself by virtue of his own LinkedIn posts. That's certainly, there's certainly competent evidence that there were other causes to it that General Young didn't testify to. And so, Your Honor, it's rank speculation and non-competent evidence for General Young to have testified to that. Your Honor, we rely on, for that point, on the second case in the non-Chuck batch of documents that the court is looking at, Rivera versus Allstate Insurance. That's also, that's out of the Seventh Circuit. And there, Your Honor, it was a defamation case, another business defamation case, in which the plaintiff offered an expert witness about damage to his reputation. The plaintiffs testified that they were unable to find compensated employment after Allstate fired them. One of their experts opined that the for-cause termination can stigmatize a professional and limit career prospects. Another expert testified that professionals within the plaintiff's credentials likely would have been employed in a comparable position within a short period of time. So circumstantial evidence certainly implies that Allstate statements harmed the plaintiff's careers, but that's not enough to prove special damages. Here, plaintiffs failed to present the testimony of even a single prospective employer who declined to hire them because the statements in the documents, because of the statements in the documents. As a result, the jury was left to speculate, based on circumstantial proof alone, whether the defamatory statements actually caused the harm claimed to them. And so, Your Honor, what this jury will be asked to do, unless the court agrees with us and grant directed verdict, is to base its ruling on punitive damages, what plaintiff asked them to do, on pure speculative evidence coming from an expert who just doesn't have A, the foundational base, and B, the competency to give that kind of testimony. So we would ask the court to grant directed verdict as to damage to reputation under the authority of Business Ventures Solutions in the Allstate case. Your Honor,
let me ask you real quick on that Rivera case, because right after the part you quoted from, they get into an argument or analysis on Illinois law and what the standard or the requirements are under Illinois law about whether it requires direct testimony or not. You submit that the Florida law would be the same?
It is the same, Your Honor. You have to prove damage to, reputational harm is an element of the cause of action for defamation in both Florida and in Illinois.
All right, I hadn't gotten into reading. I just noticed the next paragraph got into a whole argument about that. So
Of course, and it was decided under Illinois law, Your Honor, so it's not binding. It doesn't follow Florida law, but I will represent that the law is the same. In fact, it's the same in all 50 states. Reputational harm, to quote somebody, is the sine qua non of the defamation tort. And so, Your Honor, the next grounds for directed, and so, Your Honor, no causation, no proof of causation of reputational harm is the first ground for the directed verdict motion. Second, Your Honor, the publications cannot be reasonably construed to convey or imply the meanings that plaintiffs ascribe to them. The use of black market in this context did not convey criminality. No witness other than the plaintiff testified that they understood the phrase to mean criminality in the context in which CNN reported on Afghanistan. General Young, Your Honor, was not permitted by virtue of the court's motion to eliminate to testify about it, so we don't have to worry about anything he might have said. Your Honor, as to the only evidence that they have put forward is the dictionary definition. And Your Honor, you've already correctly instructed the jury that in a defamation case, the meaning of the words in a publication must be based on the entire context, the whole context, and that isolated definitions are not enough to construe an alleged defamation. Your Honor, we rely on the cases of Pullen versus Johnson, which is included in your package. Your Honor, I believe the court may have already relied on that in the part of your summary judgment that talked about opinion. It's essentially the drug pusher, in air quotes, case in Santa Rosa County, in which in the context of an editorial talking about whether Santa Rosa County should become a wet county instead of a dry county, one of the commissioners was called a drug pusher. The court held that in the context of the alleged defamatory publication as a whole, that it just didn't convey the defamatory meaning that the plaintiff ascribed to it. I didn't give the court a copy of Greenbelt Cooperative Publishing Company versus Bressler, which is the U.S. Supreme Court case, but the citation is 398 U.S. 6, pin site 14 to 15, 1970 case. I like that case for this purposes because the words in at issue there was blackmail. And Your Honor, that was a newspaper report that a developer had used blackmail, in air quotes, tactics in order to gain concessions from a city council. It was clear in the context of that publication that nobody was alleging that the developer perpetrated the crime of blackmail. It's just that his strong-arm tactics, his tough negotiating style, warranted, in the opinion of the people writing it, the word blackmail. And so, Your Honor, here, all of the witnesses for both sides agree that the context of CNN's reporting was the chaos in Afghanistan, moving people around to safe houses, across the border at risk of death. You could not freely board an airplane. Mr. Young testified to you couldn't call Expedia up and get a plane out. Black market is not reasonably understood in that context to imply criminal behavior. Your Honor, I know that you've looked at this before. I know that the first DCA looked at this before. That was in the absence of the evidence at this trial that plaintiff put on. And other than Mr. Young himself, no witness would support that in the context of the CNN publication that we were intended to accuse Mr. Young of criminality. And so, Your Honor, As to the second allegedly defamatory implication, the publications did not and could not imply the plaintiff was taking money directly from Afghans. Your Honor, the publications repeatedly said the opposite, that Mr. Young was seeking payment from sponsors. We said it repeatedly in his own words. We said it in the broadcast at minute markers 3:15, 3:25, and 3:40. All of those made clear that Mr. Young was soliciting clients with sponsorships. Mr. Young testified that those were his own words that CNN put up there. Mr. Young testified that they unambiguously, on cross-examination from Mr. Axelrod, they unambiguously conveyed that he was taking money from sponsors. He testified that the message we published was crystal clear that that's what he was doing, and that he said it twice in his testimony. Under his own testimony, he can't meet his burden to show that CNN implied the opposite of what he testified and what he said we quoted him as saying. He can't, on the one hand, say we quoted him accurately and that his words were clear, and on the other hand, credibly contend or give rise to a jury question that by quoting him, we somehow said the opposite and created some kind, it gave rise to some kind of a defamatory implication. Your Honor, it just makes no sense that he can claim his words were clear, they were accurate, they were published by CNN, but they implied the opposite. And so, Your Honor, we on our second ground for directed verdict is that as to both of the allegedly defamatory implications, there is no credible, no reasonable jury could find in the context of CNN's reporting that we either accused him of criminality or accused him of taking money directly from Afghans instead of seeking with sponsors.
What about if you had the words that you put in there all right, he says these were my words, but you only put half the words in there, such that you created a situation where what you reported was technically true, but it wasn't the whole story. That obviously the additional words would have changed the connotation or anything.
And those additional words.
You're saying under no set of circumstances can you say, yeah, those are my words, they're crystal clear, that's exactly what I said, and then still argue that what was put together in the piece was defamatory.
Implied the opposite of the actual words that he would put on there. No disrespect, Your Honor, but that just doesn't strike us as a credible or sensible jury question when the words there were explicit. I think what the court is asking me is there a jury question for the words we didn't put in there, and those words being he was not seeking money directly from Afghans. And with respect, Your Honor, we might have put those words in, some other editor might have thought to put those words in, but it wouldn't change the meaning of exactly what we did report, which is the truth, which he testified was crystal clear, and which was completely accurate, and which said the opposite of what he's claiming the defamatory implication was. And we simply don't think that gives rise to there's any really credible argument to the contrary. And anything else really gets to editorial judgment, editorial content, not defamatory meaning, Your Honor. And that's a whole different issue and not something appropriate for adjudication.
Yeah, I can't recall the case off the top of my head right now, but there's the one that talks about you got the facts right, but the gist wrong.
Juice for Jesus versus
yeah. Would have thought I would remember that since we've talked about it, I don't know how many times for the last several years in this case. But I couldn't recall exactly which one. But yeah, and that comes to mind the other example of, I remember when I was a kid and I'd get asked a question by my parents and I'd say, oh no, well, I was correctly answering the question, but I wasn't fully answering the question, where, at least according to my mom, that was still a lie. So, I mean, when you say you got the facts right by quoting exactly what he said, I mean, couldn't the gist be wrong? Because that's what you're arguing, that with him admitting that, he can't claim that the stories were defamatory, but Juice for Jesus says it could be.
But Your Honor has defined correctly the defamatory gist to be predating on Afghans. I don't have that part of it exactly right.
Yeah, with first you say desperate Afghans, or bad people preying on desperate Afghans.
Preying on desperate Afghans, and Your Honor agreed with us that you needed to tell the jury what the allegedly omitted fact was. Taking money by taking money directly from Afghans. Your Honor, we didn't omit any half-truth. We didn't tell any half-truth. We didn't tell any true facts that give rise to a defamatory inference that he was actually taking money from Afghans by virtue of our saying that he was seeking sponsorship, that he was looking for people with sponsors. Your Honor, there's no two fact, what Rabbi Jews for Jesus said is two accurate facts that give rise to a defamatory implication. Well, the defamatory implication is the opposite of the two facts, or the facts as we reported them, the diametric opposite, Your Honor. And so you can look at any article and say, well, you didn't negate what you just said was the opposite of the actual fact. And so, Your Honor, we will be creating a jury question on an area that A, makes no sense, and B, really doesn't fit the Jews for Jesus, Rabbi Jews for Jesus paradigm, because the inference that you want the jury to decide is the opposite of what we actually said. And they've not cited a case, I've not found a case that says that that's where you fill the gap on the defamatory inference with the opposite of what you actually said. All the inference cases go to some third fact outside of the truth of what you actually said, and the inference is the opposite. And so, Your Honor, any further questions on that, Your Honor? It's an important point for us. So, yep. Okay. Your Honor, additionally, we ask for a directed verdict as there's no jury question as to material falsity. Black market was not a materially false statement in the context of this story and in the context of the circumstances. The market for private evacuations services was a black market in the sense conveyed in the segment. All witnesses agree on that, the plaintiff and CNN. It was chaotic, it was unregulated, it was lacking in any legal framework or any legal definitions of any kind. And we've even heard General Young confirm CNN's characterizations of the conditions on the ground, that the characterizations of the conditions on the ground were completely accurate. We believe that in the context of the reporting, black market is a supportable term, and that no reasonable jury could find otherwise. Your Honor, we also ask for directed verdict on the grounds that neither black market nor taking money directly from Afghans was defamatory. What made the market a black market, Your Honor, was what the Taliban was doing, not what those operating in the market were doing. So it's not defamatory for us to have said that plaintiff, as the witnesses have testified, that plaintiff operated in a black market. The black market was created by the circumstances of the Taliban. Second of all, as to taking money directly from Afghans, plaintiff testified that Afghans looking to get out were facing death if they didn't escape. He also testified that there was nothing wrong with making a profit off of doing good. And he also testified that it's not and Your Honor, it is also not defamatory to say that someone took money from Afghans to save their lives. Your Honor, as General Young told us, everybody is entitled to their opinion, and he agreed when Mr. Axelrod said that's right, because that's America. Your Honor, it is not defamatory, even especially in light of the advertisements. Your Honor was with us on summary judgment that he was advertising directly to Afghans. It is not defamatory to say that he was taking money from Afghans in that desperate environment. Your Honor, we also asked for a directed verdict on grounds that plaintiff has not given rise to a jury question of negligence. There's no evidence in the record that CNN breached any standard of care. Plaintiff decided not to call a journalism expert. We did not call a rebuttable expert for that reason. Your Honor, the evidence is consistent and clear. The stories went through CNN's routine and rigorous fact-checking process and the triad process multiple times. Mr. Marquardt testified that all tweaks, even those made shortly before the segment was broadcast, was continuously re-reviewed by his intermediate bosses and the triad. Mr. Lumley testified similarly here today. And so, Your Honor, there's just no evidence in the record to support a case for negligence to go to the jury in this case. Your Honor, as well, Your Honor, we asked for directed verdict on the grounds that any of the allegedly defamatory implications were not intended by CNN. Your Honor, the testimony was clear that no one in CNN intended to convey that plaintiff's activities were criminal or that he was taking money directly from Afghans. The law requires evidence of intent before liability can be imposed for what a publication did not say directly, but what the court or the plaintiff believes it was implied. Your Honor, we averred in the jury instructions discussion to Rap v. Jews for Jesus. We would ask the court also as well to look at Chapin versus Knight Ritter, 993 F. 2nd, 1087, pin site 1092 to 1093. And then Guilford Transportation Industries, Inc. versus Wilner, 760 A. 2nd, 580, 596. That's out of the D.C. Court of Appeals. Additionally, Your Honor, we would ask for directed verdict on grounds that the use of black market in the Chiron was not of and concerning the plaintiff. The first use of black market was a full 3 minutes plus before the plaintiff was first referenced in the story. The use of the phrase in the banner referred back to that intro. Mr. Marquardt testified that the banner, in his view, didn't mean to reference Mr. Young, and Mr. Levine testified similarly in the video depot excerpt that we saw. So we would also ask for directed verdict on the ground that black market was not of and concerning the plaintiff. Finally, Your Honor, we would ask the court to grant directed verdict and not let the jury consider liability for putative damages. Your Honor, there is no clear and convincing evidence, and now we're obviously out of the negligence zone and up into clear and convincing evidence that CNN both intended to convey the specific meanings plaintiff ascribes criminality and that he was taking money from Afghans. CNN, he has to prove by clear and convincing evidence that's what CNN intended to convey. And then he has to also establish by clear and convincing evidence that CNN knew the meanings that it was conveying were false, or those meanings that he alleges they were conveying were false. Your Honor, in the packet of materials, I've included the case of Coral Ridge Ministries versus Amazon. Your Honor, that's a case out of the 11th Circuit. And there the court affirmed the motion to dismiss on grounds that plaintiff could not prove actual malice by proving that the defendant's use of the phrase hate group to describe Coral Ministries was knowingly false, very similar to here, under the standard definition of the term of hate group, where the evidence indicated defendant meant to use the phrase in a non-standard way, under which it would be true as applied to that plaintiff. We also would point the court to Clayman versus City Pages. I have not included a copy. I'll call out the site. It's 650 Federal Appendix 744, 749, also out of the 11th Circuit, affirming summary judgment. The 11th Circuit adopted the holding in Kendall versus Daily News Publishing, 716 F. 3rd 82, pin site 90, out of the 3rd Circuit in 2013. The Kendall case holds we agree with the 1st, 6th, 7th, and 9th Circuits that plaintiffs in defamation by implication cases must show something beyond knowledge of or recklessness in regard to the falsity of the statement's defamatory meaning. And what they were talking about there is plaintiff's intention to make the allegedly defamatory implication in addition to the falsity of that implication. Finally, Your Honor, I did include in the package Jacoby versus CNN, a CNN case in which the federal court in the Middle District here in Florida granted a motion to dismiss because plaintiff had not alleged sufficiently actual malice with respect to the implication claim. And the court's specific holding there was that they had not alleged that the defendant had made the statement with knowledge or reckless disregard for their defamatory implication. And so those cases point directly, to Your Honor, to a directed verdict in this case, because there is simply no evidence that we intended to call him a criminal or suggest illegality. or that he was taking money directly from Afghans. And so, Your Honor, and I would rely on Mr. Marquardt's testimony, Mr. Hogan's testimony, and Mr. Levine's testimony for the evidence in the record as to CNN's intent. Your Honor, as well, as in terms of the taking money from Afghans, again, our intent is clear and conspicuous on the face of the broadcast. Our intent was to broadcast that he wanted sponsors, with sponsors 3 times in the broadcast, Your Honor, and there's been no testimony that CNN intended to suggest or imply that he was taking money directly from Afghans. And so, Your Honor, on a failure of clear and convincing proof of actual malice, that is reason alone for the court to take the case for liability for punitive damages away from the jury and to grant CNN directed verdict on punitive damages. We would also ask the court to take a look at the express malice requirement, the second requirement. Your Honor, the story focused on a bona fide matter of public interest, didn't even mention plaintiff until 3 minutes into the story. General Young himself testified that the subject matter of the story was newsworthy. The story was the product of weeks versus news gathering. The story went through an elaborate editorial process in which questions were asked and questions were answered in the give and take in the news environment. The only evidence in all of that of CNN's primary motive in this story are from Mr. Hogan, Mr. Marquardt, and Mr. Levine to tell the story of people in a chaotic, desperate situation for Afghans, and that some people were trying to profit from it, which Mr. Young admits he was doing. Mr. Marquardt and Mr. Lillis had some emails that the court relied on and that the first DCA relied on in finding express malice and actual malice for purposes of, allowing punitive damages to be claimed and also denying summary judgment. Your Honor, that was before you heard the testimony. We all heard the testimony from Mr. Marquardt putting those emails in context. I told the court, I told both courts, that it was very clear that they were reacting in near real time to things that they were finding on the internet. And both Your Honor and the first DCA said for purposes of summary judgment and leave to amend, they had alleged enough. There was enough in the record. Your Honor now has heard Mr. Marquardt's testimony, and it is unrebutted and it was unshaken that I was telling you the truth. I may not have had Mr. Marquardt standing there next to me, but Mr. Marquardt testified that he saw the LinkedIn messages, Katie Bowe's text to him about what Mr. Young was saying, that Mr. Young couldn't even say what his costs were because he wasn't sure, because he didn't know what they were doing on the ground. All of the things that he was inputting that led him to say certain things in the context of his work environment. That is not evidence of express malice. That is evidence of reacting in real time to the circumstances that he was taking in. And the testimony is unrebutted that the primary motive for this story was to tell the story of desperate Afghans who were seeking a horrendous situation and very difficult choices and very little possibility of getting out of the country unless they found a sponsor to pay their way. And so, Your Honor, we would also ask the court to take a look at the express malice and grant directed verdict on punitive damages on actual malice or express malice or both. And then finally, Your Honor, I was unable to persuade you, so I'm just going to make this argument for the record, that there is we're going to put it in. There is no clear and convincing proof of outrageousness. That is a separate and independent element. And I would just quote from the first DCA, when it was looking at this from a motion for leave to amend standpoint, Young sufficiently proffered evidence of actual malice, comma, express malice, comma, and a level of outrageous conduct enough to open the door for him to seek punitive damages. So that is a separate finding that the court must find that there's clear and convincing evidence of outrageous behavior in addition to actual malice and express malice And so, Your Honor, for all of those reasons, we would ask the court to grant directed verdict.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Tillman. Mr. Friedman.
That was a lot on the fly, Your Honor, so I'm going to do my best. I think the first ground was no causation, Judge. There was a significant amount of evidence of causation came in the case. First of all, looking at the money from before the defamatory implication, the money after the defamatory implication publications, there was a massive drop in income for Mr. Young. Went from earning in the multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars to zero. His tax returns came in, and so there's evidence right there. When General Young was on the stand, he was asked if he would have hired Mr. Young for Allied Airlift 21 before the publication. He said yes. When asked after, he said no. When pressed by CNN's counsel whether he would allow a 16-year-old girl to die, if he instead of hiring him, he said we would try to find other methods. We could not hire Mr. Young. Similarly, Mr. Young's testimony that he is not hireable and that no one has called him and that there's a stark difference in treatment in his network from before the defamatory implication publication, when he would constantly receive phone calls and be brought onto projects for work versus after, when his phone has remained silent and his network will not return his calls, is also evidence of damages. Your Honor, this is also a defamation per se case, and while it is against a media defendant, and so nominal damages are not enough, the Miami Herald case finds that mental pain and suffering is sufficient in a defamation per se case to be actual damages. Mr. Young testified at length about the mental pain and suffering he's endured as a result of the defamatory publications. Dr. Vincent testified about the significant damages that have been done to Mr. Young as a result of the defamatory implications. As for the Helios contract, Mr. Young testified it was a favor that somebody was doing to him. It was not, he's never made $1 from it. And for Amentum, Mr. Young's testimony was that it was obvious to him that Amentum allowed the contract to lapse as a result of defamatory publications. Now, again, by no means are we moving for a directed verdict in our favor, but certainly evidence of damages have come in. I looked at the two cases that Mr. Tobin put forward very quickly, starting with the business ventures case, and looking on page 3, if the court looks to the paragraph right above the highlights that Mr. Tobin highlighted, the court will see it says, Mr. Tharp introduced no evidence of lost profits and no before and after comparison of income, losses, and profits that would have enabled the jury to measure the harm caused by the alleged inference. This failure of proof was compounded by his not having an expert testimony in support of his damages claim. Mr. Young is the sole operator mentioned in the segment. So when looking at whether or not CNN has created a defamatory implication, you need look no further than their own words when they characterize what was coming next, Your Honor. As for the article, Judge, we looked at that today with Mr. Lumley. The red lines that were used as a demonstrative to help make the points of the changes or the problematic portions of it. They talked about Afghans desperate to flee the country, increasingly having to negotiate with private operators charging exorbitant sums. Later in the article, calls them potentially unscrupulous operators. And of course, Your Honor, all the evidence you relied on to deny summary judgment on these exact same issues have come into trial. CNN has pointed out nothing that we were unable to get into trial that we used in reliance on our summary judgment motion to defeat their summary judgment motion. Unless the court has more questions, I'll move to the next round. Material falsity. Your Honor, black market means, as we've pointed out, an illegal market. We moved for summary judgment on this issue. We did not win, as the court recalls, but the court said it was a jury question on falsity. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed since the court rendered that ruling. And again, all the evidence has come in. Mr. Tobin argued that all of CNN's witnesses agree that it's unregulated. That is unsurprising, Your Honor, but again, they can argue that to the jury, but there are dictionaries on our side. There is General Young on our side. There is Nicole Guyette on our side. Well, that may not be directed to black market exactly. There's the DynCorp contract on our side. And finally, Your Honor, the finding from you that you found as a factual matter that Mr. Young did nothing illegal. So that on its own is sufficient to defeat the material falsity argument. Again, just on a directed verdict basis, given the potential implication of the term black market and your finding that Mr. Young did nothing illegal. The next basis was black market is taking money from Afghans. Neither black market nor taking money from Afghans can be defamatory. Your Honor, I think it's self-understood why, if black market means what we say it means, which you have already said to be a jury question, it is defamation per se. And then in terms of taking money from Afghans, the first DCA has already talked about the fact that it's not simply taking money from Afghans, but rather it's bad actors preying on desperate Afghans at a chaotic time. That is exactly the implication of what CNN did here, and it is certainly defamatory. The evidence has shown that it has that publication, that false publication, in our view, has ruined Mr. Young's career. In terms of evidence of negligence, Your Honor, unless you have questions, I'm going to move to evidence of negligence. In terms of evidence of negligence, Your Honor, and I think these will go hand in hand with evidence of malice. So maybe we'll just hit malice, because if we establish enough of malice, will be sufficient for negligence, Your Honor. But we've got the messages between Megan Trimble and Tom Lumley that we went through today about the story being full of holes like Swiss cheese, being hung up on one source. We've got the internal messages showing significant animus towards Mr. Young. We've got Mr. Marquardt and Mr. Phillips' conversation where they're going to nail this MFer, saying, I'm going to hold you to that, cowboy. You've got the text messages with Jill Kornetsky talking about exterminating a parasite. You've got messages showing Mr. Marquardt ignored lead after lead after lead, focusing on Mr. Young. You've got messages, again, showing 7 or 8 people that Mr. Marquardt, again, continuously focused blindly on Young. Another one of those evidence that came into evidence was the call with Hazami Barmada, where Mr. Marquardt asked her twice if she's heard of Young. She says no, but I've heard of Raven and Dunkirk. Again, those don't appear in the story. We've seen messages with Mr. Marquardt saying effing Young just texted. Mr. Marquardt's messages with James Daniels celebrating about taking him down. Marquardt's testimony that he, let me skip that one for a second. We've got the And we've got the, again, the definition of black market in the dictionary. No one checked the dictionary. I think you heard from some of the video depositions, no one looked up the term. And so, Your Honor, we would proffer that all the evidence used to defeat the summary judgment motion came into evidence. And so therefore, unless the court is changing its mind on the summary judgment order, all the evidence showing that CNN, sorry, Your Honor, I have some more that's just hitting me as we're thinking. CNN standards and policy CNN standards document came into evidence. That standards document talks about the fact that triad should be brought into the process weeks or months earlier, not at the last minute. The court heard from Ms. Mosley, sworn testimony, that it was peculiar, essentially, that this was brought to triad's attention so late. There were multiple violations of CNN's own internal policies, including engaging in theater, Mr. Marquardt's own declaration that the entire piece was theater. So again, Your Honor, significant evidence of negligence, of animus for express malice, and, Your Honor, all the evidence you relied on your summary judgment order, Mr. Marquardt's admissions that he had no evidence Mr. Young did anything illegal or criminal. He had no evidence Mr. Young took advantage of an Afghan. He had no evidence Mr. Young exploited an Afghan. He had no evidence that Mr. Young had ever taken money from an Afghan. And despite knowing all those things, he went ahead and published the story he did. So for all the reasons the court denied the summary judgment motion on negligence and the punitive damages motion for malice, Your Honor, we'd again argue that all of that evidence came into trial, and therefore, for the same reasons in the summary judgment order, it should be denied as well here. Unless the court has more questions, I'll move to the next basis.
Well, I mean, what about, we've got messages, and the only people testifying about what they intended by doing the messages were, Marquardt or Lumley or any of these other individuals. I mean, to the extent that that's the testimony, is that sufficient? Or I mean,
no, I
does that defeat your argument that there's some evidence that they had some ill will? They all said, no, we didn't hate them, we didn't despise them.
Sure, Your Honor. Well, two things. Number one, I don't have a case off the top of my head, but we cited it in our summary judgment briefing. It's very clear in Florida. There's case law that talks about exactly this. You can't defeat a defamation claim by simply proffering the testimony of the person who authored it. You are allowed to rely on circumstantial evidence. Under CNN's standard, the only way you'd ever be able to prevail is if you got a Perry Mason-like admission or confession on the stand. People don't admit to their wrongdoings. They don't publish their defamation. We must rely on circumstantial evidence to do it. And, Your Honor, the same testimony that came in at trial, not word for word, but very similar, was proffered by CNN as part of their summary judgment order to show that, well, look, all these people are saying they didn't hate him. They didn't mind it. They were just trying to report the facts. And of course, at that time, the court reviewed that and rejected it for this very reason. Certainly, CNN is entitled to argue to the jury that we haven't met our burden and that we presented no proof of what their intent was in their head beyond the documents on the page. But I think the jury the jury is entitled to look at Mr. Lumley on the stand and look at Mr. Marquardt on the stand and weigh the credibility of their testimony against their words at the time versus their words today and make a determination of whether they believe them. And if they don't believe them, then the documents should speak for themselves. So I guess, in short, Your Honor, I think the evidence that came in from Mr. Marquardt and Mr. Lumley and others would defeat our directed verdict motion, but it certainly does not grant them theirs.
Okay.
Then, Your Honor, defamation by implication, because I think Mr. Tobin argued that you have to show that they intended the defamatory meaning. But he cited no Florida case law for that standard, and that argument was rejected by the court in the jury instructions. I'm being handed a note, Your Honor. More evidence is the CNN's correction that was issued. It's correction and apology, admitting the error and using it wrongly. And in terms of punitive damages, again, renounced by all its employees. And for the defamation by implication, you have to show that you intended the defamatory meaning. There's no Florida authority for that. You must show malice, express and actual, which we've already argued. I think next, Mr. Tobin argued that black market cannot be of and concerning the plaintiff. Your Honor, you need look no further than the same argument we've been arguing this entire case. Your Honor, CNN put Mr. Young's face and name and then put a banner right underneath it saying black markets, Afghans facing black markets. But also, Your Honor, Mr. Marquardt admitted on the stand that he used Mr. Young as an example of someone operating on a black market. He was the main architect of the piece. I think Mr. Hogan gave a very similar admission when he was put on the stand. And so the idea that we have no evidence that the black market statement was of and concerning Mr. Young, I think is not correct. General Young as well interpreted it that way and therefore said, I would not hire him for Allied airlift. So again, while CNN is free to argue to the jury, we haven't met our burden. We have certainly proffered enough evidence to defeat a directed verdict motion. Your Honor, on my page that covered all the arguments offered by CNN, but if I've missed something, I'm happy to circle back. Your Honor, I'm being reminded that Mr. Hogan admitted on the stand to having authorized the publication of a 3/4 true statement. Story. I suppose Mr. Tobin will argue that proves his substantial truth argument. It was more true than not. Yeah.
What's the percentage cutoff on substantial?
I think the jury needs to confirm that, Your Honor.
I think we're getting close to a donation right there.
See if Mr. Friedman makes 2 of them today. All right, anything else, Mr. Friedman?
No, Your Honor, unless you think I've missed one of the grounds.
I don't know that.
I've said this a few times, Your Honor, but as a catch-all, I would urge the court, to the extent it has any doubts, to return to its summary judgment order and its summary judgment briefing. I can assure the court that in our mind, we made very certain that everything the court relied on to reject summary judgment actually made it in at trial. I'm aware of nothing that did not. It was one of the things we had been monitoring very closely. So to the extent I've missed something, Your Honor, I'd ask you to just go back and look at the briefing on summary judgment and the record. The evidentiary record is bigger, meaning more has come in.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Mr. Tobin.
Yes, Your Honor. Just return to just a few points and I'll rest on the remainder of them. As far as punitive damages and actual malice, obviously as to everything I'm arguing today, the burden is now on the plaintiff at a trial. So we're not quite at the same place we were at summary judgment, certainly not at the same place as I was before the first DCA on the motion for leave to amend. And Your Honor, the burden is extraordinary under actual malice law. It's clear and convincing evidence. And in fact, under general punitive damages law, it's clear and convincing evidence under 768.72. And so, Your Honor, we can't rely on the argument that the jury may disbelieve witnesses as to what they said, what they meant, and what they intended. And by the way, Mr. Lumley didn't say 3/4 truth. He said 3/4 of an article because there was more detail that he wished they had access to that he could have recorded. So that's just not correct, not accurate.
Mr. Hogan.
It was Mr. Hogan.
Okay. Well, I don't have his testimony. I have a Mr. Lumley today was talking about percentages and all of that. So that's what I'm thinking about. But Your Honor, regardless, the fact that the witnesses may be disbelieved by the jury is simply a failure under clear and convincing evidence or under any evidence at any burden at trial. You have to have contrary and conflicting evidence. You have to give rise to a question of fact. And there's just nothing in the record that will inform what these witnesses meant by, and I'm talking now about all of the emails and the signals and all of that stuff, other than their own testimony. And they were very clear, and I don't think there's any real question that what they were reacting to and what the jury has heard is they were reacting to the news as it was coming to them, the facts, the source information that was overwhelming, and it was telling them a certain story and a certain picture of Mr. Young. And that's what that was all about. And so, Your Honor, they can't just get up here and say, the jury may disbelieve them, and therefore it's actual malice. Your Honor, I think Mr. Friedman misunderstood some of my arguments on causation. I was arguing causation on reputational harm for directed verdict, not causation on mental pain and suffering, and not the quantification of damages, or whether there's, if the court agrees that there's causation, what the measure of those damages should be. So Mr. Balco's testimony really doesn't go, that Mr. Friedman just alluded to, really doesn't go to that argument, nor does their discussion of the mental pain and suffering. Frankly, not moving for directed verdict on the mental pain and suffering. As far as the reputational harm, they leaned in very heavily on General Young. I'll just rest on the Rivera case and the notion that you can't have reputational harm come in through an expert witness who never met the plaintiff before, didn't know his reputation before, didn't offer him a job, didn't say he was going to offer him a job. It really is in the realm of rank speculation, and that's just not substantial and competent evidence on that, Your Honor, on that issue. And again, the pointed issue is directed verdict on causation on reputational harm. Your Honor, as well, they leaned into the dictionary definitions for actual malice and for not defamatory, Your Honor. And Your Honor, again, the dictionary definitions under actual malice would be an objective measure, a place you could go and a reasonable person might look at a dictionary instead of going with their colloquial sense of the word. Actual malice is a subjective state of mind, Your Honor, and it really goes to their burden of having to show by clear and convincing evidence that they understood and appreciated the implication that plaintiff ascribes to it, and that they knew that that implication was false. And there's simply no evidence to support that kind of an argument in this case, certainly not by pointing to the dictionary. So, Your Honor, if there are no further questions, okay, we'll rest on the rest of our arguments. Thank you.
All right. All right. For the moment, I'll reserve ruling on the motion for direct verdict. Obviously, I mean, there's a number of things to digest here with some other citations that, were thrown out that I probably have read the case at some point in time, but in the midst of all the arguments we've had, but I'll take a closer look at it and just reserve for the time being on the motions. Tomorrow morning, you guys are ready to go at 8:30. We'll have a witness teed up, ready to roll.
Yes, sir.
And you still thinking sometime tomorrow afternoon?
The day got longer today. I was more optimistic that it would be early afternoon. I think it's probably going to be a full day, but I don't think we're going to need to go past 5.
Okay.
And I know that we have to still complete the argument about final instructions afterwards. So I'm very sensitive to that because obviously for closing arguments, whatever language you settle on is very important for that.
Yeah, maybe. If you want to know what you're going to argue to the jury.
It always helps.
Have y'all taken a crack at melding the different or trying to bridge the difference between y'all's instructions? I take that as a no.
We have not.
All right.
We can certainly endeavor tonight to try.
And a lot of that work was done, frankly, from our standpoint in the first set of arguments.
Yeah, well, and that's something we addressed on the preliminary ones, which are going to be a lot of the same objections. And I know there's still the issue, and I said on your outrageousness, even, you made the argument again today, but I said we'll deal with that if we need to clean them up for the closing ones. So, I mean, that's obviously an issue we still need to hammer out. I may try to take a look at them. It's not going to be as easy at the house as it is here at the office where I got multiple screens to work off of, but I may try to hammer out a draft, kind of like what I did a week ago, over a week ago, when I sent you all the draft later. And see if I can't get something that at least starts the bridging that, because I'd like to try to get where we hammer them out or have a resolution by tomorrow. And that way, even if there's a witness, you got to still put up on the stand Thursday, and you still got a rebuttal case first thing Thursday morning. You can at least start prepping where you'll be ready to do closings and roll into those on Thursday.
Yeah, it's hard to make those changes on the fly on Thursday, so.
Yeah, that's why I wanted something that we at least have in front of y'all and we can talk about tomorrow afternoon.
Well, Your Honor, last night what we did was we cut the instructions that you've already given into one document, and then what's left in another document that we were going to propose. Would it be helpful if we submitted those to the court and counsel and help the process along?
That may be, there's a number of the duplicates that I gave already that are going to be the same or substantially the same at the end of this. So, I mean, I think some of that, well, if you've got at least a working document that was updated since last week, why don't you send that around and I'll take a look at it tonight and I'll make some notes or see what I can do to tweak something. And if I've got something that I can shoot to y'all, I'll get Brittany to send it to y'all.
But I'll send ours in through.
Yeah. Send it to Brittany.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Yeah, because I'd like to be able to talk about that where we've got as close to a final set by tomorrow evening. And if there's some argument we still need to make, and then I can go back and make edits, or somebody can make edits and then send them out, and then at least you'll have them late Wednesday night.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for this evening?
Can I have my phone back? It's going to
Other than that, anything else this evening?
I assure you I will not be a repeat offender.
They all say that, Sandy.
All right. Well, then if nothing else, we'll break for the evening. I need to read our jury instruction, but y'all are not to do any research about the case.
Lloyd Patterson presiding. You may be seated. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We have a trial we're going to resume around 9:30. As much done as we can on the regular docket till then. Lawyers have any matters, feel free to come before them again. this is an emotional trial. I know both victims' families have been trying to wait for a long time. Please maintain decorum, and we can proceed as I hope to. Okay. Both sides ready to proceed with the trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring up Mr. Chinless. Yes, Judge. See, Investigator Crawford is here. I want to bring the jury. Yes, Judge. Jurors, please be seated. I can. Please be seated. Good morning, jurors. Hope you had a restful night as much as possible. I understand that some of y'all like to work out. That's great. Keep that habit up. It'll keep you from moving around like an old man. I've had to add flexibility to my routine for sure, but it's good that you have a little stress relief and keep yourself healthy. Before we start, just have to ask, as I will every morning, is everyone able to abide by the court's admonition to not be exposed to media, to not discuss the case among yourselves, and anyone see any of those things happening? Everyone able to abide by the court's admonition, please nod your head. Records reflect all heads are nodding. Okay. We're going to proceed with the direct examination of Investigator Crawford. General.
Yes, Your Honor.
Crawford, come on up. Can we swear to do this?
Somebody swear to affirm that the testimony about the gifts of truth.
I'll ask for a DVD. Good morning, Investigator Crawford.
Good morning.
So let's wrap up where we left off in Mr. Chin's apartment. When you were in Mr. Chin's apartment and you saw what you believed to be blood, and then the Blue Star reacted, at that point in time, did you know whose blood that was?
I didn't know whose blood was what that was.
Did CPD take steps, more urgent steps than normal in a situation like that to try to learn whose blood that was?
Yes, we did take samples of blood, swabs of blood. We did presumptive tests through the means of Kastle-Meyer test, which essentially you're testing for potential stains or things such as to identify if it is potentially blood. We also collected carpet samples. Once those items were collected, once we had the ability to obtain a potential DNA profile from the victim, such as her toothbrush, then we submitted those items to the TBO.
And how often have you worked with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Pretty much every homicide investigation that I've had.
Do they do a majority of testing of items that are collected in a homicide case?
Correct. They do most majority of the forensic testing that's done on evidence collected in the case. Other than fingerprints are done by our APIS investigators in-house.
And some of our electronic forensics, such as phones or computers, are done at check.
Typically, how long does TBI take to test items and return those testing results to law enforcement?
Typically, the testing process takes an extensive amount of time. Typically, when we submit a TBI request for evidence to be processed through their lab, we submit a request along with submitting evidence to their lab for testing. Typically, in a homicide case, something such as DNA takes approximately 9 months or so before we get those results. It's not that it takes them 9 months to determine exactly what it is, but it's essentially their caseload that they have at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations that it takes them a while to get to our actual submitted evidence before they're able to conduct their investigation.
Were multiple items in this case taken to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation for testing?
Yes, they were.
And is there a lab in Chattanooga?
No, there's not.
Where are the closest labs?
The closest labs is the main lab is in Nashville, Tennessee, and they have another lab that's close to us, being in Knoxville.
Do you recall which one these items from this case were submitted to?
Yes.
Which one?
They were submitted to the Knoxville lab. We made contact with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. We actually requested that these pieces of evidence be tested externally as quickly as possible, meaning that we could submit them and hopefully they would take this case and put it in front of the rest of the cases to potentially identify whose blood, or what kind of blood was located inside the apartment. We were able to make contact with the lab in Knoxville with TBI, and they fulfilled their request.
So did you ask for urgent testing to determine whose blood was in the apartment?
Yes, that's correct.
And were they able to return those results to you?
Yes, they were.
Were you able to review those results?
Yes, I was.
And whose blood was in that apartment?
It was identified as that of Jasper cases.
Does TBI have protocols that they relay to law enforcement in regards to how much evidence they are able or willing to test in major cases?
Yes.
What are those, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, specifically with DNA, for every piece of evidence we submit, they have different requirements or different things that they have in place. Specifically with DNA testing, they will only accept for testing 10 items at a time, which obviously we showed pictures earlier of potential items of evidence that had blood on them, which obviously tells us more than 10 items. So we have to submit the items that we believe potentially have the best result to identify someone. We're allowed to submit 10 pieces of evidence for testing, along with our DNA standards. In investigations, we collect standards from victims, persons of interest, suspects, or potentially people that may have also had the ability to be in that same scene as well. In this specific case, we were able to get a search warrant and get a buccal, which is a buccal swab on the inside of your cheek for Mr. Jason Chin. And then we were able to first thing that was submitted was a known toothbrush for the victim that would have a high probability of her DNA being on it. Those two items were submitted to the TBI, along with other pieces of evidence.
Going back to 110 Tremont Street, you testified to searching, and the jury will see more photos. You testified to searching Jason's residence. Did you do any searches outside of the apartment building?
Yes, we did.
Where was that?
After the initial search of apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street, in investigations, we start small and work big. We try to figure out what exactly happened in the scene, and then we expand upon that. That includes not only searching, but a neighborhood canvas to identify potential witnesses, attempt to locate video, or potentially see if other items of evidence or anything has been discarded outside of the crime scene. The first step after the apartment is I requested that investigators then go door to door and conduct a neighborhood canvas within the apartment to potentially locate any further witnesses. While that neighborhood canvas was being conducted, I subsequently went to the exterior of 110 Tremont Street and started doing a walkthrough of that area as well, to include the outer perimeter, the parking lot area, and dumpsters located there. I expanded further past that. We had search teams conducted in the wooded areas and the residential areas, potentially locating further pieces of evidence, attempting to locate the victim. To the extent I found a manhole cover at the rear of the apartments that was partially exposed and seemed to be that it had been moved recently. I personally entered that manhole and crawled 70 feet underground. We tried to extensively search the entire area to include all the dumpsters as well.
Would it be fair to say that you do everything that you can possibly think to do in a location such as this with such a large amount of blood?
With the manner and resources that we have, yes.
Okay. And let's go back to the dumpsters. Were there dumpsters? Jury saw some Google Map images. Were there dumpsters next to Mr. Chin's apartment building?
Yes, there were.
And were you present when there was, and you can explain to the jury what kind of search or investigation was done into the dumpsters?
At first, even with exterior locations that we searched, the process is still the same in terms of how it's done. The first part is a walkthrough to potentially identify via the naked eye items of potentially evidentiary value that we potentially want to collect or have further interest in. So such as a dumpster, the first thing I'm not going to do is go in there and start ripping every trash bag out or every piece of clothing, because I want that documented by photographs prior to any of that being done. In this specific case, I entered the dumpster area. If you remember correctly, there was a wooden gated fence to kind of hide the outside of it from the street, from the residents. I subsequently opened that wooded door and entered that area where two dumpsters were located. Upon entering that area, I observed a few items of clothing on the ground and a sanitary pad, a women's sanitary pad, that appeared to potentially have what appeared to be blood and seemed out of place. Once I observed that, I subsequently notified our crimes unit that we were also going to have further evidence that needed to be processed outside of apartment.
What else was the evidence that you just spoke of, including the sanitary pad, where was it when you opened the doors that covered the dumpsters?
Upon entering the closed dumpster area, the fence, it was just a few feet inside of the doorway, on the floor, on the ground, on the concrete ground, outside of the dumpsters. There was trash in those dumpsters, but these items were discarded on the ground outside the dumpsters.
Just laying there for you to see,
Correct.
not inside of the dumpster.
That's correct.
Was there clothing there?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of clothing?
There were a pair of pants, a pair of shoes, a women's sanitary pad.
Did anything stand out to you about the pants?
The pants appeared to have what appeared to be possibly blood on them.
Discoloration?
Discoloration consistent with blood.
Do you recall what kind of shoes they were?
They were white in color, dirty, white in color canvas style shoes with a white sole on them, low tops. I believe they were around the size of 11 or 11 and a half.
One moment, Your Honor. I'm going to approach you, Investigator Crawford, with 1, 2, 3, 6 photos. They're stapled today. Can you look through those? Do you recognize those photos?
I did.
What is depicted in them?
It's the photos are that of the dumpster area, the enclosure, and that of the items I described earlier that were on the ground.
Do those photos accurately represent what that area looked like on November what would that have been, 28, 2022?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this exhibit be the state's next exhibit, and the state did try to assist the court reporter, so we have the yellow stickers on these. These have the -1, -2, so they could be a collective with the dashes.
Collective 83.
Judge?
Yes, collective 83.
All right, Investigator Crawford, I'm gonna post these on the screen behind you. Simply the doors of the dumpster, correct?
That's correct.
This is State's Exhibit 83-1. State's Exhibit 83-2. What does this depict?
This is a photograph from the interior of the dumpster area, just inside the gated area.
And what can you see on the ground there?
You can see the discarded clothing, the pair of shoes I was describing, a sanitary pad, and there's also a pair of what appears to be women's underwear.
State's Exhibit 83-3. What is this?
It's a closer up shot of what we just observed. That also shows the same items, the pants, the shoes, the sanitary pad, and the women's underwear.
And can you point out what discoloration you were referring to on the pants?
That's correct. There's a reddish brown discoloration. Once again, this green, the reddish color seems to fade out as bright as the normal pictures do. But there's a reddish brown stain there as well.
Was there a large amount of stains on those jeans?
Yes.
And I can't recall if you actually named the brand. Were you able to determine what brand of shoe that was?
I believe they were Vans.
Investigator Crawford, were you present for the autopsy that was performed in this case on Miss Pace's body?
Yes, I was.
Is that typical of a homicide investigator?
Yes.
And do you remain in the room for a majority of at least the initial autopsy?
Yes, we do.
Were you there when the medical examiner began to examine Miss Pace's body when she did have clothing on?
That's correct.
Were you there when the medical examiner began to take her clothing off so that he could examine her body?
Yes, that's correct.
Was Miss Pace, did she appear to be on her menstrual cycle?
Yes, that's correct.
Did she have a sanitary pad on that resembled the sanitary pad in the photo behind you?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, we're gonna move on. So you've searched Mr. Chin's apartment. You've identified Jasmine Pace's blood in the apartment. And would it be fair to say that Jason Chin was a suspect in Jasmine Pace's murder at this point?
Yes, that's correct.
And so did you at this point, or maybe you even began before, at what point did you begin to look into Jason Chin as a suspect and as a person of interest?
Originally, he became a potential person of interest at the beginning when I was brought into the investigation, just due to the fact that we had a missing persons under suspicious circumstances, and it is extremely uncommon with my experience as a law enforcement investigator that a significant other not be a part of the process in attempting to locate that missing person. So due to the lack of communication, I believe him to be a person of interest after law enforcement attempted to reach out to him with no callback.
Did you try?
Yes.
So in your investigation of Jason Chin as a suspect, what preliminary information were you able to gather about Mr. Chin?
First, we identified his residence. Obviously, apartment 210 and 110 Tremont Street. We identified a phone number associated with Jason Chin via numerous individuals. We also identified his vehicle being a 2018 Toyota Camry that we're unable to locate. We identified that he was currently enrolled at University of Tennessee Chattanooga as a student. Identified that his family appeared to be from the Nolensville, Tennessee area. We identified a home address from there as well. We also looked into historical addresses for Jason Chin, to include his residence in Chattanooga prior to his time being a resident at 110 Tremont Street. We also attempted to identify family members and associates of Mr. Chin.
What county